take way less time than that. I've been in the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
DNF 화이팅! LCK 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Atlas, joined by Orcs, the AA broadcast here, but it wasn't supposed to be.
Oh.
It was supposed to be Brennan Valdez today. I stole his day away because I refused to not cast every Bro series this week. That was what it was. I was being a princess, and I got my way. Sometimes it works out.
Yeah, it's good reasoning, honestly.
Yeah.
And a little bit poor form from Brendan to not demand that he cast at least one Bro.
He didn't even really fight back. It's a little bit of a strange situation. That was obviously not actually what happened, but it's absolutely fine. It's also a public holiday here today in Korea as well, so that's pretty cool. We are obviously still at work because it doesn't really count as work here at the LCK because we have so much fun.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that we have one heck of a matchup to bring you here for our very first one. We've saved this for the public holiday to make sure that everyone can watch Bro versus DNF. As you can see here, the Bros still at risk of being overtaken by DRX, but they have put some extra distance between themselves and DRX, with DRX's loss the last couple of days.
And you know, this is now DNF's opportunity to play spoiler, which is, I feel like when teams really get powered up, when you bottom the table, when things look pretty dire, the pressure's off, and that's when we've seen teams, Bro have been one of those teams who, when they've been out, have ramped up as a result. And you'll see the record overall not being so hot for the Infreaks, even before their most recent run, where obviously they've been struggling in terms of form, but most of the time it has been close in the matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the last series where DNF basically won but then lost was the only time it was a 2-0. And honestly, I've never seen Bro have to work as hard as that in order to get a 2-0 in my life. One of the most gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching series that we have ever seen. It's probably going to go down in history as one of the greatest comebacks that we've ever seen. But in the moment, it was basically just depressing because, you know, unfortunately, DNF haven't come up with too many victories. Who shall triumph in the 2025 LCK Round 4 Modu matchup? And of course, both of these players were on HLE together when they made that incredible run to the top 8 of Worlds. Out of absolutely nowhere. It was a weird roster that had Chovy on it, so it sort of didn't make very much sense that we're talking about it like they're coming from behind, but still.
I also think it's good timing for the matchup because I think Morgan's form has been pretty fantastic recently. He's been on a big upswing, but also Dudu in the recent matches has been a lot better, and I think particularly showing some good show form, especially in that matchup that they won up against DRX, so I'm hoping for a bit of a banger in the top lane.
Yeah, I actually think that there are some really interesting matchups kind of across the board. Hype and Berserker, both of them having, I believe, played off against one another in Challenger quite a bit when it was KT versus T1 back like a couple of years ago at least. So certainly some players that are going to be meeting up. Also, I feel like Kroko and Purshik sort of started at a very similar time as well. Both of them taking some time off to explore the world and then finding their way back to Korea after that.
And we are going to be having Quantum starting. He did start as well in the last matchup, and they brought Life into game 2, and he had a fantastic game 2. So it feels like they kind of just, you know, again, they are out of the competition at this point. They cannot make it through to play-ins, so just kind of give them Quantum some time, swap in between. But both of them have had some pretty great games recently.
Yep, may as well do some experimentation here as Morgan kind of feeling like the best of the Rise group, especially when you have a look at some of these stats. Kind of ridiculous what he's been able to do here, and I'm looking at the isolated deaths being less than half of what Dudu has put up, being an important thing to look at here, as Morgan has just been pretty stable there towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, honestly, and to be fair, I will say on the other side, you know, Dudu doing a pretty good job. You can see the early stats, the CSD at 15, the gold at 15, pretty high, kind of telling for how DNF the early games do go, but hard to have good stats when you are on the bottom team, but I think Dudu definitely has had some better performances, so going up against, as you said, best of the Rise group right now in that top lane, but Morgan definitely having the edge with current form at the moment.
Yep, I would agree. And I think that the isolated death stat is largely because teams have noticed that Dudu isn't that bad, and so they target him, and they try and catch him in side lanes over and over again. And honestly, I feel like a lot of people get caught in side lanes in DNF series. It doesn't exactly, the late game macro isn't necessarily under control.
It's been
DNF. Let's just say that.
It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle, you know, and I'm hoping it doesn't rear its head, and yet I know that regardless of what happens, if DNF come out and they win this series, there's going to be some shenanigans when we get to the later stages, because that's just, it's a hallmark of how their series goes. But I think some of the things that have been a little bit difficult for DNF definitely has been translating, so I think important to make sure that Berserker's on a pick where he is really reliable in the later stages and he's able to be one of those big, more hyper carry focused picks. I think they've struggled when they put him on picks where, you know, he doesn't have as much agency, or, you know, maybe get an early lead but he can't really finish off the game. So, you know, we've seen him have great performances on picks like Yanara. We've seen when he's on picks like Sivir where, you know, it does have that potential in the 5v5s.
Well, let's see who it's going to be that can pick this one up this time around. The Bros have beaten every single team except BNK. In fact, 100% win rate. If you take the BNK series out of Bros match history, they have not lost a single series.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. So maybe if you just took Busan out of the list of teams, right? Every team that's not from Busan, they've been able to get 100% win rate against. Maybe it's, you know, that southern coastal city that's the downfall of the Bros. It's that salty air.
So if you were wondering how would Bro have done at the road to MSI, probably badly.
Yeah, not so great. That's why they skipped it. Yeah. That's why they decided that they weren't going to be there, GigaChat. That's exactly how they work things out. Make sure, by the way, to pay your bro tax. You may have seen that I did it in the middle of the broadcast. That's why perhaps I wasn't actively listening to Orcs as well as I could have been. But yeah, that's okay.
That's why.
Bro tax takes precedent, okay?
No, I get it. I understand it. It's a valid reason.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that I'm listening from now on, I promise.
Yeah, I'm totally sure you will be. At least you have an excuse for not listening this time, you know. Sometimes you saw something interesting, there was something shiny.
Yeah, shiny things do tend to catch my eye. That is a very good point. But I will do my very best to listen. I think it should be part of my job.
We've tried to limit the amount of shiny things around the Casta Blanc, but obviously technology doesn't bite shiny things, so it's hard to completely rule them out.
I had to really fight to get my my tablet up here because they were like, no, it's a bit too shiny. Who knows what you could have on that thing?
Yeah, it's problematic.
Yeah, it is definitely problematic. Well, we do have a couple of junglers being banned away here as the Pantheon not going to get through this time around. The Vi also going to be taken away once again, this time on the blue side. It's kind of interesting because I feel like Croco has been one of our better Vi players. The Orianna has really been creeping up into first ban status, but now we've got this weird Varus, Azir, Taliyah situation, and the bros get to choose.
We've seen Orianna really commonly banned against DM Freaks. I think a lot of people respected that Ori Nocturne combo that they were running for a while.
Ah, Yunara's up. Never mind.
Yunara slammed down. Is going to get answered, though, with the Varus, it seems, by DM Freaks. So a pick that can obviously punish you out in lane and also outrange you in the later stages. Looks like they're not definitely going to lock that in now, though, looking at the Azir for Bulldog, which is his most played pick. Even with the Taliyah available, I think they'll probably just go for this one. And I think Azir, definitely something they'll have to prioritize. You could just go Azir and then a jungler, and then go on that third pick, the Varus. Looks like they'll just take the Varus in this situation. Yep, Trundle is available, though, and that's something Pyrrhix's heavily prioritized and would be good into a lot of the junglers left available.
Yeah, this is the thing. I feel like Trundle has kind of skyrocketed in priority, especially looking at what we have right here. I think Trundle is kind of annoying for Yunara to deal with at the same time, so maybe Croco just locks that away here.
This says to me that the Infix are a little concerned about maybe Bro locking a top laner here, and if they left the Varus till 3, they wouldn't be able to answer. Like if they'd gone like Azir, Trundle, Varus on 3, couldn't respond, could be problematic. Maokai ends up coming.
We're Maokai Yuneing. That's just what we're going to do.
I mean, this is a lot of aggressive teamfight power, you know? You have this long-range backline for the side of the DM Freaks, who can obviously apply a lot of poke pressure, but, I mean, Bro are just looking to charge you down and explode you, and I think the Trundle coming out here makes a lot of sense. The Pillar can obviously do a moderate job of disrupting some of this and kiting away, but also making that first target, if the Maokai does come in, that much squishier.
Yep. Not the most massive value into the Maokai as it would have been in other years, because he does like to build a fair bit of AP these days.
Yeah, I also feel like he can be quite non-committal. You know, if you have a lot of other tanks, you have to lead the charge, get in. Maokai can kind of just ult from a distance and play it safer. But it definitely feels like these comps both have a theme they've lent towards and sort of goals for how they're going to play out the team fight. And now it's really about the picks that will sort of consolidate that and leaning towards those. Still no looking towards the top laners, though.
Yep.
Gwen will be banned out by the DM Freaks, which I think makes a lot of sense, because with all that diving forwards, these threats coming through, a Gwen on top of that would just be such a nightmare to deal with.
Not to mention the fact that the Bros can just ban the Aurora, and then they can choose either the Gwen or the Rumble, depending on whether that's going to be banned away here by the DN Freaks. I wouldn't even be surprised if the DN Freaks do just take away the Rumble, just because Red Side Rumble, all those shenanigans. Not going to be preferable, but the Rumble's actually going to be banned on blue, which is kind of odd here. It's going to be eliminating that option. I'm very interested in what Morgan's going to be playing. Maybe he just goes back to the Croc. Maybe it's just time to be an ancient reptile in the top lane.
Yeah, it's interesting what angle DM Freaks might take here, because, I mean, the Aurora is still open as an option. I feel like Morgan has played the Aurora a lot himself, also played a lot of tanks, so I feel like he's got a fair few amount of options. The Ambessa comes out as a ban.
Okay. We are really getting to the bottom of the barrel here as far as the top lane is concerned, and I'm expecting that Dudu's just going to play Cassante. I don't know why. I just feel like that's going to be the way. And this could definitely be a Rakan angle here for Quantum as well, if they do want to lock that one away. Otherwise, they hold on to that for counter pick and they take something for Dudu, and he can play a tank. I mean, so the Scion's going to be the option.
If they go the Scion here, I feel like Morgan's pretty fine with it.
Oh yeah, it's just Cho'Gath, isn't it?
He can go the Cho'Gath, he can go the Aatrox. I feel like he's pretty comfortable into this, so I don't think he's really too afraid playing into the Scion. Instead, they go for Rel.
I think it's safer.
Yep, I think you don't give the information over to Morgan. Quantum, his first match when he came in the LCK was on this role and he had a really good performance. And with the Alistar gone as well, I don't think there's too many matchups you're going to be that uncomfortable on with the Rel.
Well, we're going to see what Polo's going to be playing first by the looks of things. Of course, Morgan does need to blind pick something. Why do I feel like it's going to be Nah? That's a Xerath. I don't think that's what's going to be happening here on the bottom side, but it is going to be the Nautilus. Hype just messing with us a little bit here. And now, please, Lord, show us what you will be playing. What do you think it's going to be? Is it just going to blind Aatrox? Something like that?
I feel like you could get put in an uncomfortable position if you do that.
Yeah. Aatrox, Gnar, or Renekton are my expectations. And it's going to be the Renekton.
I think the Renekton feels... I think Morgan's obviously very confident on it, and I think it's unlikely that Duda's going to bring something out that's going to be that bad of a matchup. But I think it was the right call from DNF Freaks putting the Sion last, because otherwise Morgan would have taken a matchup like the Aatrox, like the Cho'Gath, that would have been a lot more comfortable. And instead, Morgan's blinding, and now I think Dudu's in a much more comfortable spot. And I think ultimately DNF Freaks have been pretty happy with what they got. The big sort of elephant in the room is the Yunara, right? Really powerful pick that, if unchecked, can be a massive problem. But the DNF Freaks composition, you have the Varus, right? You have ranges are quite hard. The Azir can be pretty problematic to deal with. Bro really need to close the distance with that composition, and they definitely have tools to do so. But I think both compositions interact in different ways, and it really comes down to the execution. If DNF Freaks get a lead, and if they don't do a traditional DNF Freaks fumble, this is definitely winnable, but, you know, those are big ifs.
Yeah, there's a lot of ifs and buts. I also think that Croco and Closer are on a pretty dynamic duo here in the Maokai Yone. It's something that we often look to when the bros are playing. Will that 1-2 punch of the mid-jungle actually make things happen? And there is certainly potential there. Yunara, a big one for Hype. As you say, this champion has been deemed just too powerful here in the LCK, but it has slipped through. But basically everything has. Trundle, Azir, and Varus all on the red side here is kind of ridiculous. And so we'll see whether the bros can overcome it with just the Yunara as their massive power pick that they bring into this one. It's Pro versus DNF though. Does the draft even matter? Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
My goodness. DNF fans are absolutely deafening here in Lol Park today. Even though they have been eliminated, they cannot make it to the play-in stage. This round robin will be the final one for this team, or at least, you know, the next little mini round robin that we have. Round 5 is going to be the last one.
I just think it's so cool. They just never stopped. They just never stopped showing up.
Yep.
Never stopped just enjoying.
It's not about faith. It's just about loving this team.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
And once again, DNF have a pretty nice scaling composition. You would say that the Varus isn't necessarily the hardest scaling, but we have seen Lethality Varus actually do some decent things in the late game. And as we've already mentioned, there's not really true tanks on Bro's side. That would be difficult to manage into the Trundle anyway. So probably still going to get a bunch of value. That being said, they had Senna, Sion, Azir, and lost to Bro at like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
With a massive gold lead.
There's always,
it doesn't really matter.
There's always caveats. You can never be sure of anything when it comes to a matchup like this. So
I'm sure that someone's Nexus will explode at the end of this game. That's as far as I'm going to go, though.
Fairly safe bet, you know.
And then obviously we get Chrono Break, and actually it's a remake or something like that, and this game isn't even included.
Yeah.
That could be a thing. Do you remember there was that one game where it was like the most incredible early game that Canyon has ever played on Trundle, but then we had to remake it, and the game just was lost. It was gone forever.
I don't think I do. But
yeah, that was a thing that happened.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what happened level 1. It looked like Quantum got chunked out by Polu. And Polu also has Ignite, so...
Oh dear. Quantum's in a lot of trouble. Hype chasing after them. Activates the Q. But still a fair bit of damage back here from Berserker. Polu getting his eye in with these anchors, though, and it is pretty scary. Look at this huge stack of minions as well that DNF will have to deal with, as Hype and Polu with so much control of this lane.
I mean, so much pressure being applied. Polu doing a great job. And again, the Ignite into heal is so much more combat power. You get low, the Ignite reducing the healing just means you're liable to die. I actually honestly think he could have ignited Quantum there. And I'm not sure if Quantum would have died, but he certainly would have had to recall. But he's holding it. It's very clear that Polu isn't wanting just to force a recall. He wants a kill.
Yeah, there's another hook connecting. The Ignite, like you were talking about, is going to go down.
Importantly, though, Quantum healed before the Ignite.
Yeah.
So
and
didn't get that
Hype hit the
introduction.
Slurkle as well, which was pretty cool. Did you see that when
Yeah.
he hit the Slurkle?
Yeah. Is that what it's called now?
Yeah, that's what it's called now, because it's a slowing circle.
Interesting.
And what we do is we combine those two words, and it turns into Slurkle.
Okay. That does make me a little uncomfortable.
I know, doesn't it? Because I don't even really know why it makes you uncomfortable, you know? Because it is just word fusion of two very common words,
Yeah,
okay? It shouldn't make anyone uncomfortable, but it does.
it does.
That's what makes it so good. Okay, that's enough talking about Slurkle for at least the next 2.5 minutes.
Oh, because I know you're so good at just dropping things and not bringing them up again
Yeah,
and again and again.
all of those promises that I've made to you as well.
Yeah.
Where I've said, no, we're not going to talk about tempo vibes again.
Yeah.
And then it only is the only thing that I talk about for the remainder
I'm
of
sure
the...
Slurkle won't be a thing.
Right.
I'm sure it's not going to get brought up like 76 more times over the course of today.
Yeah, I admit, whenever Yunara is played, I will talk about Slurkle because I just think it's fantastic. And I don't want to, what is it, like Arc of Judgment or something weird that just doesn't really work?
Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah, it's Arc of the Covenant. I think that's what the ability is actually called. And I just don't, it is Arc of Judgment. And it sounded like it didn't make sense enough for me to not even think that it's correct. So instead, it's now Slurkle.
Okay.
Whether you like it or not, Ox. All right, Closer is down to 200 health. He's going to go back. And even in farm completely with Bulldog here, so doing a pretty good job on the Yone. And I don't know whether I think his last Yone game was a little hit or miss, if I remember correctly. So I think Closer is going to be doing a little bit of trying to redeem himself in this game.
Yeah, and I think into a situation like this, a lot of... I mean, to be fair, if you get hit by something like the Varus ult, you can just kind of get exploded, but all you have to do is connect that ult onto either Bulldog or Berserker, and you're kind of golden. You know, there's so much value to be gained. Even if you don't kill them, just locking them up, getting a good amount of damage in will get so much value. But surviving the lane, you know, even though obviously Yone picked a lot into his ear, a lot of the early laning in most Yone into range matchups is just weathering the storm, getting to the early levels.
Another hook connects here onto Quantum as Hype fighting Berserker here. The Slurkle lands. It's a beautiful cleanse, and he needed it because otherwise he was going to die. Hype still with that summoner spell available as Polo is getting so much value out of this Ignite, keeping it on cooldown. You love to see it. Closer not going to be worried about being put in the kennel.
And it just feels like constantly Brove had the pressure in this matchup.
Well, the flash forward from Quantum, the cleanse flash to get Hype out of there, and Polo is just chasing Berserker down. First blood, and Polo is taking matters into his own hands, picks up a double on the Nautilus. Oh man, and we have been critical of Polo. Not today. Today, he's truly the president.
Huge win there for Bro. Pioshik was in the vicinity heading on up to provide the backup, but an overstep from the DNF bot lane backfires massively. Both of them going down. The only minor, tiny consolation prize is that Polo was the one who got the kills, but this ends up backfiring massively, and Quantum goes for the play, but Hype has both sums, doesn't even get hit by the hail of arrows there, and Berserker, Polo follows him and just beats him down.
Yep. And then has the passive in order to stun up this Rel at the same time. Yeah, Duke pretty happy about that one. Oh, the double claps as well as Polo manages to lock it down. He wasn't thinking about the support getting a double kill. He was thinking about his team getting 2 kills in this early game and getting themselves a 700 gold lead.
I mean, having an early lead in a Yunara lane against a Varus and a Yunara who bought a cull, you're just feeling so good.
Oh, yeah. And now the fact that this is right when Polo gets unlocked as well. Whenever he turns up in a lane, like he's got a Kindle gem sort of just chilling there. Hasn't really got a big item lead, as it turns out, against Quantum. But
I mean, he has the boots and the cloth. I mean, that's something that's
right. I mean,
like,
that's exactly the lead, in fact, in Gold, so
that's something that's always... Obviously, you'd rather have these kills in the Yunara because you'll get it towards a late game, snowballer sooner. But in terms of like early impact, the gold on the support, he's going to be roaming about. He's going to be present in a lot more plays. He's going to be a bit tankier. And again, I'm not saying you'd rather have it on Polu, but that gold isn't useless that
Yeah.
it's on the support.
He can also transfer that gold better in the early game, like you're saying. But
Yeah.
it will take Polo having to get out there, make stuff happen. Great interrupt there from Morgan onto Dudu, but Dudu not really too worried about it. He's got, Balmy Cinder as well as that Bramble Vest. He's pretty happy with how things are right now. But probably not super happy about the couple of kills that Bro have been able to pick up. Feats of Warfare, just one away. Is this Drake getting on in age just a little bit?
Yeah, you see, Croc actually took 2 of the grubs, then moved down just to defend his own red buff from Pioshik. But Pioshik didn't go for the dragon in return, so Bro managed to get an objective. No real major trade other than those Raptors on the bot side, and it just feels like another big win for Bro. And again, you know, if you look at the series scoreline, yeah, Bro much more favored against DNF, but DNF normally have the edge in the early game, normally come out ahead there, and then it's later where we see them struggle. Right now, they're struggling already, and it's not a great trend for them based on how typically things tend to go.
Yeah, I'm putting that in the cons column directly here. As Morgan with full health, feeling pretty happy. Roar of the Slayer and the Q combo here from Dudu. That'll be all right.
Morgan actually denying the cannon there. Very sad for the Scion.
Yeah, not great. Well, Pioshik is finally going to come down and look for this Drake, as Polo can get a ward in and then even immediately come on over and be frustrating. But as you can see, there is lane control for the Varus, so not going to be diving on in with any blast cones or anything like that. Croco just going to let this dragon go. Not too worried about a singular ocean this time around, as nice stun out from Morgan. Does get knocked up by the Q. There is the Soul Furnace as well, doing a lot of work, as Morgan gets hit by another Q there as well. So the Scion doing a pretty good job here in this top lane. And now let's see what Hype can do. Quantum with the Magnet Storms, pretty good, but another cleanse does come out. There's the double knockup, but Pioshik is going to come in, and Polo, I don't think he's going to make anything happen here. He's just going to be taken down. There's a kill on the board for DNF.
Really easy gank there coming in. You know, they also get the cleanse from Hype. The CC setup forces it. So a return play before that's up and available will be very easy to make, but there's just nothing really Polo can do. Nautilus into Trundle feels so bad because, you know, the tankiest support anyway, so when you get ulted by him, you just become paper. But also, one of the best ways to escape as a Nautilus is to hook terrain, but the pillar just blocks that.
Well, Hype being pretty aggressive here towards the bottom side of the map, as Polo made his way back very, very quickly, as you certainly can do with this unsealed spellbook. So the Bros continuing to have a fair bit of pressure down here. Pioshik does have that Sundered Sky now completed. First item spike for the Trundle is pretty nice. Still getting towards the Leandries for Croco. I think the Bros pretty fine with how things are going at this point in time. Just want to be able to find that next kill, lock in those feats of warfare, make stuff happen. As Morgan getting aggressive towards Dudu here. And not too much else going to really occur. Dudu just pretty happy to get some grasp stacks, I think.
Yeah. I feel like that's the vibe when you're playing a tank in the top lane. You know, a matchup like Renekton, you just getting some grass stacks, chilling out, scaling up, little back and forth. As long as you're not dying, you're having a good time.
Yep, you're playing a different game than the champion that has Conqueror, you know?
Yeah, I just feel like it's...
You just want number to go up.
It's that vibe with the Renekton, just like trying to force, trying to make things happen, really being really aggressive, very angry in your face,
Yeah.
and the sound just like...
Bonk.
Yeah, vibe it.
That's
Amplified
that's the
if you have Heartsteel. But yeah, here... I mean, it's Polywans walking up here, but Berserker lands the ult on Hype and sidesteps the Dredge line. And then here, Pioshik's really patient with the pillar, and it just means there's no way that Polo was able to get out. Eventually just put it down, but just to block away Hype from the situation.
Oh, I think he managed to get the cannon that time around. Managed to roar the minion all the way through. That feels pretty good there for Dudu. But he's still down about 10 CS. It's not really too much of a big deal, to be perfectly honest. Polo moving towards his mid lane, as Berserker and Quantum are already parked. And let's see what Croco's going to do. Does, of course, have level 8, so the Nature's Grasp going to be available. Hasn't quite found an angle for it just yet. 2 minutes until the Cloud Drake. Soul, I assume, is probably going to be Chemtech, because that's just how things are. As Morgan slicing and dicing and acting all cool.
He said that in a very judgy way.
Oh, okay. Bit of a fight here in this mid lane, as Polo just going to flash away. Anchors to the wall.
Yeah,
Bro not necessarily winning these trades, as Pyosik has just kind of parked himself with the DNF bottom lane.
I think honestly that was a situation where Polu should have died. I think the pillar maybe thrown out a bit early. They knew he had flash. They knew his backup from when they last took it, so I think they could have been patient with the flash. And once, like, he kind of had to use it to dodge away from Quantum's ult. It's one of those situations where they threw a bit too many things, so his flash got too much value.
Yeah.
And he obviously does end up flashing out, and they still get a summoner, but a kill would have been even nicer there.
True. Still, see what they can do. Is now moving down towards his bottom side of the map. In comes Pyosik, throws down the kennel. I don't think they're too interested in a dive, especially with Nautilus and Maokai on their way down.
Yeah. Do you have, it's now a minute till that Dragon Knight you mentioned, but also the Herald up in a minute, so I think 2 major objectives up and available. At this point though, Berserker really in a strong position, has that Ghost Blade up and available, compared to the Inara, who's still really coming online.
Oh, might be able to pick something up here though, because she just finished the cull, so a fair bit of money in the coffers here for Hype, who does
Probably
just
boots,
completes, completes the shoes.
I mean, it's still decent, right? You're not useless by any means. But I think Berserker definitely going to be able to get prio in mid lane. And also, if you land some big poke here, it can make a big difference. And there's no one really who can just soak. I mean, you're not really soaking poke from Varus. There's no way to do that. But, like, there's no one who can walk up and take piercing arrows for free, right?
Yep.
I guess Polu can soak one with his Celestial opposition. But he will shred basically anyone.
Oh, you got Pyosik and Bulldog just beating down this turret. That is just gone. Really nicely played. The Nature's Grasp is going to come through for the attempted punish. There's the Sun Disc going to be put up as Emperor's Divide comes down. Bulldog still not out of the woods just yet as the depth charge is going to lock him up. And they've taken 1 kill. Croco looking a bit worse for wear though as Morgan sidesteps the Q. And there's a nice double knock off the ulti to follow there from Closer. Looking fantastic on the Yone this time as he flashes towards Dudu. He does get knocked up, but he's still pretty tanky on this Scion. Another Q going to connect, but the Soul Furnace is going to be back as Pyosik going to be flashing away. Hype flashes forward to get the kill on to the Trundle. The Arc of Ruin there does a fair bit of work towards Berserker, but he is safe under the turret. A big win for the Bros as they lock down the feats of warfare and grab so many extra kills.
Huge overcommit there from DNF onto the tower, and the thought process was, hey, if we get the tower, we have the Azir tower to come up and give us protection, but it just doesn't do that much. You see it here, they're like, okay, let's just play around it, but you actually see it just doesn't do that much damage. And so in the situation, like Closer's under there hitting Bulldog, you can see Polu was tanking it for a bit. It's just not really that threatening compared to an actual tower.
Yeah.
And so DNF realized, okay, we actually kind of have to leave, there's too many members there. Then they kind of get caught in the mixer, they're getting chased down, and it just ends up in a situation where too many people move down and try and defend. So now instead of just, you know, getting the tower, maybe losing 1 person, you're losing more and more members. Hype's getting kills as well.
Yep, massive Slurkle value as you saw there.
Oh yeah, huge Slurkle. And they get the Dragon as well, and it just turns into a massive disaster for DNF. Bro, very quick to respond, and also just not really respecting the Azir turret, and right not to do so.
Yeah, it's well played by the Bros. And now, looking to see what they can do about stopping this Rift Herald. Has been started up here by Pyosik, not exactly full commit as the kennel does come down. Pyosik getting down low, the flash out from Croco will be respecting it, but now looking for the re-engage as the Nature's Grasp comes down. It does manage to find Quantum, who only has to really deal with a Slurkle as a result. And now Dudu making his way in. DNF committing to this fight, but Dudu off to the side, does charge the cube, but doesn't get the knock-up onto Closer, is now Hype doing so much work. As Quantum down to 50%, Morgan dives in and will be able to stun up the Rel. Hook connects onto Pyosik, Emperor's Divide is decent as Morgan will be going down, but it's a double for Closer on the back end of the fight, and Hype is still there, laying down the damage. Closer looking for even more, but I think he'll have to go back to that soul pretty soon. And Dudu will survive, but still a massive win for the Bros once again.
Such good team fighting there from the Bros. They split off DNF. They deny Dudu's flank. They force Berserker away. And then they just beeline for the rest of the team. And they find a great angle there and get another big lead. We see it here. So Dudu, look at this angle. Both Hype and Closer just say, no, clear off. This is our side of the map. You can't come over here. And the rest of the team start moving forward, start posing a threat. So Hype and Closer start to move in. They force Berserker here. Hype does to flash over the wall. And then the rest of the team move forwards
Oh,
They find this great engage. Hype is there for the follow-up. And Berserker can't really do anything off to the side. Judo is already chunked out. Just great execution, and Closer finding a fantastic angle. This is definitely the redemption he needed for that on that Yone.
exactly right. That 3-man ulti, just magnificent out of this guy. And I think it's a really good day to have Wolf on the space, because he can tell you about how this is the year of Closer. Because I think this week, maybe it actually is.
Yeah.
Last week, it was a little bit less obvious.
We can settle for the weaker Closer, at least.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it's about exaggeration. You know, you need to have a bit of that exaggeration. And so I'm happy to say that it's the year of Closer, even if it is maybe only just the week. Still, Quantum does manage to at least finish an item. It's Zeke's convergence, so it's not quite as valuable as what Polo has put together. The 2-1-4 Nautilus. And it's 8-2, man. Like, the bros are really starting to run away with this, and the really worrying part of it is the fact that their composition just really does love this time of the game.
Yeah. I mean, also, you know, I feel like the fact that the bot lane didn't really go well, the fact that the Berserker, you know, this is when he should be strong, but Hype is just in a great position. Closer has a lead, and it just feels like they're in a really rough spot. I mean, Hype is so strong already.
Yeah.
He's approaching a second item.
Yeah, Renounce is going to be finished very, very soon. So DNF need to be really careful. Look at Hype, he's just walking into the enemy jungle, because the bros have so much control, so much vision all over this map.
Full confidence.
Yep. 50 seconds until that Infernal Drake that the bros are laying down vision for. And I think they will have enough control to be able to take their second dragon of the game. Pretty late one as far as third Drake's concerned, so we're not even towards soul points just yet, as Morgan and Dudu just continuing to fight one another. It's not really going to eventuate in very much, but they do hit each other a lot with buttons.
Good hitting.
Yeah.
You know? Actually getting the Phantom Dancer coming up from Hype, so not going for
Morgan just bypassing Dudu completely to get a cheeky auto attack on this turret. Not too much more going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Bro feels so confident now. They just finished second item on Closer and Hype. We obviously have second item on Bulldog and Berserker, but they haven't finished their boots. And I think these spikes for Closer and Hype feel really good. So I think you just have to give up the dragon in this situation for DNF. The thing is, it's still a long way for Soul for Bro, so it's not too much of a concern, but definitely not a fantastic feeling.
No, I think that this one isn't, you know, worth losing the game over. So
There'll be other dragons to lose the game over, don't you worry.
Exactly. As Berserker going to get slurpled, but otherwise not too worried. And that is just the Drake going down. 3,000 gold, the approximate lead here for the bros. And DNF trying to figure out what to do next. Their comp front to back is going to feel okay as this game goes on. The problem is the way the bros have been playing out these fights is just being better.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the problem as well is that DNF would love to have control of an area, get set up, you know, force Bro to come into them and land poke. But I feel like with Bro having control, DNF are going to have to push in constantly, and it exposes you to flanks, it exposes you to walking into saplings, things like that. And it's just not a really comfortable position to be in. You can see Bro already setting up on this top side of the map. It is Atakan up and available, but also Baron coming up in a few minutes. So if you maintain this control here, even if you don't get the Atakan, it sets up for the Baron that's spawning later on.
Yep, it also means that if DNF ever start Atakan, then they could, if they then lose a fight, it's Atakan into Baron into probably just game over.
Yeah.
So it's so incredibly risky to be up there, but they have to, because they have to try and stop Bro from just taking the Atakan for free. It's a really worrisome position.
Man, these saplings are hitting.
Yeah. And that's 2 items on Croco as well, and he did not stop building damage.
Yeah.
As Morgan also, he's hit too, as the Spirit Surgeon does come in. Hook gonna go wide here from Polo. Kind of crazy that the hitbox didn't quite work out there, as somehow it's a double snare from the Nature's Grasp. Polo gonna have to flash away because that one is not really what he wanted. Hype able to dash out of the Scion ulti.
Okay, I mean, this was pretty good. They managed to get some summoners, they managed to get a kill. They get the TP from Morgan as well.
Ult down on Hype as well. So for the next little while, that is something they're not going to have to worry about quite as much. Still doing a fair bit of damage. Went Phantom Dancer, actually. Not the Runans like I was expecting.
Oh, nice bullet.
Yep. Beautiful stop on the Rift Herald. Not going to find any HLE value off that one.
Yeah, so I mean, still in a deficit, but those were some good moves from DNF, and it's things like that, just mitigating the pressure, finding a little advantage, they'll make a big difference. And particularly, you know, the kill on Polo isn't the most meaningful thing. I will say that Dredgeline did look like a hit, and then the double root, very unfortunate.
Yeah, that I feel like the double root shouldn't have hit, but the dredge line should have hit.
Yeah.
And the punishment on the Magnet Storm being on cooldown just wasn't really there.
Yeah, I don't think Bro really in position, but they felt like we're strong, we should punish this, but end up overstepping. But I think the main thing for me is the fact that there's now flash down on Crocker and Polu, and they're both very squishy when you're really thinking about it, especially into a Trundle. And that's a bit of a window for DNF. If they find like a Varusol onto one of them, a pick like that can really make such a big difference, you know, so maybe a little bit more hope than we had before. And I think just finding angles like that are what they need. Also, the TP being down on Morgan means if something does happen on the top side, I think it kind of makes Bro feel a lot more uncomfortable about starting the Arakan, given that their top laner has to, you know, find Prio, move over. That being said, he does now have Prio and is moving over, so that is the window if you want to lean towards it. But Dudu is able to respond, and it looks like Morgan isn't really too committal on playing towards the top side.
It's also going to mean, you know, mid control is going to be there for DNF. You saw they managed to get that wave shoved. But yeah, DNF just, they can't start this. Closer is just going to start hitting it. I don't know whether that's really going to eventuate in very much of anything at all, as Morgan and Dudu continue to fight.
I think some players, especially some champions, you know, you have sustain on your nate. It's just like a little compulsion. You know, you walk by it, you want to give it a little love tap.
Yep, sometimes you just want to hit something. And that's precisely what he's going to do. And now DNF 5 strong here in the mid lane as Kolu looking for a bit of a hook angle, finds a minion. That's not exactly what he wants as the Nature's Grass comes down. Bulldog just out of position as Morgan is chasing after him, doesn't find the dice as there is the hook combo out from Polu onto Pioshik as the exhaust does come through. Dudu the first one to fall, and the front line is now missing for DNF. The Bros, I think they got what they wanted as they now look to push out the mid lane.
Great angle there from Morgan on the flank. Now DNF should be able to defend their tower. Fortunately, they still have the TP on Dudu, so he's going to be alive in time for that dragon spawn up, but you give up a lot of control. Crocco's clearing out the vision. If he starts to get saplings up in the area, it's going to be pretty painful trying to contest this. Watch how Morgan plays this. It's actually so beautifully done. The CC comes on Apollo, but he cleanses. But Morgan goes in, gets the stun, and then actually dashes away to dodge the ult.
Oh, that was beautifully done.
So well played. And he obviously doesn't manage to stick on Bulldog and kill him, but because he forced him away, forced DNF to respond, it gives the rest of his team free range just to kill Dudu. So really nice flank from him there. Now, Bro have control over the area. DNF are TPing Dudu in to try and contest.
Yep, Quantum looking for a bit of an angle here. As you can see, it's slightly split for the Bros. Once again, a flank angle for Morgan, but it is going to get watched out for as there's the exhaust onto Closer. Not really a full commit here, as Dudu just taking a lot of free damage for the moment. Another double knockup from the Q, and the instant ulti from Closer just says goodnight. The interrupt! This guy's Yone today is just something else, as Hype is looking to keep them at bay. That is soul point for the Bros. Oh, maybe it's actually the decade of Closer. Maybe the year wasn't enough.
I'm ready to call it, man. That was so clean. Getting the 2 with the ult and then interrupting the dash from Bulldog, taking him out.
I don't even think he needed to do that. It was already good enough.
And yet he did, you know, just rubbing it in, establishing that he's on form right now today. They'll get the Dragon, they'll get the Baron, they'll get the Arakan. And it's looking like they're gonna get the game 1 as well. Yeah, 7-0-2 right now on the Shone.
I said it wrong before because I was like, oh, it should be Arakan into Baron into game over. But no, it was Dragon into Baron into Arakan and then game over. As now it is a 7.5k gold lead. And let's have a look at it from Closer's perspective yet again. The double knock up, the ulti, instant just death of the front line. And then, like, this did not need to happen, but it was so beautifully done.
It's just an ankle breaker, you know? That's the sort of thing that when it happens, it's not just the fact that, like, it's a sick play, but also from the other side, on the receiving end, it's a tilt. It feels bad to be on the receiving end. You're like, man.
It's like, dude, you already won the team fight. You didn't need to do that to me.
Yeah, I was dashing over the wall. And now, I mean, the lead is massive, right? And we've seen DNF struggle in these later game situations. There wasn't a game to throw in this situation. It's been Bro in control throughout, and now they have so many things in their favor. The DACT is firmly stacked towards Bro. They're establishing control. They're not stepping up too far, though. They are trying to just play around the fact they have this pressure from closing the side lane. You can see DNF moving.
Yeah.
Hard to pin down a Yone, though.
We're going to try and catch him as the ulti gets closer out of there. That has been deadly in these fights, though, so a big cooldown to now be used up.
Yep.
Still, the Bros get a lot out of it. They take down this mid-outer turret finally, as the Blast Cone is going to evacuate Quantum and Pureshik.
Yeah, I will say, level 16, the ult cooldown
Yeah, it's
down
not
a bit
massive.
amount, so it won't be too long before it's up and available. And the team is now pushed forwards, establishing more vision, so Closer just needs to be a little bit more patient, and they should be able to start knocking on these tier 2 towers. DNF, though, you know, something I talked about before was burning summoners, being able to punish targets without those, but a lot back up and available. Now looking, though, for hype.
Yeah, Pureshik looking for the angle. That Arc of Ruin was doing so much damage. I did kind of want to call it budget extendo beam, but I've seen extendo beams do less damage than that.
That was pretty high budget, you know.
That was a pretty high budget.
That's when you set a budget and you just overspend ridiculously, and you're like, there's no way we're making money on this.
Yeah. I think this was a poor financial decision.
But it did look cool.
It certainly did. As this inner turret will stay alive for the moment. Berserker and Bulldog going to be able to save that. But Morgan up there by himself, taking the inner turret in the top lane. 3,000 gold lead for the Crocodile. Morgan having a pretty good time today. As, yeah, Closer and Dudu fighting one another, and Closer feeling pretty happy about it. 3 items complete on this Yone.
And I feel like just Bro aren't giving real windows. It feels like DNF are constantly trying to pressure, trying to find an angle.
Morgan?
Yeah, he's just doing his thing. But again, you know, he backs off, he doesn't overstay for the inhibitor tower, he's going to recall, and it just feels like DNF are kind of running around looking for someone to try and target, someone to try and kill, and finding nothing right now. And it's a minute and a half until Infernal Soul.
This is kind of ridiculous. Going back for the reset, making sure that they use their empowered recalls as well.
Oh man, I'm just going to say, there's no way you're going to be able to balance the bucks with the extendo beam once you get the Infernal Soul.
Yeah.
There's just, the budget is just blowing.
It's definitely not budget extendo beam anymore. It is Arc of Ruin. We can actually call it its real name. It does sound pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah.
When it's not Slurkle, it's Arc of Ruin.
Whoa.
Okay? We can actually call
I
it.
will not have Slurkle slander on this broadcast.
I mean, it's the same button, you know? It's just the altered up version.
I think a lot of our viewers prefer Slurkle.
Should we actually just call it Slurkle, whether it's
to be fair,
whether it's the
beam,
altered up one or not?
The beam isn't.
It is not a circle at all.
Yeah.
Long circle. Long Slurkle. No, I don't.
I don't think it
not even
works.
that. It's more of a rectangle, isn't it? When it does come out. So we're just going to call it Arc of Ruin. We're happy with that. 9,000 gold going to be the lead here for the Bros. And yeah, DNF running on fumes, to say the least. Seeing whether they can stop Closer in his tracks here, as Paulo just playing defense, doing so successfully here. Slurkle going to connect on to Quantum. He's able to crash his way out of it. But the Bros now grouped up once again, 1 second, and now it's Infernal Soul time. Hype getting to work on this one. They've got so much damage when they do decide to go in here. They don't want Pureshik with any chance of making this happen, and he doesn't. They just burst it down. The ulti from Closer, but it's mitigated by that Zhonya's. But that Arcane Smash was so good. Arc of Ruin comes down as well. Now it's Hype's time to shine. Gets on top, but actually Berserker shuts down the Inara just for a couple of seconds before Closer says, no, this is the decade of Closer, and I am sorry that you are not winning this team fight. Yeah,
just keep
not
running.
Getting out of this one either.
Keep running, bro.
Yeah,
Don't stop. Don't stop.
It is some defecting time here for the Trundle, who decides to sit in
You're not going to be able to make it. No, just keep running.
Well, he might actually.
No.
He's not going to. But still, I mean, he hasn't been touched by the Maokai yet. So that is going to be an execute. And down goes Pureshik, not feeling too happy about it, as you can see.
Did buy time, but yeah, this did not go well. The Maokai ult just stops them from getting close. Stasis from Bulldog buys time, but again, there's just so much damage coming out in return, especially with the Infernal Soul. Pureshik barely surviving there, and then Hype, a little bit overzealous, disrespecting the Varus burst. but it doesn't really matter. Berserk heading into the sapling, unfortunately. And right now, this Yone 8-0-4 with the GA.
He just
4
went,
items and change.
I think he actually just went and bought a full GA and the Vampiric Scepter just all at once.
He is very strong.
He is quite a big boy. They also have Infernal Soul, as you mentioned before. That was going to be problematic, and that is going to continue to be so, as the Baron has spawned and now it's dead.
Oh, you know what's the worst? I mean, I don't think it really matters, I'm going to be honest. But the Infernal Soul saplings,
Yeah.
not a good time.
I mean, it's also 3 damage items. 0-0-12 Maokai. As Closer not too worried about Sion and Pyoshik.
The reason I don't think the saplings will matter much is because you have to leave your base to walk in brushes. And I don't think that's happening.
Dudu, I don't think he's getting out of this one either. The Unstoppable Onslaught is feeling a bit stoppable here. Is the ulti going to collect 2 of them? Immediate snapback there from Closer, though, who did not want to use up that GA just yet. And the Sion does go down. Nothing Dudu can really do here, unfortunately, even though he is Dudu. My goodness, Hype doing so much work. But Berserker's actually, really starting to hurt. These W-empowered Qs.
I mean, this was clearly the theory, right? This is what DNF wanted if the game didn't completely
fall apart.
Yeah, you know, the range of the virus, if you can set up, if you can protect him, that poke is a big threat. If Bro couldn't find an engage, you would eventually be able to just whittle them down, but the problem is they are finding those engages, and they're strong enough to force. It doesn't even have to be a flawless engage for them to really find favor, but yeah, he lands that piercing arrow there onto Hype and Polu, and then gets the follow-up a bit later.
Yep, gets another one, but we are going to be out of the replay before we get to see that. It's a 14,000 gold lead, and so now, if DNF turn this around, it's about the same as the comeback that Bro had against them in their last matchup.
Yeah, I mean, they'd be redemption for that debt they paid, right?
Now's the time, DNF. Make it happen, as the nature is grasping, and I'm grasping at straws as far as trying to explain that there is a way out here for DNF. It's looking real rough as down this one goes. There's the flash hook out Apollo as well, as Pyoshik nowhere to go, and he will just be wiped out. Hype doing so much damage in this fight. This Lurkle connects, and the answer is immediate there from Closer. And look at these autos from Hype. He's untouched. Empress Divide, though, will be able to find him down to the GA. Is this Yunara? But that is a zombie Scion that's just going to get wiped out. The knock-up onto Berserker as well, as he is relegated to the fountain. No comeback this time, as the Bros put DNF down here in Game 1.
And the thing is, we've seen a lot of Rise teams struggle to do successful things against DNF in the early game, and it's come down to clutching in the later stages, even Bro. But this time, Bro, clean sailing throughout.
Yeah.
Felt like they never really gave an in, and they got the Yunara. You know, DNF felt like with the Varus, with the range advantage, maybe they'd be able to answer it. You know, Pyoshik on his Trundle is most played champion in rounds 2 to 5, and it just wasn't enough. They just really couldn't stamp them down, and particularly, I mean, Closer had a fantastic game, but Hype and Polu just kind of dominating the 2v2 against a Varus, and Quantum on, you know, Israel, one of his better picks. Yeah, this was just Bro in great form.
They looked really, really good. And I think that this is the best you're going to see out of Bro. It's when Closer and Polu are on form, when they're making things happen. Looking at this damage graph, good old Yunara just doing a lot of work, but the graph itself is just up and to the right. It's just pretty clean here from the Bros. Like you mentioned so many times during this series, it's early game that DNF managed to find angles, and they really just didn't at any stage in this one against the Bros. And maybe they'll just run away with the series. I was kind of promised a 3-gamer.
Yeah.
So we deserve it, right?
We all deserve it.
Exactly. So DNF, they're going to come back in Game 2. You best believe me. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break that one down. We'll have that second game.
파이어 치면서 볼게. 파이어 치면서 봐요. 나 타워부터 처음부터.
야 이거 결국 깨지거든. 바텀 기다려봐.
그냥
내가 앞에 나가지. 앞에 떼졌어. 나 앞에 갖고 끌게 이거. 그럼 잡았고.
야, 더 보자. 사와봐. 이거 때릴 거 때려봐. 야, 들어올 거야?
꺼놨어. 아지로 공감에서 공풀 조심. 아지로. 끝내면 되겠다.
나와볼래?
나이스.
여기까지. 내꺼. 그렇지. 바로. 수고했어.
welcome to the space. Happy Gwangbokjeol, which is Korean Independence Day. 80 years of Korea, as it is.
80.
As it is, the Bros up 1-0 over the DN Automotive Freaks. Degon here, alongside Chronicler and Wolf to break that one down. Somehow, this draft was pretty unique here, because Yunara did go over, but Varus, Azir, and Zhao open. DNF did some magic on the red side.
Yeah, well, obviously there's, I think, two main points of focus. Focus point number one is that Poppy gets banned instead of Yunara. But the Yunara didn't actually end up winning the game. I think it was much more the Maokai Yone, which to me is really interesting because it's not a combo that we've seen prioritized very heavily recently. Obviously, used to be really popular, also still popular in other regions. But it, for me, ended up kind of being the focal point of this Bro composition. Actually worked way better than we were expecting.
It's really powerful when you have a Yunara that can also back it up when you have this really strong ability to both keep melee champions away from your Yunara, but also then have the engage of the Yone on top of it. I just had issue with this Poppy ban because they didn't get any value out of it in their draft really anyways, so you just took away a pick, and it felt like they were baiting the Yunara. And then the Varus answer didn't work out in lane. Like, Berserker and Quantum had some issues in the 2v2, and then the Yunara just went through for free anyway. So if you thought the Varus was going to be enough, the play has to back it up better.
Yeah, and here's the happenings early on. Couple of kills going Palu's way, and things just, for DNF, unfolding pretty early on in this one.
You can't be losing the 2v2 like that when you go for a Varus lane, right? And even though the kills went to Palu, the lane still felt like it was in a really bad spot. And then here is what we talked about earlier. I think the Maokai actually, 4 teams in the Rise group specifically, I think it should be higher prioritized. Wolf was also talking about this.
Super strong.
Because it makes every team fight so easy. You just press your big ultimate button, and same for objective setups.
It's so good at sieging turrets, but also defending turrets, like in this case. And I think the thought process here for Bulldog is like, I'm going to get my Sun Disc up in time. It should be fine. But the Maokai can just stop you so far away. This ends up being a really big win here for DNF in the skirmish.
And they're so they're so disjointed, right? Is DNF, as we have always seen, this is a big problem for them. And then there's also the fact that one of their 2 damage dealers isn't there, which is Berserk, and the other one dies at the beginning of the play. So then you just have a couple of people trying to whack through all these health bars, and they're just not able to.
Yeah, but that's not the only issue that the DN Automotive Freaks have had. There's opportunities for them for fights, and now we have some Wolf TV to break down maybe some of the moments where they could improve.
So, Chronicle and I had big issue with this fight. So, first of all, you're flanking with Sion here, trying to get access to this backline, which is not realistic when you're trying to also hold the Herald aggro. So, let's roll it forward in here and see what Bro decide to do about this. They have a ward here, they spot Dudu out and decide to collapse on him immediately. If you stop it here, you're like, okay. So, Bro is pushing towards the Sion flank. Quantum has a really nice idea here, right? He wants to actually re-engage so the rest of the team can collapse through because Dudu's going to tank so much damage. But we see what happens in reality as we roll it forward. Dudu ends up taking a bunch of damage. Quantum has to crash down to get out, and they just leave. You stop it here, like maybe Quantum can actually look for an engage here onto Morgan and Kropka. Sure, the Renekton's really tough to take down, has his dominance available, but I think the best way you utilize the fact that your Dudu flank didn't work out is to actually try to 4v3 here, but you have Berserker at the back of the pit. He's not going to be able to follow up. And if you roll the clip forward, DNF just leave. And unfortunately, Quantum doesn't get to do anything. He had Flash and ult available. Instead, doesn't use it, has to use his Flash defensively. It's a desperate attempt from Bulldog here, but the fight is already lost. You had to be faster. You had to be more decisive. And this is the issues we've seen with DNF on display. Again, just not making decisive calls in team fights. When they had so much pressure on Dudu, they could have utilized to turn that fight.
And it's been such a big ongoing issue for this team is that I don't even like, yes, they gave over Yunara, but they didn't have a bad draft. They had a ton of power picks that we know are really good right now. They have a really strong 5v5, and yet they can't get a single actual 5v5. Because in theory, their composition absorbs the initial blow that comes in, right? Like the Yone ult, and their counter engage is amazing. Their disengage is really good, and we don't get any of that. We get them just kind of seeing their Sion get 2-man and being like, well, I guess we have to run away.
Yeah. Chronicler, he's right. Wolf, he's right. DNF Automotive Freaks, they've got to go ahead and find the opportunities to become right. Take some notes there, Freaks.
I mean, the fact that Close is able to get this much done with Yone Maokai, which is such an old tech, is really cool to see. It means that we saw some leadership changes in Bro, right? We had Duke coming in, and it seems like it's actually working for draft. They're not just picking comfort picks. They're not just picking what's safe. They're actually leaning towards their players' strengths, which I love to see.
Yeah. So a little bit progress here for Bro. And we want to see more of that. We also lost a little bit earlier the scent of the year of closer, right? It was gonna be a
back
little
now.
bit more that. Wolf was the one pushing that train. He's certifying it, right?
Best individual year for closer. I want to talk about the substitution, though, that we do have coming in. We are actually seeing Quantum out and Life in. My take on this is actually that since your season is over, you can kind of use these players interchangeably and actually give them both playtime. And I think that's probably what the coaching staff is doing here, just simply because you're not going to make it out of the group anymore. Like, you're done. Your season is over for wins. So just try to figure out what's working in the bottom lane.
I think they also, interestingly enough, have had both really good games, right? We have the Life Rel game before, and Quantum was the one that got them their actual second series win, and then have had games where they're just kind of invisible. So we'll see what happens. I think the swap makes sense here. Might as well try. Would it be really good for them to get a series win against Bro, even though it doesn't matter that much for the standings? For them, it does for Bro, it does for DRX.
Yeah, especially because our first highlight was the early game 2v2 loss within lane. So maybe that'll be the change needed for DNF. All right, game number 1 in the books. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. And now it is time to witness whether or not we're going to get a clean 2-0 out of the Bros, or whether it's just going to be another one of these very long series between these two squads. As Life does come in, I actually, I agree with the desk. I think that swapping out your subs makes a lot of sense when it is kind of all over as far as your season is concerned. Just get as much experience as possible in the matches that you have remaining.
I think it makes sense. Also, last time we did see Live come in was a little bit of a super sub performance in that second game, so we'll see if he can do something similar here. And I think they were missing some decisiveness in this game and this previous game. I know that obviously their composition wasn't the one with as much agency in comparison, but it still felt like there were times where they needed to have that go, as was demonstrated on the space, and they just kind of lacked that. So we'll see if maybe they have a bit more of that here. They are now on the blue side this time around.
Yep.
A lot of picks taken away in Fearless, with the Yunara and the Varus being gone, often things we see banned pretty high priority throughout the series, so those off the cards just free up a little bit of that ban economy.
Yeah. It hasn't freed up the Pantheon. Last time Life made that heroic sub in, the Pantheon was available, and they managed to pick up a victory with that one. Not going to happen this time around, as the Pantheon Orianna going to be the two bans to start us off on the side of the Bros, and we're focusing on the jungle here, as Poppy, Xin Zhao have been taken away. Then the Talia will be the answering ban.
Yeah, Xin Zhao makes a lot of sense with Trundle being taken off the cards.
Yep.
Vi open and available, Wukong open and available, Nico still open and available, which Bro banned last time. So Bro could ban the Nico here and trade the Vi and Wukong. Wukong, at the moment, definitely the one I would say preferred by most teams. That pick's been doing really well. They gone a different direction, though, and ban away the Ambassador. So Nico's available, Wukong's available, Vi's available, that were all banned away last time. And DNF will prioritize that Wukong, which I think is definitely the right call.
Yeah, I think Wukong does make a lot of sense. They can still threaten the Aurora if the Gwen is going to be locked in, so I don't expect there to be a top lane pickup here for the Bros. But maybe some sort of Vi combination could be coming on through here for Bro.
With
they'd like to.
With the Ambessa banned, I mean, could Bro even go like Gwen or Aurora themselves and then...
Oh, yeah, true.
Because the close is a mean Aurora, and you deny that counter, you give the Gwen over with the Ambessa gone as well. I mean, I guess they could take the Rumble, so that's still on the card, so maybe they don't go that angle. But I feel like the Rumble matchup not as punishing as the Aurora. But now they'll just go the Vi, so we see that trade in junglers. Not too much surprise there.
Yep. You could just Vi Aurora, actually, and then flex the Aurora around to make sure that Gwen isn't coming in, and then pick the Gwen if they don't...
Vi Aurora, Gwen on 3?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they might go in that direction. This really limits, because if you go Gwen or Rumble here for DM Freaks, you're going to be in with a bad time. And then it sets up that third pick for Bro to be in a really strong spot, so it looks like they might go that angle.
Yeah.
And now DM Freaks have to consider their options here.
See what Dudu does want to do. It is going to be the Rumble. I feel like this is the best of a bad situation, and it is blue side Rumble, which we do like a lot better.
Yeah.
Cyclone and Equalizer together are also a lot of wombo combo just in 2 champions. So let's see what Bulldog is going to do to augment this, as the Aurora could be going towards the top side of the map, and if there is a matchup that they don't really like, they can flex her into the mid lane as well. That's a Viger.
Yeah.
Let's see what Bulldog does actually want to do here.
Honestly, personally, I'd love something like a Rakan here, just because it's always going to get banned second rotation.
Yeah?
And I feel like it's not really going to get responded by Bro, but they end up going for the Annie instead, which is something Bulldog has played. I believe he's played this. Actually, I think Closer's played it more than Bulldog has, but we'll bring this out very strong with the Wukong. We've seen that combo quite a lot of engaged threat.
Yep.
So a lot of agency from the top side. And now, Bro, we'll see where the Aurora is going. Obviously, it's a great matchup into the Rumble, so they might just stick it in the top lane for Morgan.
Yeah, they could actually put it in both positions if they would like to, or hold on to the flex. Not too bad. And they are just going to lock away the Alistar.
It keeps the pressure up, you know. You have an option that can go into both lanes. It's a great matchup into the Rumble. It means that it's harder for DM Freaks to ban, and now you've secured the Alistar, which is so often banned away and denied from that R4 pick. And you can ban away, you know, the Rakan to deny it from that Rakan-Wukong combo we see teams love to get their hands on, but never really get that many chances to do so.
Yep. See what they do decide to take away here, as the Nico is going to be the first ban. Maybe Nico Rakan. Nico's going to be taken away here. And DN Freaks, a little bit more difficult, as they want to be banning mid lane, top lane, 80 carry, sort of everything.
Probably just have to go for the 80 carry bans.
I feel like Jin does fit this composition quite well.
I think Jin does fit the composition very well. Definitely something that can play at that range, because there is a lot of 80 carry threat, but Jin is that pick who can just sit miles away and contribute. Sivir going to come out. I think Sivir that movement speed and also the spell shield value quite high. So we're going to take that one out. It has to be the Rakan here.
Yeah.
And it will be. And I would imagine...
Sivir Jin could just be the bans.
Kai'Sa also, I think, for Hype specifically, Hype has been really big on the Kai'Sa, so it definitely would fit with the composition. So I could see them taking that one away.
If they do lock in the Kai'Sa, it's a lot of magic damage, so maybe that's why they might be shying away from it. Let's see what the bans are going to be here from the DN Freaks, though. As time is ticking, what is the decision going to be, as it is the Kai'Sa ban to actually come on through. So not going to be seeing that one. Could just be a comfortable Jin lock in here and keep the ambiguity going.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you already know the solo laners, so
true.
It's not too much of an issue to kind of show your hand now. But you could also, just, if you want to lock in the Jin now, you could take it. You could also take something like the Corki as well, I think would be okay. Yep. Something that Hype has played a good amount of. And definitely pretty high prio in the LCK in total, and he will lock that in. Has the Valkyrie, you have a decent amount of range on your rockets, and you have the Valkyrie for a bit of safety, so I think there's some 80 carries in this draft would feel like a sitting duck. I think Corki has some tools to play around with. And also the lane's not too weak, which is one of the concerns, that you lock both your bot laners and one of them's an Alistar. If you have a weak laner, it could be a little concerning when you don't know what you're playing into, especially with the consideration that DM Freak's looking at a Lucian, so could just end up here being a Lucian Braum. Definitely not the funnest lane to play Alistar into.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good round out of this draft, and the Gwen will be locked away. Made it all the way through. Not exactly the most fun matchup, especially into Blue Side Rumble. So Morgan going to have his work cut out for him.
And I feel like DM Freaks kind of held their nerve and kind of were like, okay, well, yes, you can flex the Aurora, but we don't think you're going to, and they didn't. And now it's a matchup that Dudu's pretty fine with into the Gwen. The Aurora in the mid lane, I think you're fine with having the Wukong Annie. Honestly, I think Wukong Annie higher prior right now in the LCK. Yep. The bot lane matchup, Lucian Braum into Corki, Alistar's a good early matchup. So I think DM Freaks, all things considered, they kind of held their nerve. They picked champions that are, they're comfortable with. And despite this flex looming over, it didn't really come to fruition. So I think DNF pretty happy with how things panned out overall. But Bro still have some good tools under the belt.
Yep. I think that Bro's composition certainly snowballs extraordinarily hard, right?
Yeah.
The Vi, always one of these champions where once you can just choose a target, ult them, and they're dead, things become very, very difficult for the opposition. But The DNF comp looks very similar to what we saw Gen G absolutely dominate with earlier in the week as well. I believe that was yesterday. So we'll see whether they can pilot it to a similar effect, because a lot of these lanes we're feeling pretty happy with. But the Bros in the last game just looked like the better team. So is that going to be what rings true here in our second match, or is it a 3-gamer? I hope it is.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of this series. DNF just playing for pride at this point, but the Bros, they are playing to make sure that they can lock in a position in the play-ins. Remember, the bottom 2 teams here in the Rise group will be eliminated. No chance of getting to the playoffs whatsoever. And there are 3 positions in the play-ins available.
Yeah, and realistically, with how things are now, Bro is the only team in the top 3 of Rise really under threat. You know, I think BNK FavorX, I don't think they're mathematically safe, but it's one of those situations where they're in a very comfortable spot.
Yep.
Whereas Bro, they are under real threat. If they lose this series, they start to lose more, they could go under, and DRX could close the distance. BNK FavorX, yeah, again, they're not mathematically locked, but a very crazy timeline would have to happen for them to end up in 4th from 2nd right now with 11 wins. So,
all right, Polo going to place himself here in this brush as Berserker and Life waiting for an opportunity here. Berserker does give away his position in that brush. I think they're pretty sure that Life is going to be there as well. Nice piercing light, as Life will be able to find the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, it's going to be a lane where Polo and Hype are on the back foot. Especially we saw nerfs to Corki in the early game. He got a little boost in terms of his ratios and his ult and his Q, but his early Q damage did go down a bit. It's not too much of a concern on the early trading, but it does just mean a little bit less wave play, a little bit less trading power, and you're already on the back foot in this lane, so definitely more focused on farming up and just playing it safe, especially as you have that cleanse into barrier. So if you go in for a heavy trade and Lucian just barriers, you're going to be for an even worse time in terms of where the health ends up.
Yep. And I think this mid lane is going to be a pretty important place as Pureshik making his way in already at level 3. The flash out from close-up, but the follow is going to be there. The flash forward! And there is the first blood going over to Bulldog. Right as I was saying that this was going to be a point of power for the Bros, Pureshik comes in and says, no, it's not.
Such a great gank angle and such a great timing, because I feel like if you gank even slightly later, once Closer has level 3, and look at his XP bar, how close he is. If he has his W, that gank just doesn't work. You maybe get the flash, but you don't get the kill. But he finds the angle, he comes in, the stun is set up by Bulldog, and it's pretty perfectly played. Again, the stun is there, he doesn't have that dash, he doesn't have that invisibility, he has to flash immediately, but the Wukong's there to follow. And he feels safe, he's leaning towards his top side because that's where his jungler is.
Yeah.
They even have a ward on Raptors, so he's thinking, okay, give it 5-10 seconds, I'm going to see the enemy Wukong on that ward, I'm perfectly safe. But instead, Pureshik finds a great angle to loop around. It's really well played and a great start, and a lane that you don't often manage to find ganks, especially as a Wukong onto an Aurora early on.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Wukong is generally known as one of these champions that does like to hit level 6 before anything really happens. Speaking of which, Croco also going to make his way in, as Bulldog just gets himself out of there. Stun at the ready, so not under too much threat, just trying to be annoying. Double Scuttle looking to come in here, though, as Pureshik will pay for his early aggression just a little bit. First Blood, though, going to make him feel pretty happy nonetheless. But as you can see, I mean, gold-wise, Croco, as we saw, he was just doing the Raptors while Closer was dying. And that has actually paid off, as the gold in the jungle position is absolutely even.
Yeah, Sop coming in now, though, which is exactly what Bro want. You can see the top lane matchup, Morgan having a rough time here. Is keeping up well in CS, though, so credit to him despite the health condition. But bot lane was also on the back foot, so this swap could not come any sooner. And
this is not looking great either for Morgan to make his return.
I will say he does have exhaust, so maybe if Croco can come down and can give him some assistance.
Yeah, it could be an option. You can see Hype and Polo Just going to try and zone Dudu away as best they can, especially with Polo now joining the lane. But it's in a pretty decent spot here for Dudu. As you can see, it's going to be pretty balanced. And Hype is going to be hitting these minions. So that means that it will be pushing towards the Rumble pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and he's not too far away from 6. Won't get out of these minions, but once he does hit it, I feel like that's one of the things with Rumble in these swap situations is eventually you can kind of just ult the wave and play defensive. This, though, Crocker's actually moved up towards his top side, and Morgan's isolated, and Annie is moving down, so Morgan's not getting the protection. He's on his own.
Yep, he's going to have to try and be a Gwen is immune type situation here, but it is getting real rough. There is the concussive blows, and Life comfortably tanks up that turret. A beautiful dive, and they'll be rewarded with plates as well. And Berserker picking up that kill, going to be huge here for DNF. Headbutt Pulv is going to connect onto Dudu, but he is just going to take a little bit of damage, otherwise be absolutely fine. And the answers here for the bros just aren't...
Oh no.
Why Morgan, why are we doing this? The exhaust does come on through, but he's just dead again. Yeah, I don't know. There's a nice little headbutt, and they will be able to answer. No, never mind. Dudu is just going to keep himself alive, and he holds the wave away from the turret at the same time. Oh dear. This has not gone very well for the bros.
Oh, the slow!
Hype is just going to pick it up with a fast bomb. I actually thought that maybe it was just going to be all over, but that is going to be a plate going over to at least closer in that mid lane. But Kyoshik will be taking down this dragon. It's Feats of Warfare already completed for DNF. Oh, 3 games are looking so good.
I mean, this is just so well executed. Just the walk up, slow play, get the passive on. Everyone dives inside the Shroud, stuns up, and then the call to TP back in. Such a mistake. And you can see DNF already waiting around.
Ward.
Yeah. And the thing is, the same play comes out. This time, Bulldog tanks, and he just starts to walk out towards the back end. Really easily done. Here, I was kind of talking about, Dudu ends up hitting the level 6, ults most of the wave, and then here, able to just survive long enough to flash away with the extra movement speed, stalls the wave out. And the thing is, yes, he ends up going down here, but he has TP as well. So this is just a much better situation than what Morgan ended up in.
Yeah.
And you can see, you know, look at the bot laners. I think, you know, you look top lane, there's not that much of a lead in favor of Dudu, but look at the bot laners. Berserk is 700 gold ahead of Hype right now, 20 CS and a kill lead. That is not how you want this bot lane matchup to have gone.
You certainly do not. As Life puts up the door here, and this was already a fine matchup for Berserker, and now it's looking even better. That Essence Reaper so incredibly close for this Lucian, who is managing to weave a lot of piercing lights through Hype, which is working very, very nicely. Not end of the world or anything like that for the bros, but it's a great start here for DNF.
Life actually getting level 6 before Berserker, which, you know, it's just funny because it's so rare we see the support getting the level 6 first, but he's ready to rumble.
He certainly is. As Kyoshik going to be starting up these grubs. Information there for the bros, as we do see a question mark ping on the grub camp. Morgan coming up just to try and eat some honey fruit, keep himself healthy. His close is going to be rotating over.
I don't think he can contest this, you know. Dudu still has TP.
Yep.
Morgan doesn't. Morgan has no way to stop Dudu's TP as well.
Hype and Polo are holding the wave as well, so there is no way.
And there's just no way to contest this. So, I mean, it's a right call from Bro, but it kind of shows how this game has quickly gone in a pretty uncomfortable position. Dudu, even the calls made, it's like, guys, they're not contesting us on the top side.
Oh, yeah, ulti going to connect there onto Hype as Polo just going to play defense. So the ult not necessarily working out here as the Winter's Bite does also go wide.
Berserk was, when he dashed in, he only had 70 mana, because I think he was looking for an ult on a Hype there. Didn't quite have enough. But I love this play from Dudu. He ults the wave, he knows, guys, we're clear on grubs. They might make a play bot side, so he ults the wave, backs away, and look, Morgan and Croco are hanging around for him. He does walk up here, though.
Yeah, he actually just basically said hi to Croco without seeing him, and then just continued to the wave. Pretty cute. Let's see whether they can actually make this dive work. Of course, there is no ulti for Dudu. Double teleports coming in as Closer is down here as well. They're going to see whether they can take out Dudu before that teleport completes, and they will be able to do so. as Closer goes between the worlds, but it's a double teleport. The double pole is also fantastic, but under the turret they go as there's the snip from Morgan to lock down another kill. The Aurora will be going down, but it's a trade up for the Bros. At least they can hold on to that.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a caster curse coming out there, which Chronicler would tell you doesn't exist. Well, there's evidence.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of evidence, don't worry.
Dudu feels like he's safe. It's like guys have double TPs to cover this, but it comes him just a bit too late. Again, he doesn't have the equalizer this time around. He used to clear the wave earlier. They clear him out and basically get away, but then they opt to stay in because they bring Polu in. The Alistair can obviously tank for so long, and Pyosik gets there to try and help with the cleanup late, but I mean, Bro got so much from this. And this was a situation where I think Bro were very kind of disconnected from the flow of the game. It felt like they just weren't really able to find anything, and now that was a big influx of gold. But yeah, Wukong and Annie been doing pretty well in the Rise group.
They certainly have. It's an interesting time to bring it up, though, after there was a little bit of a flub in DNF, a little bit of the tempo going back in the favor of the Bros. I would say that the vibes are still there for DNF.
Maybe it's like a bit of encouragement, like, don't worry, DNF, guys.
It's fine.
Yeah.
And honestly, like, the DNF fans here at Lolpark especially have just been so incredibly vocal. Every time a player came back to sit down in their chair ready to play, there was a huge round of applause for each individual player as they were sitting down. It was just incredibly heartwarming to see here from the DNF fans in Korea.
That's the sort of thing that means so much to the players as well when you have been having a rough split.
Yeah.
And you can tell that, like, it's been tough. It's been rough for DNF and the players, but they've never given up.
Nope. Pyosik also now has his Trinity Force done. There was that initial spike of the Sundered Sky for Croco a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But now at least that's met.
Wukong's in this weird spot because obviously a lot of the junglers in the meta are really abusing Sundered Sky, and he does, it comes later, but that 2-item spike from him is so insane. So, you know, Croco a bit gets that spike earlier, but when Pyosik hits 2 items, he will be cooking.
Yep, it's kind of ludicrous. Ooh, Earth, Wind, and Fire might be the option here, as the Bros are going to be starting off this second dragon of the game. Feats of Warfare were completed very early here for DNF, but Feats of Strength haven't quite been confirmed just yet. Just one objective or turret, and they will be able to lock that one down. As Pyosik is in position, there is Earth, Wind, and Fire confirmed. That's fantastic. Polu going to be moving over as Morgan with the needlework, looking to try and take down some Tibbers. As Polu is in a bit of trouble. He does have the Unbreakable Will, but it's not going to last forever, and it's only level 1. There's the Cyclone, and the immediate double kill does come in. Closer, can he make it happen? The answer is no, because he's exhausted, and that's just 3 on the floor for the Bros. DNF pull it right back.
So well played. Polu, again, is there to defend. He's exactly in the right place, but there's just not enough backup. Croco's not in position, Closer's a little late, and the cleanup is so well played by DNF, especially Life doing everything to set up Berserker there. The exhaust was great just to deny the burst damage from the Aurora. And everything's going swimmingly for DNF in this one, other than that little hiccup in the bot lane.
And there is no vision here for the Bros, by the way. All of their vision is on bottom side to try and get them that second dragon.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is Polu thinking, okay, 2v2, we got this. More come in, he's like, I'm an Alistair, but the thing is, the damage reduction at level 6 isn't actually that high, so they're still doing a good amount to him, and they weren't taking tower aggro, so they then just cleaned up those 2 kills, and here the exhaust comes through from Life with the shield as well to stop the burst from finishing him off, and then Berserker just cleans it up when he has no cooldowns. Just really well played.
Yep, gorgeously done. I think that exhaust got so much value. That could have been Closer just nabbing a couple of kills, but wasn't the case. As the Bros well and truly on the back foot now, as you can see. 2.3k, the gold advantage.
Like, we get the little dip, you know, and then the big upswing, right?
Oh, and now we just need to make sure that this is not history repeating itself, because there was a time that we did see Bro make a bit of a comeback in this matchup. I don't really like reminding everyone of it, but it could be happening once again. Last time around, certainly a few more stakes in it, as DNF weren't actually defeated as okay. There's the Vault Breaker flash. Bulldog just going to be executed. They'll take Tibbers as well for a bit of 50 gold on top. And that's a kill going over to Morgan there at the same time. So nice little pick back. It's going to close that gold gap just a little.
Kind of just explode him, you know. Good setup there from Croco to find that kill. And again, just a little answer back. Not too significant overall, but picks like that will make a difference if you get enough of them.
Morgan getting a little scary now, the only one with a gold advantage on the Bros.
Yeah, it's just really hard with the flash coming in to layer the CC. There's just a limited response here. You can even see that, you know, Pyoshik and Life were in the vicinity, but when it's that quick, there's just not a ton you can do.
Yep. As Croco now looking to do it again. Doesn't have cease and desist available, as there is a control ward here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Bro just going to set up the teleport and equalizer just to deal with the wave. Dudu knows that he's dead. Not even going to use the flash or anything like that. Morgan comes down. Pyoshik going to be answering this with feats of strength. Actually going to be completed earlier with that turret falling down in the mid lane. It's a big investment from the Bros.
This is not a good trade for the Bros right now. You're losing 2 towers, you're losing the Herald. This is not working out too favorably, and the fact that Dudu gets the ult the wave as well. I mean, look how healthy that tower is. You know, Morgan's not getting
They didn't do damage
value. Yeah, so, you know, yes, you ruined Dudu's scoreline. I'm sure he's really sad about that, but
I mean, the gold didn't actually expand. Like, Morgan was on like 600 ahead. Now it's only 550.
yeah. So I think Dudu making the right call in this situation. Just slam the equalizer. He knows his fate. Doesn't burn anything. Doesn't burn the flash.
Well, Morgan is now going to be able to take the turret,
Yeah, it
so
is
there's
wet.
at least that.
I guess holding the TP as well is the main. Dudu could have TP'd there to defend the tower, but they opt not to use it to defend the tower. Instead, saving that for later. I will say one thing that's kind of come out of this. You know, we talked about the Aurora being a flex, being able to potentially answer the Rumble. Even though it wasn't a lane matchup, Closer's now laning into Dudu, and Dudu is not having a fun time.
Oh, Rift Herald. They're going to get the entire outer ring of turrets very comfortably here. DNF keeping up the tempo nicely as Life in position, just to be frustrating. And the Bros just want to catch Shelly as she's making her way through, deny that extra charge. That will actually come on down. So she's at least not going to soften up the inner turret. But now the map has become so much smaller here for the Bros, so much less space to work with. As Bulldog clearing out a lot of this excess vision. Next straight going to be up in 9 seconds time. This is well played from DNF. This is the time of the game that they have been pretty good at.
Yep. Yeah, definitely feels like this is the point where they've had leads, and this is more what we expected. Game 1 felt like a bit of an outlier because...
All right, Closer looking for Dudu here. As, all right, there's a vibe. Cease and desist comes on through, and Croco tanks up the turret for about a year and is very happy to do so. Now he's going to look for a little bit of a reset. Life going to be moving up here towards this top side. An opportunity to head towards the dragon. That's exactly what Pyoshik is going to do.
Not a good place to be, it feels like, for DNF, is that top lane tower. Just another good punish from Croco. Will sacrifice the dragon, but they get this tier 1 tower, and it feels like just these little picks, these answers, Croco setting up plays and finding things, punishing people on the side is working out pretty favorably overall. Dudu didn't even get a chance to ultimate there to clear out the wave. And sure, it gives over the dragon, but it's a long way away from Soul right now for DNF, so I think Bro making some good moves there. Again, keeping the gold lead close. I mean, compared to Game 1, where it's that constant flow upwards, this is going to be a very jerky gold grab.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Like, as far as triaging the disadvantage that they did have in this game, doing a decent job. Still, don't want to take anything away from DNF. They are in still so much control, so much power in this game. So we're going to have a look at this one more time. Croco just making it impossible for Dudu to be able to do anything at all.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Bro have done a pretty good job of just assessing when there's a side of the map we're not interested in. Let's do something on the other side.
Yeah.
Just a snappy response that, in fairness, DNF haven't done a bad job of like being aware of that, but just when you're a little slow, when you're a little behind, you end up getting punished. It's happened twice already this game. They need to be on the watch out for that.
Well, here's a fight for the red buff as the Bros, I think, are about to just give it up. Yeah, DNF going to be able to claim their prize. So no red buffs available here for Bro. And Croco was actually looking to try and answer, but there is no red buff on the other side. So
Gwen is just Gwenning, though. That is something I'm a little worried about.
yeah, there is a bit of snipping going down towards the bottom side of the map. 1.6k is a considerable lead.
Yeah, I will say, though, part of it is because Dudu is really starved. So, like, if we compare...
Yeah, it doesn't have a massive amount of money, but has way more than Dudu, as he's dead again. The exhaust goes down. Morgan able to dash away from that last turret. Bulldog comes in and just says goodbye. And down goes the Gwen. Another stun is going to connect here onto Croco as well, as the Bolt Breaker is blocked gorgeously here by Bulldog. As Croco not even going to be allowed to flash away. Pioshik says goodnight, and that's a 1 for 2. Dudu pretty happy about sacrificing himself. I mean, he's not even worth all that much gold anymore, I could imagine.
Yeah, and a good response comes in from Bulldog. The flash as well to secure the kill onto the jungler. Well played there to get the 2, so more gold influx there. And it's just repeated punishes, answers in the side lane from Croco. Eventually, DNF find the response that makes them pay. And yeah, the point I was saying is that Morgan's closing in on 2 items, but you compare, Berserker's almost got his 3rd, and his 3rd's an IE, which is an expensive item, so his Lucian is very strong.
Yeah, he's been the main benefactor of this one. That lead is not really answered.
Yeah, you can see total gold. So, like, even though Gwen has a massive lead, her gold's kind of in line with, like, a lot of her team. Whereas on the other side, everyone on DNF, apart from Dudu, is pretty far ahead, and Berserker's really, really far ahead.
Yep. Probably just going to be denied it back here.
It's basically support Rumble vibes, is what we're getting at the moment.
Yeah. It's not exactly equalized, unfortunately. As he's Rumble. Probably something that should be. So they go for this dive. Last time the dive worked out pretty well. This time around, doesn't quite work. Equalizer once again fantastic because he doesn't lose that much as far as minions are concerned.
Yeah, and also
at least there's that.
The slows that came through, just making sure that when Bulldog does get there, very easy to answer Morgan and then able to follow up on Croco. And Pioshik just makes sure that Croco, I think, was expecting him to try and get the flash over to the Dragon Pit. Doesn't let that happen.
Yep. It's very nicely done. 40 CS, sorry, 30 CS, going to be the lead for Berserker as well, who has just been kind of dominating in the neutral game that's been going on as there's been insanity in the side lanes. Still, the gold lead hasn't really extended that much over the last 7-odd minutes, something like that. An Otacon fight might be on the menu. Oh my goodness.
When in doubt, just start Otacon.
Exactly. I think that that's exactly what both teams should be doing right now. Just starting Otacon, because why not?
Yeah. Life gets it.
He gets it, man. It's probably just been sitting in the coach's booth, you know, hanging out with Rapid Star, and Rapid Star's like, why aren't we just starting Otacon at all times?
Is bot lane, which we're unaware of, but it's a dangerous position to be in when Otacon is very much on the opposite side of the map.
Yep. He might even be tempted to take a red buff as well, but it looks like that's not going to be punished. Oh, goodness me. Okay, there is an Infinity Edge completed. Berserker is out of control.
Yeah, and bro, I mean, they have decent setup around the Otacon. Croco's on, Pioshik's on bot side, but they just didn't have the information, so they don't start it. Which I get, like, they are behind, they don't really have the confidence to go for that, but it's just one of these situations where I feel like Pioshik's been a little greedy, you know, picking up those camps, hanging around there, but just bro don't know, so what they don't know, can't really act on.
No.
But they've devoted so much focus and attention up to this Otacon, whereas DNF,
I think they need to start it or
need
do
to do
something.
because they're giving up control of the Dragon area, and Dragon's up at 15.
Yep, and it's going to be Soul Point as well.
Yeah, if you just let them take Dragon, and all you're doing is moseying on around Otacon, then it's really not going to work out favorably.
Well, now you got Pioshik moving up here towards the Otacon. There's still that one ward in the Baron Pit. That's about all they've got, as the Drake is going to spawn. Morgan gets the shove towards the bottom side of the map. Dudu will be catching that wave. The gold lead for the Gwen is still definitely there. 1 level advantage as well. So he's scary. Teleport at the ready, so he can come up here, try and make something happen. As Polo not too worried about getting stunned up by an Annie or anything like that. Pioshik looking for an angle towards Croco here, as Closer could also be in trouble. Tries to go between the worlds, but he's just stunned up. And that is a dead Aurora before she can do anything at all. Does do a bit of AoE damage, I guess, but here it's Otacon time for DNF. And the bros, do they have an answer? That's the question. Hype off to the side, kind of awkward position here for this Corki as he's looking to chase down Bulldog. Does do a lot of damage, but there is the response. And he was just alone. The rest of the team had already backed away.
Yeah, that felt very desperate. And Berserker, so strong, so quick just to dash over and basically two-tap him.
Yeah.
I think Bro spent so much time hanging around the top side, never really did anything, and then they're the ones to get collapsed on. So DNF have to take the Arakan there, now can look towards the Dragon as well.
It's a big advantage at the same time. Bro really getting punished for their indecision. And this is actually something that DNF have been doing pretty consistently in their matches as well. They have sort of this paralyzing moment at the end of the mid-game, but that's exactly what Bro are going through.
I think with the engage tools Bro have, if they just started the Arakan at any point in the last like 2 minutes, I think it would have gone better than this.
Yeah.
And even if the game had just been lost off the back of it, well, it's okay, you tried, but this just felt like such a...
And if Hype is going in, he needs the rest of his team to decide to go in as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, everyone from DNF was just like, what is he doing? Let's just kill him. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Let's just kill the Arakan now. And then it was just such a weird situation. The thing is as well, he could have just backed away. He wasn't forced to go in there.
Nope.
He was very weird. But yeah, now DNF, we've had a lot of up and down in this game. They've finally sort of gotten a more major lead, right? They have the Arakan buff in pocket. 3 dragons now, 1 away from Seoul.
Yeah, the pendulum has stopped swinging. It is now just in DNF's favor as Closer to go between the worlds here, and does just put himself in a very uncomfortable spot.
Yeah.
I'm going to say unforced error on that one as Dudu wants to get the kill. Pyosik is going to deny it.
There was definitely a way in which he could completely escape that situation, and that was not it.
It was not.
Yeah, especially he burned you could just flash out the right side of his ult and he's gone.
Yeah, something, maybe not year of Closer.
Well, we got the game of Closer.
We did get the game of Closer, that's true. Probably should have left it at that. As Croco on a little bit of a flank angle here.
Well, they find Bulldog. This could be a pick.
Could be an opportunity, as Tibbs is going to give away the position. It's a pretty optimistic Baron start as the Culling comes through. That's a massive pulverize as Hype trying to keep himself alive. He's not going to be successful, but it is Berserker going down as well, and unfortunately, these wallets be heavy. And DNF, they just lose Berserker. Croco wasn't even interested.
Yeah, I mean, you see so much effort is put into taking down the Lucian. They finally get him. That Corki's already dead. The rest of the team just getting demolished. So many people left alive on DNF. Croco's looking, but against an Annie, I'm not sure you're going to be able to find an angle to get close to that Baron. DNF healthy enough to slowly take this one, and yeah, Bulldog is playing Bouncer, so it's going to be Baron secured here.
Yep, very nicely done. Locked up here by DNF, and they are not dropping the ball this time around.
Yeah, so, I mean, essentially...
Oh, do we have to?
If you're going to commit flat, just flash over the right here, but then he E'd backwards into it and then flashes over the left, which is just bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bit of an oopsie.
I would put it in the cons column.
But here, so Croco finds this great engage on a Berserker with the knockup from Polu. Hype's there to follow up. But again, they commit everything to kill this Lucian, and they just trade 80 carries and everyone just gets cleaned up immediately. It's like...
I like Croco was like, I've used my buttons, I'm out of here.
If Berserker was the Nexus, that would have been a great play. But he's not. And killing him doesn't win you the game. It doesn't even win you the fight. And the end result is they lose the fight, they lose the Baron, and DNF 5,000 gold ahead with Baron in pocket are in a pretty... Oh no, Croco.
Yeah, there's a bear, and he's dead. Bulldog going to be able to lock that one down.
That was pretty quick. A lot of magic resist shred in this Annie.
Yeah, Zanny's actually extraordinarily strong, but Pyosik is the biggest problem right now from what we can see. 706 on the Wukong.
There's multiple problems.
Yeah, you mentioned the 2-item spike. How about the 3-item spike?
Yeah, a lot of problems, not many solutions. Even the Rumble feels a little intimidating. The support Rumble's coming online.
He certainly is. He's only 720 gold behind him. The inhibitor turret not going to be answered.
The Braum with Lock of Redemption, you know, he's putting up some numbers.
Yeah, Life actually doing it once again. Gets subbed in, looks real good. I mean, the bottom lane, honestly, went a whole lot better. You can imagine the matchup feels a whole lot better just in general, but I think the way they played it, also an improvement here as Closer ults behind him. This Aurora has not been the thing.
Yeah. And you know what I'm feeling pretty confident about? That Wukong Annie win rate in the Rise group.
Yeah, feeling like that Wukong Annie thing is going to continue looking good.
Yep, feeling pretty stable, pretty solid right now.
I think Game 3 is also going to be real weird
I can't wait for it.
As
We were promised.
We've got so many power picks. Now just Fearless Band, right? Like the Aurora, the Gwen, the Vi, the Annie Wukong, and Rumble all just missing.
Yeah.
The top lane matchup going to be kind of insane. Although it might just be Ornn Cho'Gath.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, it is kind of fun. Oh, wow. We could actually have two of the greatest skins in the game. Gentleman Cho'Gath and the Train Driver Ornn. Oh my
That'd
goodness. Be peak. Choo-choo, up you go. Wonderful. DNF just going to be clearing out the last remaining inner turret here. As the bros, I don't know how you really even throw the Hail Mary. That's the roughest part of this.
I think you just send it, start a fight.
They're going to look for it. Between Worlds available again here for Closer, but the inhibitor is just going to be dead, and Berserker just culls Closer. And he is out of here.
Yeah, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we're going to have to go for some sort of something, but Polu's just dead. And the bros, they're like, no, this is not the time.
Probably at some point before your Nexus dies. Generally is a good time to fight. Any time before your Nexus dies.
That would be a good option. Let's see whether they can make that one happen as Morgan goes golden. First Nexus turret is looking to go down though, as Between Worlds is actually employed. Bulldog down pretty low, but unfortunately, it's not low enough as the bros just gonna get incinerated by this support Rumble. He picks up a double kill. Redemption for Dudu as the Nexus goes down, and DNF will bring us to a game 3 this time.
And honestly, there were moments in the mid-game where it's a little bit up and down for DNF, but, you know, the place where we've given them the most criticism, the place where they've struggled the most, closing games out, no hesitation at all, and especially bouncing back from a game 1 where they've really never had control. This felt good. This felt solid. And I think, you know, Life, a player who's, like most of DNF, struggled throughout this split. It feels like he's a bit of a super sub at the moment. He comes in. The team looks a lot better when he comes into the roster.
Yep, just downloads during game 1, and then looks real good in the second one. The bros, I think, yeah, not having their greatest of performances. Unfortunately, after Closer had one of the greatest Yone games of his career, he then had a few whoopsies in a row on the Aurora. Started beautifully, honestly, by Pyoshik. That level 3 gank really set the tone for this whole game.
Yeah.
And the bros just couldn't find the front foot.
I mean, I think Pyoshik played it really well. I think Bulldog had some good moments, some good setups. Bot lane as well, really punished in that matchup.
Yep.
Let the Corky Alistair go free.
Absolutely. So DNF, they do it. They bring us to that game 3 that we all deserve. And now, a game 3 with Fearless. We could get some crazy picks. Time for a break. When we come back, the space going to break it down. We'll have game number 3 for you. See you soon.
그냥 아래 타워부터 해줘. 포지션만 잘 잡아봐. 야, 필마다. 상관없어. 괜찮아, 이러면 돼. 평타 쳐줘, 나오면. 오케이. 얘네 뭐 없어, 거? 평타 쳐줘. 오로라 볼게, 오로라. 야, 얘들아. 잡았어. 해줘. 거기 바로 참격해줘. 필드 줄게. 내가 살려줄래, 아, 제발요. 나이스. 굿. 야, 나한테 너무 잘못 뜬다. 많이 온다. 요즘 탑이 그래. 이게 알고 있어도 당할 수밖에 없어. 잘했다, 그래도. 상대도 2번 죽었어.
来喽！继续的往前敲，凯撒被敲了起来，杀手本能之后还是被晕住，斗狗直接跟伤害，家里差点取能做开战，但遇人这只能风暴没有限制太久啊！悟空跟瑞儿都相继倒下，斗狗的3连杀，斗狗准备拿下一个夸张 kill，
5杀，
结果没在抢5连杀，就在斗狗的手上 ，Penta kill， 用到了斗狗到手。
As well, going to come out from quad as all of Blind are able to get onto the correct side, but the flick back onto Adiland, full engage, full commit onto the jungle. But the damage from Zane is just insane! Matsu looks for his own little fight there on the Henna. Inspired's down. Matsu's got to get out of the fight. Zane's chasing him down. Triple kill to Zane. Lion hold the line. Quad will fall. Henna with the kill. It's only Purple left. Lion roar to line.
Esse gol de uma linha de T2, quem sabe, já seria muito bom. E coloca de volta o Root. Red Best foi pego. E vai ser eliminado aqui. De novo o ultimate no Ju, mas agora também já tem a sequência. Robô chega, equalizador no choke point, já tem abate pra cima do Sniper. A Loud encontrou a luta no sacrifício do Red Best. Tá dando tudo certo pra Lauducha. E no choke point, aonde a luta da Loud brilha muito mais, o tapete do Ramp e vai invadindo a base da Izu.
눈치보다 발사하는 게 백미니까
네.
잘 활용도 해주고 위에서 오로라가
양방향
연타가
하두리
커튼콜 일단 알리스타가 최대한 버티고
그러네!
아직
토마의 샷!
아니 그리고 럼블이 와버렸어요.
선수가 펄쩍였기 때문에 안 오죠.
Wave coming in as well. Jojo actually tagged out by Electro Harpoon. Tunnel's doing serious damage now. As Alvaro jumps in, they have to turn and engage. There's between worlds, but Alvaro's so deep. And look, Carter just flashes in under a turret. He goes golden, so he won't die. That was insane play as MCoy get wiped off the map in one fell swoop. Carter just said this has to end.
Army Corps found their moment. 成功被击杀了，在这撞一个羊，这个羊撞起了真猴假猴，加一个香克斯，弗兰朵完成了组合任务，交一个闪现，艾迪想追击，一个沿途斜勾，在晒顶得住吗？在晒交闪回去了，弗兰朵选择了往反方向拉扯，给自己的队友争取时间，自己被击赢了，这波摊弹急了，直接给了 Rookie 的中亚开得很果断，闪现踩住之后 Rookie 来了，一个大招，再拉中府4杀，有没有5杀？嘎啦，让一下，嘎啦，这个。这应该是全世界范围内这个英雄的第一次5杀，
有嘎啦完成了。这一波团战感觉 A 有点差，最后他的那个猴子的进场，进去的一瞬间被定了。
locked in for game number 3 because the DN Automotive Freaks were able to battle back in game number 2. It's a good heaping session of the Rise group. You know it. You love it. Game 3 underway.
Why are you so hyped for a bro loss? It's kind of weird.
Yeah, also shortest decade I've ever seen as the decade of Closer comes to an end.
I just want to make it very clear, okay? I don't want to be misquoted. I never said it was the year of Closer. I said it's Closer's best individual year, okay? Closer's best individual year.
No, Wolf, unfortunately, you said year of Closer.
Year of Closer.
That's what we're all saying that you said, so you're just stuck with this
Best
now.
individual year.
All right.
Not best individual game 2.
Not necessarily a great draft if you believe in stats here, because it's 5-0 now. 5-0 when Wukong also plays with Annie, and you take a look at the overall win rate of those two champs here in the LCK in both groups. 22-8 for Wukong, 12-6 for Annie, 66 win percent, and that's the lower one.
And I actually do think there are counters to Wukong, but we are pretending it don't exist, so we're just picking like Vi and stuff like this. Like, can we not? There are actual counters, you know, and I know that they're not at the forefront of the meta right now. There are champions like Zarya comes to mind, Kindred's another, and we need to start punishing this Wukong because we could punish other champions. We've punished Trundle blinds. Stop picking stuff that Wukong does really well to, which is short AD, hard engaged junglers. Please.
Yeah. I mean, the Lucian was a fairly risky pick, but when you have this much setup, it's just kind of guaranteed to pop off if you don't make a big mistake. And once the Lucian train gets rolling, there's no breaks.
Well, Life has been playing the role of the super sub here for the DN Automotive Freaks lately, and yet again, he does wonders in the early game. So does the rest of the DN Automotive Freaks, which is our first highlight because they've had some clean dives with some help from the bros.
Remember, they could have flexed the Aurora, but they opted to go for this Gwen pick instead, and it unfortunately did not work out. Got hard focused, and this teleport choice from Morgan while everyone stays around and there's still a wave here, it reminds me of the old lane swap meta where people learned not to TP in when there's 4 people in their lane. Morgan did not. This was a big problem.
To me, this game was both a showcase of DNF getting so much better compared to round 1 and 2. Because the DNF of round 1 and 2 would not have won this game. They wouldn't have made these dives. I think the team has really improved. It's also a stark reminder of Bro when they're losing. Because the decision-making by almost every single member on the team was just Closer, and Morgan in particular really struggled. But we even had Hype going in way too early on a lot of plays. Just doesn't really hit the mark. I think Life actually ended up having a great performance. The proactive level of play from DNF was great, but we also need to be honest, bros. There were a lot of kills that were not you know, taken by DNF, but they were handed over graciously by Bro.
And we have a pretty good example of that here in highlight number 2 here at the Otacon.
Oh boy. I mean, look, this setup for Otacon for DNF is not great because they have no way to really turn, right? Like when they get the initial setup here, obviously fight's good, but when you have the setup the way that they have it here on the top of Otacon, it makes it really easy for Bro to actually find an engage angle. I feel like the only way Bro can mess this up is if Hype goes in alone.
They use a lot there, right? Like a lot of big ults are gone, which means that there should be an opportunity. Croco setting up a really nice flank angle.
Oh, no.
Why were we Valkyrieing in?
Falked in.
We Falk in!
This is where DNF are at their strongest, is the top fight, or the top side of the Otacon. And yes, you want to be able to join, but let the engage happen first so you can follow up.
We have Gwen with ult. We have Vi with ult and Flash. We have Alistair with Flash. And I want to be very upfront. At that point, the bros had already put themselves in a disadvantageous position. So I understand why they want to go for a Hail Mary play. But yeah, that
they had the tools for a big comeback angle there. They really did. Like, the angle was so good on the flank, and Hype just went in.
That's the one objective where magic can happen.
Well, you know what magically did happen? I'm sure Hype has just been a big fan of the global broadcast and trying to figure out new terms to come up with, and so he came up with a new one. It's called Bronation. When you donate your kill on over. So
I'm not going to make that a thing.
We're making it a thing.
No.
I need a way to cope with what happened there. And it was Bronation.
I think it was a missed opportunity, Degon.
Wolf doesn't like this one either. Wolf, you said you're a closer.
Of bro supporters, okay?
I'm coping. We're just doing games for the entertainment.
I think it sounds like the name of a fandom. I actually love it as the fandom name.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Just
I
not
want
for
to get. I want to
donation.
see if my passport's good for the Bro Nation. I'm gonna take a trip there.
Guess what?
They give me a 90-day
Everyone's
visa, man. I'm
welcome.
gonna hang out. That's my
Everyone's a
option,
Bro fan.
baby. Yeah.
Even Bro antis, they're like, it's fine. You know, you arrive and they're like, get in here, no problem.
Well,
Did you pay Bro tax?
That's what it was. No bro tax.
I'm just happy
forgot
that
to-
DNF are playing proactively and they're taking lane leads and turning them into wins. This
Yeah.
team, I know they're mathematically eliminated, doesn't matter. I'm still happy that they are showing progression week by week.
And again, the fans, every time they win, you saw at the very end how much it means to all of them, how much the smiles come on their faces when they get the victory here for the DN Automotive Freaks. It makes me happy.
Pioshik there on screen, he's been a huge part of this resurgence of this team. Sure, we've had some subs in the support role, but it's Pioshik who's actually really snowballing these advantages in lane into big wins for DNF.
All right, 1-1 the score here. The Bros need this victory to keep in that playoff hunt. The DN Automotive Freaks doing it for fun. Let's see how it goes here in game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm also a bit of a disbeliever in the Bro Nation because I'm a member of the Bro Nation. So I don't think so. Maybe Hype was just going for one that was pro Brono. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
it's a freebie.
Think about it this way, right? If Bro win this matchup, then they will have a 3-series lead on DRX. And I think at that point, it starts to become very difficult for DRX, and it becomes hard to see them making it. Whereas if we have this situation where, you know, maybe if Bro loses series, it's a closer race.
True.
It's more exciting for the fans.
Exactly.
Very generous.
They are basically here for the drama.
Yep.
That's what they're here to give us, and we will lose out on a lot of drama if the Bros win this series, which they still might do. They will move back over to the blue side, but this is game 3. There are a lot of picks that have been snapped up. We had Yunara, Varus, Azir in game 1, Trundle as well. Lots of high priority picks. Then we got rid of Rumble, Aurora, and the Gwen in game number 2. Not to mention Wukong and Vi that have been very high priority. Now, the Xin Zhao, massive priority. Talia, huge. Ambessa there as well for both Dudu and Morgan. It has been a big favorite of theirs. And Orianna Pantheon are definitely going to get banned. Let's see what is going to be going away first. It will be the Orianna. Pantheon will be the answering ban. I almost guarantee it.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've had some high prio jungle bans, so jungle is taken away by Fearless, there was a lot of jungle bans. So I imagine we'll see those continue.
Yep.
Just on the fact that, especially in game 3, you don't want to leave those open. You don't want to let someone get, as you said, Xin Zhao when Trundle's already been taken away, when Wukong's already been taken away, or like the Pantheon. I think the Talia definitely a standout as well later on in this draft. It'll be interesting to see what's sort of prioritized, though, early on with so many picks taken away.
Yeah, this is the interesting part, is what do you actually get your hands on once these bans will come through? The Xin Zhao, I think Poppy, Talia need to be addressed. Otherwise, they could be snapped up. There is the Talia ban to come on through. And Pioshik, you can see a little bit of stress here, but they have kept themselves alive in this series. There are both of those champions that I was just talking about. The Ambessa might make sense as the final ban. That would be just exactly the same champions ban that we saw in game number 2. And that means that we will have just a fresh draft without any of the champions that we saw picked in the last game up and available. Just have to see whether they do decide to take away the Ambessa or whether it's going to be something else that they now deem a little bit more important. And there is the Jarvan instead.
Maybe suggesting they want to go towards a Sivir, you know?
Yeah.
So I wonder if Bro are aware of that.
Nico also up and available, another high priority pick.
Yeah. I definitely feel like I just get the vibe that this is going to lean a little bit towards more scaling compositions, a lot of these picks taken away. Especially with so many top laners gone, maybe we end up in a scenario with a lot of the tanks being picked up.
Yep.
Definitely something that Morgan could lean towards. That being said, the Ambessa's still there, and they really look into Prio. They first pick that, immediately lock it in. But if a throwdown towards the DM Freaks here, Morgan feeling very confident.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so Nico being considered. I think the Sivir priority should be pretty high. Like you mentioned, the Jarvan does give away the fact that they would like to head that direction. And Nico going to be the first cab off the rank, perhaps, is never mind. That'd be an extremely early Kai'Sa pick if they do decide to lock that one away. But instead, Nico going to be the decision first up. We'll see where they go afterwards.
Definitely feels like snapping up some of these picks that are left available and open that we wouldn't typically see as much high prior on normally. And it looks like it could just be that Nico Kai'Sa lane. So Berserker and Life, having had a good matchup last time in the 2v2, are like, no, we want to prioritize, have a really strong bot duo. Even though the 2v2 of like the Kai'Sa isn't that great, I feel like the Nico is one of the better pairings because you are a ranged pick.
Yep.
Kind of give some strength in that 2v2 and just ensuring you have a strong combo when you get to the 5v5s. But you can pick things into this that give it a hard time, you know?
Yeah. The karma value is now very high.
Siva Karma would be a rough matchup to play into in the lane, so we'll see what they opt to go for.
Keeps things pretty interesting as well, because then we get another round of bans where junglers could go away, where solo lanes could go away.
I find it really weird that they ban the Jarvan and then they pick this and it kind of sets up for like the Siva Karma being really high value.
Yeah, Kai'Sa really doesn't care about Jarvan that much.
In fact, Kai'Sa appreciates Jarvan.
Yeah. And Pyojik is certainly a jungler that can make things happen on the Jarvan as well, known for early aggression. So, bit of a weird one. Jhin Karma gives me a lot less happiness. You saw Hype's face there on the camera as well, and kind of mirrors how I'm feeling about it. Just nonplussed.
It's still a strong lane though. Still gives a lot of pressure onto the Kai'Sa Nico. I think if Kai'Sa Nico gets into the team fights, a lot of dive potential, a lot of threat, but in the 2v2 you're going to have a rough time. And there's going to be a lot of pressure. So I think Bro, having played the Corki Alistair and been on a rough receiving end, are like, no, we need something to make sure to ensure we have a strong laning phase. We do see the Rise locked in, which kind of crazy to have the Rise, you know, in the game 3.
Yeah.
So many things taken away. And then Bulldog snapping that one up and then being able to go through the next round of bans as well. Taking away the Cassiopeia, which is something Closer's played a lot.
He does like it.
So I think Bulldog feeling very happy being able to snap that one up.
And now Jungler is going to be banned away on the side of OK Man Brion. Another mid lane, possibly, just to be taken off the board here. Maybe a Victor to be removed from Closer, although I don't really associate Closer as a Victor player. Will be the Galio instead. But I don't really like Galio with Bro's comp. I think they want more damage if they can find it.
Yeah, also you don't really have the setup for the Galio.
Yeah.
Like, I think Galio really, you want to have like a support who goes in and then you ult on top. A jungler can also serve that, but a lot of those junglers are picks like Jarvan or Wukong who aren't available, so...
what about Gragas jungle?
We haven't seen...
Does he jungle anymore?
I mean, he can, but I just feel like not really seeing him that much in this meta.
Because I just want Yasuo. That's
oh, you want Gragas Yasuo?
That's what I want.
Yeah. I mean, you could. Maybe Diana Yasuo.
Oh, there you go. I don't know whether that's going to happen either. The Dusante,
so.
A consideration here, and can be a little bit of a rough one into the Ambessa, but we know that Dudu is fantastic on this champion. So pretty stable draft so far here for the DN Freaks. As where are we going, bro? What is this draft going to look like? Are they going to pick Yasuo? They're probably not. I don't know whether it's a good idea here. As I feel like Nico does a number on his engage attempts anyway.
I mean, do we see something like... It looks like they're just going to go for the Victor that you were talking about. Again, not a pick we definitely associate with Closer, but one they're going to take. And then the Skarner. So... Ooh. I was thinking maybe they go for something more aggressive, maybe like Ari Viego or something like that. They go for something very much front to back.
That's Hecarim.
That is Hecarim.
Okay, well, Pyojik is going to be riding the horse. Let's see how it goes. Was Hecarim... He was buffed a little on this patch, was he not? Or was that the previous one?
I don't think on this one.
I think something happened to him relatively recently. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just getting my patch notes mixed up. No, I don't think so. Having a look over it right now just briefly. I mean, no, his E cooldown was actually lowered by a decent margin.
Wait, on this
4
patch?
seconds. Yeah.
Oh.
Unless this is, I'm like looking at ARAM changes. No, that is actually ARAM changes.
What are you looking at?
I scrolled too fast, okay?
You know what I'm slightly worried about?
I know you're a huge ARAM fan.
You know what I'm slightly worried about?
What?
What if Pyojik also looked at the ARAM?
Oh no! He's like, man, I really don't have my cool. It's supposed to be 4 seconds earlier than this.
Yeah.
I would be the same. I'm glad I picked that up, though, because that would have been a very embarrassing situation there. And so that's obviously what I read, and unfortunately, it's irrelevant right here. But for that ARAM enjoyer guy that's always in chat, he's pretty psyched about checking out some Hecarim. Just don't expect the cooldowns to be quite as good as your experience. But yeah, haven't seen Hecarim in a while. Looking forward to seeing how it goes for Pyoshik here as we dive into the Rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
I'm a bit sad that we don't also get a Malphite, because you don't get to complete the ultimate trio as the Unstoppable Force, the Unstoppable Onslaught, and the Onslaught of Shadows. It's just a lot of things that are just doing unstoppable and onslaughting stuff.
Yeah.
With those three.
I'm a little worried about...
What are we worried about?
DNF composition.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit worried, but, you know, I'm ready for the Hecarim vibes.
What could possibly go wrong? We do have to go back and have a bit of a discussion about some things, some whoopsies that have happened with Hecarims in the past.
Oh, no.
Now, Hecarim is an equine champion.
Yeah.
Meaning that generally runs faster than a lot of the other champions. There is a good thing in the fact that there's a Realm Warp available for Bulldog. There is also the Killer Instinct from Berserker. So theoretically there's follow-up, but what Hecarims tend to do is go in and wonder where their team is.
Yeah. I mean, at least the Kai'Sa and the Nico will hopefully be there to follow up, but the thing is, you know, especially into like Karma, Jin, Victor, I feel like they can do a decent job of kind of cutting you out, unless you find a good angle. And also, if the Jin is just miles away and you're like, I'm going to charge him down, you can end up in a really bad spot. So, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think Hecarim definitely a momentum-based champion, you know, can clear very fast. And I think we've all seen those games where Hecarim just feels unkillable.
Yeah.
And just a menace who can't be stopped. And then we've seen the games where he just gets one-shot. So, obviously, Pyoshik hoping for the former.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. As right now, the Bros just very happy about where the lane state is in this bottom lane this time around. Blue side has just been better at getting a hold of the lane, as we've seen in both of our games so far. So, good news for Bro fans, as we are grasping a lot here towards the top side of the map on the Bros side of things. Pyoshik taking the phase rush, as is customary, as Genji was the last one to play this against Pyoshik.
Yeah.
Many years ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's like, what, almost 4 years? Kind of crazy. So let's see whether Pyoshik can channel some peanut here. As 3 Kaisers, my goodness, it's too many Kaisers, I think, in that bottom lane. Just playing all-for-one all of a sudden. Was I checking the all-for-one stats, maybe?
Maybe.
It's the wrong patch notes, definitely.
Keep update on those.
Yep. I think it's Doombots that are coming back sooner, though. So that's
it is. That's hype.
Yep. That's going to be very, very cool.
It has been a long time since... I think it was like 9 years?
Yeah. Like, really, really long time. And I think now, with some adjustments to, you know, how the bots are going to behave, it's going to be a lot of fun. So looking forward to that one. But it's neither here nor there. We're not going to be playing Doombots in the LCK, although maybe we could petition
feels like
Doomsday for some content.
It feels like at times when you're playing against Gen G, it's a little bit like going against Doombots.
Yeah, a little bit. As there is a nice little snare onto Hype. Polu takes a casual turret shot. That is the Karma way. As Lucidity Boots for Pyoshik often is going to be a very early buy, as... Okay, Rise in the Rise group, not exactly working out. It's a little bit sad, isn't it? Because this is the group of Rise.
Yeah.
It feels like it should be good for him. It's almost ironic.
Feels kind of bad for him. You know, I feel like sometimes those stats come up and they just, you know, like last time it felt maybe a bit like, guys, don't worry, we're here for you. The Wukong Annie, you're gonna win anyway. This time it feels a little like, oh, that's not.
Yeah, and like sometimes we don't like bring up stats at all. Like, for example, Bulldog hit his 1,000th assist in the last game. We didn't bring that up.
Oh.
But we could have. Would have been fine. But poor Rise in the Rise group. Oh no, both of those Qs also missed.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
I think I get it now.
Yeah. Yeah, curses are real, as it turns out. Don't bring up the graphic.
He was hitting
Closer,
those.
get the cannon. You're making me anxious. Oh, he did.
He was hitting those cues before the graphic came up, is all I'm going to say.
Exactly.
You know, self-fulfilling prophecy and all that.
Yeah. It's one of those things. At least it's another one in the curses of real column, which is what we are always really banking on. As Hype, Void Seeker is going to come on through there. Nice snare going to connect at the same time, but the answering Q Deadly Flourish is good. All right, bros. We're in a little bit of trouble as Pyosik already cantering in there. Does get the pushback onto Hype, who goes down exceedingly low as Polu trying to keep Bulldog in position, but the turtle port from Closer just takes a billion years to get him there.
It's so funny every time I see those early teleports, and it's just like, guys, I'm coming.
Yeah, just wait any minute now.
Any minute. I think teams have gotten so used to it that they just don't care when they say, oh no.
Yep. Croco is driving in, looking to try and lock down Dudu here. Will be able to throw a rock at him. He goes all out and does flash away.
Okay.
As Morgan, I think, was thinking about a bit of a public execution angle, but doesn't find one there onto Dudu.
Probably not when he's that close to the tower now, so. But yeah, I mean, Dudu evades the gang pretty good. But yeah, this was really well played. TP comes in, they're not threatened at all. They look for Hype specifically, they're like, we want to kill the AD carry, deny him. Unfortunately, as Nico gets it, but I like they just kind of leave it. They know that the Q is going to finish it off.
Croco is almost dead in the mid lane. We saw that picture-in-picture was kind of snared under the turret. Life has been hitting so many of these Tangle Barbs.
Yep. Oh, Pyosik looking.
Yeah. As Closer just going to flash away. Doesn't want anything to do with this horse right now. And I don't really blame him. Always makes me think of Sleepy Hollow. Did you like that film? I was a big fan of that one.
I did not see that film.
It was pretty cool. It was where Christopher Walken was a headless horseman, which was great.
It's ironic that he's called Christopher Walken.
Yeah, I know.
He wasn't really walking.
Well, I mean, actually, all he was doing was walking.
Oh.
Because he couldn't do very much talking. Then
I thought he would have been riding, though.
He does, well, yeah, actually,
Yeah.
he did do a fair bit of riding. He did walk as well, but definitely didn't talk very much. Which is like...
So he's not Christopher Tolkien?
No, he wasn't. He certainly was. And Christopher Walken is certainly one for like pretty iconic talking as well.
Yeah.
So the fact that he wasn't doing very much of that was just... I feel like it's a bit of a waste of that incredible accent, but what can you do? Still, great film. If you haven't seen it, certainly give that one a go. After our next series and this one, because of course we do have T1 versus HLE coming up after this, and that is going to be a banger. As hopefully HLE have improved at least enough to bring us to 3 games.
Yeah, normally the main event comes second, but obviously we put it first.
We put it first this time around, yeah.
Yeah, and then the...
We did it yesterday, though, where our Rise Group extravaganza happened the second time, and I think a lot of people were pretty tired and weren't ready for it, and then it was as magnificent as it was.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Yeah.
So we put it first this time. As Croco going to be able to take one of these grubs. There is Pyosik going in, but the gravity field was pretty good. Immediate use of the Impale onto Pyosik, but the answering damage is going to be there from DNF as Hype. Not really doing too much. Does have a 4th bullet, doesn't really do much with it. And then crash into the wall there, but unfortunately is going to die midair as the disengage cone tries to come in. And DNF off to a great start. Feats of Warfare coming on through.
And you know what, Pyosik? He's just kind of vibing. He just rides in, tanks everything with his W, soaks up a load of damage, doesn't die, picks up the honey fruit, and his team kind of clean up. It's just working.
This horse, man, it's doing some things. Let's have a look at this one more time. And I was worried that the follow-up wasn't quite going to be there in time, but of course, Kai'Sa has Killer Instinct, so in she comes.
I thought he was going to die as well. He took a lot of damage, but they just didn't do enough. And you see like the ult from Closer comes out, but Pyosik's already done his job. The rest of them are just pushing forward, cleaning up, and I think the fact that Closer ulted to try finish Pyosik was a mistake. If he had that ult for those other members, I think maybe he could have done more there.
Oh, that's annoying. Morgan just going to have to dash away. A huge scream from the crowd as well, as the DNF fans are going bananas. Very, very good to see. And they are looking to try and close this one out. As, like you mentioned earlier on, means a lot for the drama of the Rise Group if this win does come on in. Because also the Bros are actually able to, I think, almost equalize with B&K Fear X with a victory over the DN Freaks in this series right here.
Oh, then no, there'd still be a series down.
Still a series down? Okay.
But
so they're really far away if they lose this series.
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like, but if they win it, you know, they would be 3 series ahead of DRX when there's really just not that many series left. So, but a win for DNF here, DRX fans would very much appreciate.
Yep, and it's once again Berserker with the big lead.
Yeah.
So comes on over to help out, taking this first Hextech Dragon. Chemtech going to be the next one off the table. No Chemtech Drakes so far today, Orcs. I'm very proud of you.
I'm doing my best.
Doing a great job. As closer, we'll be able to catch this wave. Not quite able to do as much as... Oh, Bulldog's going to miss a cannon. That's fine.
It's fine.
Just giving a little back here to the one member of Bro who is doing a decent job. Of course, the same can be said for Morgan, who is just kind of dealing with Dudu, dancing around this top side.
I think with how things are going so far, this is a great start, you know?
Oh yeah.
I've had great starts for DNF before that have kind of backfired, but at the end of the day, Berserker being fed, always a good omen for this team.
Not to mention the fact that this bottom lane was highly prioritized in the draft, and they're benefiting from it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they had a rough lane, right? They got bullied out, but they weathered the storm, and now they're ahead. And you pick the Kai'Sa and Nico for what they really offer in team fights. It is such a strong duo for team fighting presence. And they got out the lane, they managed to navigate that. Now, Croco is looking for a gank here, but Pioshik's also in the area.
Yeah, let's see whether Croco can actually find an angle, as Deadly Flourish will be avoided. Life, quick on his feet. And Polo and Hype going to be able to clear out this ward quite nicely. Pioshik realizing there's not quite an angle, he's going to look for a little bit of a reset, as the same thing can be said for the DN Freaks.
And it's just a trade of heals. You can see how cautious Pro were about committing too heavily to that plate. You know, Croco doesn't even look for like an ult in or something like that. Just very aware that if Pioshik's there, if he comes with a counter gank, it is game over.
Oh yeah. Well, Morgan with a bit of a health advantage here, but you can see Dudu is doing just fine up here. The dancing around these buttons that Dudu is throwing out, though, is pretty impressive out of Morgan. Well, at least give him that. Hasn't been hit by too much. As Polo comes on over, oh dear, taking the rise for a walk, gets the flash out. As a little bit of an overstep, you could say. All out, now invested here by Dudu. It's a public execution up and available for Morgan if he'd like to press that button. Let's see whether he does go for it here. Looks like it's not going to be the thing. As dash around for Dudu once again, able to get a fair bit of damage with the last few moments of the all out.
Yeah, you can see Dudu stepped up to get the plate, and then Morgan was trying to find an angle.
Oh dear, the Rune Prison does come on through, and actually Pioshik able to avoid Croco Pop Blossom, and down goes the victor. Life is actually just the savior of DNF today.
Oh, he is, and Pioshik had such a great setup on that play to just bounce him and kind of redirect Closer into his waiting support. Really well played there, and another kill for DNF, 2,500 gold lead.
This is just getting out of control.
Yeah, they're in such a good spot right now. And the thing is, Bro's composition, I feel like they're going to be waiting so long for this Victor to come online. I mean, we see here, Pioshik makes his way in, knocks into him, and then ults as well to once again just fear him straight into life.
Yeah, Croco couldn't actually land any sort of pushback or anything like that as well, because Pioshik is so incredibly mobile.
And Closer had flash, didn't even get a chance to use it.
Well, at least he now has it if he's ganked again. So there's that. But as you can see, with this gold difference, it is just DNF getting further and further ahead.
And because life is 202, he has the rocket belt already.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a scary Nico.
It's such a nice item to have on Nico because it makes your engages so much easier to get, especially if you don't have flash. Like being able to rocket belt when you're setting up your ult. But also that item just has a ton of health on it, so you're actually so much more durable when you have that.
He's feeling fantastic with the situation right now. Closer did manage to hit the Rod of Ages a lot earlier. You can see that Bulldog still doesn't even have his yet. But that is about the end of the good news, because also Closer needs to build into like 2 items at least, I think.
Yeah, it also feels like if you look at the items, it's kind of like Closer finished his Rod of Ages as soon as possible, whereas like Bulldog's
got some shoes.
Stalling it out to try and get like the later level up, you know? We sometimes see our mid laners go for that, because I think with Rise, especially, you get like the 15 to 16 level up, then you're feeling really fantastic.
Yep. Hype not caught reloading, able to get all of these minions. That's good to see. But we're clutching at straws if that's all the positives that we can find. Second Drake going to be up in 30 seconds. And maybe the bros, they need their Lord to save them. Right now, he does have level 11, so has an extra point in that ulti as he is putting that Essence Reaver to work.
It does help a lot because you get the armor pen from
Yeah.
the points in your ultimate, so especially into a tank matchup, it does make a big difference, even if you're not necessarily using the ult in the 1v1.
All right, now you've got feats of strength on the line here for DNF if they do manage to take this Rift Herald. And it looks like it's not going to be contested as Polo is moving in. Hype finds Berserker, or does Berserker find Hype? As that is so much damage. Croco just moving in. It is going to be a smite fight, and it's won here by the Scorpion, who just walks over, picks up the eye. I don't think he's making it out, but at least manages to steal away the objectives. There's at least that. As Deadly Flourish here from Hype is going to be able to continue clearing out the wave. Highway robbery.
I think all things considered, Bro will take that. You know, they get the objective, they secure it. Yes, Croco goes down, but as you said, kind of a bit of a crazy one that he's able to slide in and steal that away.
Also got, like, he's got 36 Heartsteel stacks as well, so there you go. Hype, I mean, he is dead if Polo isn't there, so thankfully Polo is there.
Yeah. This Jhin is not feeling too intimidating right now.
No, it's not quite the Jhin we saw yesterday, which was doing a lot of damage. This one, not so much. DNF just looking to grab the feats of strength. There it is. Dragon does go down. They'll also look for the first turret, as the bros are at least able to move on in here. Another Cloud Soul, 2 in a row. You'd love to see it. And that is going to be the wave cleared out here by Closer.
Oh, Cloud Soul with Hecarim?
Oh dear, Bulldog could be in a little bit of trouble as Croco pushes him over. Life is in trouble, but he finds the Pop Blossom angle only onto one, but it's the most important one. The flashback does come on through, and Berserker turns up in the nick of time. Croco looks for the angle there as Pioshik kills the turret before it gets to take him down, and DNF, they can do no wrong in this game.
Beautiful answer back there, and that play, that's a difference between having the rocket belt and not. Life able to catch Closer, and the follow-up, the cleanup is there. The setup is great, and now it's a 5,000 gold lead for DNF in this game. They're in a fantastic position. And you know, it was such a break between their first and second series wins. It's not been long since their second, we might be getting another.
Exactly. This DNF are looking terrifying right now.
I mean, this is the biggest win Bro got in this game so far, was Croco dying to get the Herald.
Yeah.
And here, so Life retreats into the brush, gets out of vision, and then he goes for the ult, but they expect it, so they kite back, but the rocket belt means he catches Closer, catches Polo, gets the root afterwards.
Yeah, Polo actually walked in afterwards, which is not super great. And this could have been a good impale, but unfortunately they got so much damage down onto the turret that they just kill it. And so it doesn't really do anything at all. Oh man, DNF, I mean, I'm not gonna say, like, it's the Rise group, right? So we're not gonna call anything. However, this is looking similar to their last series.
All I'm gonna say is, maybe some of the teams are pretty lucky that DNF can't qualify for Worlds anymore.
Exactly. All of the other regions are like, oh, thank goodness. We don't have to deal with this.
Maybe our region too, you know.
Well, I mean, that's true, but everyone looking on is like, wow, we dodged this bullet.
Yeah.
Could have been coming our way. Well, Realm Warp going to come on through there as the Void Seeker is going to connect. Bulldog just going to be turning up by himself, but that will guarantee this outer turret. That's what DNF needs to do. Take incremental advantages, use the power that they have of those wallets, no overextensions. Looking real good so far. And Polo desperately just trying to get any semblance of control. And remember, he's playing Karma, so when you fall behind, getting vision becomes so difficult.
Yeah. Morgan still doing pretty good in the 1v1, and that is it. That's the only selling point. That's
yep. Thanks for the gold comes up here and says, you're exactly right, Orcs.
Yeah, he's still
look at the top number. If you just cover the red numbers, looking good for the bros.
Guys, if you want to know where your bro tax is going, that's where.
Yeah, it's going straight to the Lord. He is not given much out to his people at this point in time.
Yeah.
He'd like to, but unfortunately it's slim pickings at the moment.
Which I don't think you can really blame him for, because, you know, if we're blaming anyone for the bro tax, it's the people who may or may may not be contributing. So
Yeah, it's like, I mean, if you start donating now, it could be that they have a miraculous comeback.
they've come back from bigger deficits.
Exactly.
Is all I'm saying.
Against this team, the last time they met, in fact. It was relatively close. DNF get to show us some character progression, though. And with a clean closeout of this game, as well as the second one, could really show some growth as Pyosik just dives onto Otacon.
Okay, a little bit concerning, because if they get the Otacon here, they have a huge gold lead.
Well, I mean, there's not a whole lot of anyone being able to see anything at all.
There's a good chance we don't get... The game might end before the Cloud Soul. And I personally, I don't know about you, Max, but I kind of want to see Hecarim with Cloud Soul in my LCK
that's
game.
a very fast horsey.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're all here for.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just comes down to movement speed scaling in the end. As Life is going to have his back stopped. That's an attempt from the Bros to get some sort of tempo back here, as there's that Rift Herald that they sacrificed Croco for.
Let's see if it gets the value they were hoping for. Yeah?
It won't.
Yeah,
Well, it is instead transformed into 25 gold for Pyosik.
Maybe that's what they were hoping to get.
Perhaps, yes. Well, it's a 6.6k gold lead. And the Rift Herald apparently was not worth taking in the end.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, maybe it's worth more in a less practical sense and more in a just, we got it.
Look, it was, I always like to say about these things, it was a zoning Rift Herald.
Ah, I like it.
Yeah.
Because it let Bro get in position for this Drake.
No.
Ah.
If you look, Croco's actually clearing his camp, so it zoned DNF away.
Look at this.
Oh, the Realm Warp.
Huge tempo play.
Oh.
And there are no Bros to speak of. There is 2 teleports available, but they are just going to lose this inner turret.
They didn't want that tier 2 tower anyway.
No, tier 2 turrets aren't necessary. As Close is like, well, thanks for the huge stacked wave, guys. Haha. Checkmate. It's now a bigger lead. And DNF, this was a composition that was also just going to look better and better as this game goes on, especially if they can snowball it. They have a true tank for all that top side of the map.
I think the thing that I was the most worried about was probably the Hecarim, because I feel like the champ is quite feast or famine, and he is feasting. So
he is definitely feasting.
He is in a great spot. Also has the upgraded boots, so extra movement speed there. Just a lot of movement speed, a lot of zoom in.
Yeah.
4 minutes till that Cloud Soul. I'm hoping, I'm praying, it needs to happen.
Well, DNF have an opportunity to do it. What they should have done, though, was give up the first 2 Drakes so that they could have the quad stack.
Oh.
That would have been pretty sick. Of course, Double Dragon is pretty good.
That'd be in the tech.
Yep. All right, Pyosik is just trying to be frustrating. Not able to take down that control ward, as we can see. As in goes Life, just going to be bothering Morgan momentarily with that Shape Splitter. And the Bros will eventually have to do something, right?
You say that. We've had games... This is like old school, bro. You know, the time when they would kind of just fall behind and not much would happen?
Do you know what's the really sad part?
What?
Umpty's on the desk today.
Oh.
He's here. The General is actually here to give the Bros his energy. But, it's not the type of energy that they needed in this one.
Maybe it worked in the other direction, because Umpty knows all about, you know...
Yeah, some of the pitfalls.
But also the DNF vibes of, you know, you're out,
yeah,
not down.
That's true.
And they come back and...
Maybe he's just feeding the flames of DNF right now.
Yeah.
As Berserker just able to supercharge his way out of any trouble.
Underdog energy, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
Because right now, coming in this series, bro, were the overdogs.
They were. And DNF have Bulldog, so quite a few dogs, as well as horses. It's, yeah, old MacDonald had a farm and all that sort of stuff. A dog's not necessarily a huge necessity in a farm. Actually, no, they are.
They're pretty
important.
dogs,
very important, aren't they? Yes.
Yeah, I would say so. Plus also, you know, companionship.
True. All right, well, the Bros have continued to do not a whole lot. And the gold lead is still 7.4k. If it stays at 7.4k and we get to 60 minutes,
yeah, that feels
guess
better.
What? It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not fine.
Just keep farming.
Yeah.
Keep farming.
If your Nexus stays alive forever, you still haven't lost the game.
Yeah. You know, remember that? Wasn't there that game where like Nexus Blitz, where if the game goes on too long, the Nexus is like get up and like run at each other?
I don't remember that.
Maybe bro, just hoping that happens eventually. If the game goes on long enough, the Nexus.
There's only one way to find out.
The Nexus will just rise up.
Yep.
And just start walking at DNF and help them out a little bit.
Hopefully, it's better than the Rift Herald from earlier.
I feel like it'd probably go down the same.
Yeah. All right, well, there's a shape-splitting Nico. Life just being annoying once again, landing all the buttons.
I mean, Pioshik's also super far ahead in farm.
Yeah.
They're all looking towards the Baron. And bro are just trying to like scan out brushes. It's so scary. It's very spooky.
I want to see Morgan involved. That's what I want to see. He's even, kinda. Still ahead a bit. All right, this is gonna get spotted immediately. And they have this cheeky little ward that Bulldog is standing on, but this Baron is still going down. There's the flash forward, the Impale, just to try and pick up Bulldog, but he flashes away. The Pop Blossom picks up two, but they've taken down the Rise already. Morgan still looking for a bit of an angle here as Pioshik looking to run his way out. Dudu going to get taken for a walk here as he is snared up. There's a nice double knockback, and the Dusante is popping off. He takes down the Victor, and now he's looking for more. Morgan's ult just goes nowhere, but he's still able to do the damage. Never mind. It's Berserker that locks him down in the end, and Polu is the product of a potential quadra kill, but it doesn't actually come through as Pioshik locks that one up for the ace, and DN Freaks not going to be routed this time.
The cleanup comes through. The Baron bait successful. We denied the Cloud Soul Hecarim, but I don't think DNF care. The third series win going to come through. I think
this, yeah? Go back. The Drake's up. The Drake's up, guys. It's time for super fast Hecarim. We need it. Never mind. We're not going to get it. The Nexus turrets are going to go down. There are 6 seconds on Croco and Closer, but they are just going to be spectators as this Nexus goes down, and the DN Freaks pick up another one.
And honestly, super convincing, I would say. Bro have looked like a force to be reckoned with in the Rise group, and DNF looked significantly better today. And in some ways, it's bittersweet because you think if DNF, because they have been improving, if they were playing at this level, maybe we could have seen them be competitive, make it into...
It's palm time.
Yeah, make it into play-ins.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they're showing some good performances, and the fans definitely excited about it.
The fans are going nuts today. Like, this is, like, one of the biggest turnouts that we've had for the DN Freaks. Like, look at this guy. I mean, he's there every week. Never mind. He lives and breathes the DN Freaks, as we can see. Signed jersey from everyone as the Dusante reigns supreme once again. And man, the DN Freaks did it. I kind of thought this was going to be the back and forth and blue side wins throughout the series. Doesn't happen. This guy gets on the horse and makes things happen. Rapid Star pretty happy with how his jungler performed today.
I mean, as he should be. I mean, Pioshik's just had a pretty fantastic day. I mean, the fact he brought out the Hecarim, had a great performance on it. The Wukong as well.
Yeah.
Was really impactful on that. I think Life too.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's where the POM is, right? Is it going to be Pioshik with the crazy picks, also the great angles in the early game, or is it Life just turning up and winning back-to-back games, transforming this bottom lane as well?
Life's just like, it feels like the super sub.
Yeah.
It's crazy that this guy was on this roster for the whole season, and they've struggled, and then now it just feels like they sub him and they're revitalized. And that's no shade at all on Quantum, but it just feels like Life, the pressure's not there anymore, and we're just seeing what we know this player could do before, and they've struggled to replicate, and now I think that's it. We've seen this time and time before when the pressure of competing, of trying to qualify is gone. Suddenly it just feels like we see what we know these players could do, but wasn't really coming together. And I think it's just reminding us of what we said so many times before, that these players are all capable of more than what they're showing.
Yeah, you might be the worst player in the the worst team in the LCK, but you are still in the LCK. And all of these teams deserve respect, as the Bros weren't able to do it in this one. The DN Freaks, they knew exactly what they wanted. Remember, they locked in this bottom lane immediately. They had a plan, they played to it. And one thing I do want to say is that the Victor Skarner situation is something that I don't want to see from the Bros again. That is something that I think Chovy and Canyon can get done, but it's not something that Closer and Croco are going to thrive on.
I don't think it fits them. I don't think it gave me huge confidence here, but I just don't think it fits them.
Yeah.
I think it's the main thing. I think, especially Croco has just been such a driving force for this team. And I think putting him on Skarner, he just seemed so behind the pace compared to this horse he was charging about. And you know, Pyosik just kind of ran him around the map.
Yep. And, oh wait, no, so it has to be a live POM, right? Because he didn't lose a game. It was in fact only Quantum, so he's the only member of the team that didn't lose.
I mean, it depends by what metric you're going by. I think that's what I was deliberating.
Yeah.
I think they're both great choices.
I think it makes it obvious though.
I'm going to be honest, Max, you said this so many times before.
Yeah, I know, and I've got it wrong. There's a reason why my vote was taken away.
Here's one thing I'm going to say.
What's that?
I think...
Wait, does Berserker just get it for the boom boom?
Just because a POM is in a certain direction, and you win the same as that, what the overall POM winner is, that doesn't mean you're wrong.
That is true.
Okay, so
that just means that a lot of people were wrong.
No, but I mean, there can be two good options, and then even if the other one wins, that doesn't mean that your vote was wrong.
Oh.
But on some days, there is a wrong vote.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But I think both Pyosik and Life are correct votes.
Those are good ones. Berserker having a very good performance on this Kai'Sa, but I think a lot of it was due to the supporting cast allowing him to perform, and he absolutely did so. Hype's Jhin performance, didn't like it when it was locked in, didn't like it on the Rift. It wasn't really it. I don't know whether it was necessarily his fault or anything like that. The game kind of fell apart around him a lot. They got that one push at the very beginning, and that was the end of the positives, as it turns out. And it's going to be Pyosik. The man on the horse is going to lock it in, and a 9-1-9 Wukong performance is, that'll do it.
I mean, I feel like the Wukong, he was really, like that early gank, set things so heavily in favor. I think both him and Life was such a strong duo together, but I also think like the Hecarim, he was really setting the pace of this one, but I think it was the jungle support duo, super impactful.
Yep, and also was a player in the game the last time Hecarim was played, and then brings it on back again.
He learned from it, he downloaded it.
He did, it just took 4 years to download. So it's not even dial-up.
What are those
at this stage? Yeah, it's like Morse code download speed or something like that. There's someone sitting with the buttons.
There'll be people watching who don't get this. You know what came into the dial-up noise?
Yeah.
In my head.
Every time. And you have to tell your sister to not make any phone calls during the time, as well as you can hear the crowd. They are going ballistic here as Pyosik is making his way out for the interview, getting ready. And we will have that one for you pretty quickly as well. Man, the DN Freaks, this is so much earlier than the last time they found a victory. See whether they can get even more.
You know, that shows character growth.
It does. It does. And the DN Freaks, unfortunately, not going to be making it to the play-ins, but they can make it out of the Rise group with their heads held high. Time for Ji-sun to take it away for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POM interview translation, joined by Pyosik on the side of DN Freaks. Congratulations on the win, Pyosik. Thank you very much. First POM of the season. How do you feel right now? Today, well, it was a bummer that we dropped the first game, but I think we prepped the draft for game 2 and 3 really well, and I think our practice kind of showed in the gameplay as well. I'm very happy with the outcome. I have to mention this. Last time in the round 3 of the LCK regular split, there was a huge comeback victory by Bro when you guys were so close to winning. What kind of mindset did you bring today? Let's not lose when we are having a great lead. That was the motto today for sure. And then I think it actually came true today. I'm so happy. After losing the first game, Life subbed in. I think DNF gained a lot of confidence when it comes to playmaking with life in the roster. What kind of feedback happened after the first game? Ever since round 3, with Odin also joining the coaching staff, on the game days, we should not pay too much time on the feedback, In-game play feedback isn't necessary. We have to focus on the next game, the direction, the drafting. I think that was the main focus. And then in that game too, you went for a level 3 gank on the mid lane as Wukong, and I think that started off the snowball really effectively. In the Annie Aurora matchup, well, I knew that moment Bulldog gets his kill, it would be such an easy laning phase for him. So I saw the angle, and then the follow-up from Bulldog was so on point as well. And then, in Game 3, you locked in Hecarim after 1,132 days. Was that something you guys prepared? I feel like I played it Hecarim when the opponent mid-jungle duo doesn't have any mobility, no dashes. That was something that I was aiming for back in Worlds Finals. And then today, I was able to bring back that memory, and I was like, this is actually a really good Hecarim angle. And that experience really worked well. So it did turn out great in game, right? Yeah, I think everything went very smoothly today, because if Hecarim kind of drops the ball in the middle, he can't really make a comeback. But today, everything went pretty good, so I was able to scale well as the Hecarim. Well, Game 3, yeah, for sure. It was very smooth sailing for DNF. I mean, it was a very dominant success from DNF, starting to winning early and closing out the game very easily. Odin gave me an advice, and he said he trusts me no matter what, and I think that really helped me. In order to have DNF succeed, you have to do well. That was the advice from Odin. He was just telling me to trust my own decision making, and I think that was the key to make things start to click for our team. With this victory, DNF was able to deliver a lot of happiness to the fans in the audience. We have a very packed Low Park today as it's a national holiday. Any message to the DN Freaks fans? I'm very grateful to see still so many teams supporting us, although we cannot make it to the playoffs no more, but we will still give our all until the very end of the LCK split. Please give it up one more time for Piosik, and we will keep on supporting you as well. And that will be the end of the Piosik interview from DN Freaks, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-Sun Derulo, for that POM breakdown, of course, with Mark.
Dance move.
Ji-Sun Derulo.
Nice.
It was a win here for the DN Automotive Freaks. I'm definitely not crying behind this.
How are you feeling, Digon?
I'm happy for the DN Automotive Freak fans. The DN Freaks have showed up week in and week out.
So happy.
And the cheers. Look at my smile. That's here.
I mean, this is what happens when you're a fan of a team. If it was DK that would have lost, you guys would have made fun of me. So we had to. I gotta say though, I do really enjoy seeing DNF beat a team that we kind of expected at the start of the year. I think the expectation for this team was always that there would be a Rise Group team. But they just never really delivered on even that. They were very clearly the worst as, oh my god, he knew?
It was a knower again?
He also
that's crazy.
Has publicly kind of been like, I'm just Predding weird stuff because I'm really far behind in my Pred standings. But he chose this one as his one-off when, they paid off. I was really excited to hear from Piosik about the change in coaching staff and hearing about Odin.
Yeah.
And the fact that Odin, he says, is one of the big reasons why this team has had their resurgence, their return to form. And Piosik saying that he was told, trust your own decision making. I think that's something that the players were not doing for a large part of this year. It's just trusting themselves and communication.
And that happens when you lose a lot and you don't get the positive feedback that wins kind of give you here. Is it's an 11 out of 13, everyone except one of the analysts in Jonas Strong.
I was kind of expecting more of a split vote. I think Pioshik was the no-brainer. I think that Live was the other big vote. We were, or I was personally contemplating as well. We had some discussion.
I think
about
it's a good vote
too, because Live actually did have like 2 great performances, particularly his Nico. I think was a highlight. Berserker, you know, I can see the angle. I didn't actually consider it. But looking at it, you know, it's a Jonas Strong classic. I think the team as a whole, though, played really well today. Everyone had their moments. I think even Bulldog looked decently better, but particularly Dudu in that final fight actually popped off. And Dusantes, unfortunately, we didn't get the Pioshik dance. I think that's warranted as well, right?
The vibes of the team are not quite dancing.
No, and I think that makes sense. But I hope one day that we'll see them again, because they're so fun. I love having Pioshik.
Yeah. For me, Pioshik is leaving his mark on the second half of the season. He's really taken over. And
whatever happened to Mark? You know, Team Liquid Mark?
Yeah.
The legend says that he walks around the hallways somewhere.
What does Pioshik mean? I don't know. But,
as the
he's
guy that speaks
he's having a good second half of the year, okay? And that's all I have to say about it. It was weird the M's capitalized there.
Weird, yeah. All right.
A lot of layers to that.
Let's take a look at what else we had here. Ox going with no monkey business. No monkey business, all horseplay. Again, played the Wukong.
But there was monkey business.
Yeah.
Because his Wukong was really good.
Well, there was no monkey business when he was playing the Wukong.
I don't think the Wukong was doing any business transactions. Actually, he was just.
I know he was
locked in.
I know he was cashing in, man. I he got 7 kills. That's a lot of gold. It's good business.
Yeah, I like that one.
Also, isn't Hecarim a centaur?
Yeah, but it's kind of like a horse.
Close enough.
Our community would appreciate that, Deacon.
All right, sorry, Centaur community. Let's go. All right, next one. My next mark is you, bro. All right. That was a good one, Helios. Another Mark knower. Just hiding the tears. Umti, who is on the Korean broadcast, showing up with DNF's Life Saver.
There you go.
Do I need to continue apologizing to the Centaur community? What is going on? All right.
Sorry, they just killed me.
Yeah, life. Yeah, he's not just a token sub. Yeah, he's the saver. Yeah, let's move on.
Life Saver.
2022 World's Legendary Pyokarim were not forgotten. Remember 2022? Hecarim Udyr? I was hoping maybe we'd see some Udyr out of Pioshik this year. Maybe there's still a chance.
All right, we'll see.
The legend is still alive.
The legend's still alive. All right, and then finally our last one here from Pony. The Pyojinwoo unleashed the Hanmu of the Rise group.
Dragon Ball Z reference?
No, that is K-pop Demon Hunter.
K-pop Demon Hunters. You know, the worst part is
old over there.
I'm saving that movie to watch together for when my wife gets to Korea, and I still get these references because there was just, you can't escape it.
Did I watch this?
Everyone's watched it.
Chat, should Wolf watch this and stop being old?
We have a content piece based on it.
There's only one answer there that should be in the chat. The answer is yes, Wolf. You should watch it. As we take a look at the standings after the upset win that only GoGo got right. 3-23, DN Automotive Freaks pick up the win. The Bros now had the opportunity to get to double digits, not able to. DRX still alive.
The biggest thing is that, as you highlight, the fact that even with the loss to DK, DRX could still make it. That Bro DRX series is going to have a lot of importance to the final series. I just hope that decides it at the very end. How cool would that be?
Yeah, we're so rarely able to actually have a high-stakes match at the end of the season. That means something. That means something so significant. So I'm with you. I'm hoping that happens. Just 2 series now, separating them.
Not that
just
big.
5 game wins. So, I mean, there's a chance for even a tiebreaker to potentially happen.
Because if Bro had won here, I actually think that there were always going to be scenarios, right, mathematically, but most likely they would have been in. So this loss is a really big deal.
All right, well, we've got another, it's okay, we'll let it go. We got another big match that has a lot of playoff implications here. Hanwha Life Esports up against T1. Again, 2 versus 3. Let's see how that one shakes up after the break. See you in a bit.
레전드 그룹에 정말 좋은 경기를 치르면서 오기는 왔는데 오고 나서부터 너무나도 많은 고생을 하고 있단 말이에요.
너무 정확하게 노렸고 연달아 또 갑니다. 헤드가 꽂아버립니다. 멋진 레드버스 다시 88 끓입니다. 그러면 이게
레전드 그룹의 또 4위와 5위의 대결이기 때문에 어떤 뜨거운 경기로 오늘의 마무리 장식을 할지 기대가 되네요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Hello and welcome back to the Secret Newsroom. This is Agent Cartographer, and this week we've received a variety of intriguing and standout performances and some surprising setbacks. Let's start right away. This week, a team in LTA North has secured the first series win in their organization's history. Yes, you heard that right. It's mid-August, and it's their first in team history. The spotlight this week falls on Disguised from LTA North, a team that joined the league starting this year. Although Disguised is a new team, their roster has several familiar names to us. Who Here's support, top laner Castle, and AD carry Rahel. Now let's take a look at Disguised's very first victory. In the third week of LTA North against Dignitas, the series was tied 1-1, and the match went to a decisive Game 3. Around the 16-minute mark in mid lane, XU's Jarvan dropped the Rift Herald in mid, but instead of charging down to the turret, he rotates towards the dragon for the engage. Caught off guard by Shelly's engage, Dignitas players clumped up, and Huhi with his ult secured a clean Team 5 win around the dragon.
Pharrell just locking on to Shaden.
Nearly 30 minutes into the game, Disguised faced a critical moment near Baron.
Flash, it's so hard for Trundle to enter from this side of the map. Yeah, he's got to find a different way over the wall. Maybe the portal can get you in there.
Disguised without their support, Dignitas without their top, and still they gambled on a quick burst.
Still hard to time. They have a ward in there, should spot it. Now Shaden.
And it all came down to a smite fight.
He's going to try and get space. Shaden's into the pit. Are they going to find him?
And it's stolen! Shaden from Dignitas secures the Baron. Oh no, Disguised, that first win just keeps slipping away. And now, it all comes down to the Elder fight. And this is going to be the game-winning moment right here. Shaden steps forward, and without hesitation, Disguised players immediately pick off the Trundle. What a pick from XU. With the enemy jungler down, there's no reason to wait. They are heading straight to the Elder Drake. Dignitas tries to contest, but Disguised at full strength pushes them back with ease. The Nexus and their first ever series win is just up ahead. One by one the turrets fall, and only the Nexus is left. And Dignitas attempts a final stand, but it just isn't enough to stop the inevitable. And Disguised secures their first ever victory in the LTA. And Disguised secures their very first LTA series win. Disguised gets on the board with their long-awaited first win. If they keep the momentum going, we might get to see them on the international stage in the future. Moving over to the LEC, it's one of the biggest rivalries in the league. France versus Spain, Carmine Corp versus Movistar Koi. And this one, an absolute banger. It's one of the wildest games we've had this season. Let's check it out right away. As expected from LEC's biggest rivalry, the series went all the way to Game 3, with Team Gold nearly dead even. Carmine Corp started up the Otacon, bait a fight, and Merwin, with his Call of the Forge God, opens up the fight. And in the chaos, Targamas, with a massive Pop Blossom, turns the fight on its head. KC pull off a perfect team fight and also take the Otacon. Movistar Koi is forced to fall back, Merwin giving up his life to buy some time for his teammates. 7 minutes later, Carmine Corp once again starts up the Baron to bait a fight. Jojo Pyun's Orianna follows the shapeshifted Targamas and instantly gets picked off, turning the tides against Movistar Koi. KC was just too clean around objectives. Every fight felt well set up and it kept swinging the game in their favor.
Storm is getting bigger and they're right in the middle of it. But it ain't too pretty as Super walks back in to get destroyed.
All the way to 41 minutes in the game, both teams faced off near the Elder Dragon. Hesitant to force a fight in such high-stakes late-game moments.
Heal out and Mkoi are getting burnt down slowly but surely. Kalist, not a big one in the hole.
Targamas attempts to engage, but was stopped by Alvaro with his great stun and flash away, resulting in a failed engagement. Then, boom! Jojopyun with a 3-man shockwave, and Kalist Corki is just deleted off the rift. But Vladdy also takes Jojopyun out in the trade, forcing both teams to disengage.
It's getting bigger, he dies, but he gets the biggest until Mirwin survives. Mkoi.
Just 3 minutes after that, everyone's back. Both teams rushing to the Elder Drake. This is it. Yike and Kanna dive forward, going for Super, and a great flank from Targamas' Pop Blossom lands perfectly on Desire and their jungler. Followed up by Kalist and Vladdy taking down the rest of Mkoi's players. After 44 minutes of back and forth action, Carmine Corp finally secures the win over Mkoi.
There'll be no surrendering here today.
With the LEC divided into 2 groups, Carmine Corp currently sits undefeated at the top of Group 1, while Fnatic, led by Poby, is dominating Group 2. Can KC keep up the momentum and push not just into playoffs, but all the way to Worlds? We'll be watching closely to find out. What a banger week, am I right? First ever series wins to rivalries. Next week, we'll be back with more stories, insights, and moments you won't want to miss. This has been Codename Cartographer, and once again, I'll leave you with the wise words of Atlas. Stick around soon, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
여기 있다.
We'll face check.
이거 보는 거.
Then he just flashes in. Somebody's going to connect onto 2. That's actually the combo. It's not the Orianna Nocturne, it is the Orianna Alistair.
좋아 좋아.
And the curtain call coming on through as well. So much damage out of T1. Really good at this champion.
I just feel like we have players that champions how we live. Matter. Keen Sante.
Yeah.
T1 on Vesta.
There's the flash! Oh! And the Q's enough! Takes down the Ahri. I think that was a Costa minion hit.
Factor that in.
Forgetting.
Forgot about the wolves.
Yeah. It wasn't 2 for 2 as well, I guess. It's all right, we're walling. There's a side shove! Oh, the bouncy castle! That was very, very cute. Depth charge still up and available here as the equalizer. Delight has to walk the awkward way. Great knock-up, speaking of way, but it's even better on the side of Zayas still. Doctom has so many shurikens. Oh my goodness. It's the Viper show in the end, and HLE. Well, Zayas coming in for a flank angle here as Perfect is relatively low. BDD is cornered off, throws down the ulti here as there's the pop and it connects onto the entire backline. Doctom, it's a decent flash, but they're falling! One after the other, KT gets disintegrated. It's a triple kill for Viper, and the HLE team fight in this game as well.
You do get 1 kill, but you die anyways. You get 2 over here, you get Baker over, and Jovi's just showing up because he's like, oh, I thought you guys were having some trouble down.
We're gonna have to look at this top fight. Doran's in a lot of trouble. He's trying to run to his jungler. I think Keen should snip this one out, but he's still gonna go in, gets the kill. So now Redemption is coming down here. Gonna help out the side of T1. As going to miss a bunch here on the Keen. He's still going in. Owner doesn't quite have the damage. Gonna miss the flag and drag. Back in goes Keen. Not scared of these guys. Takes him down again. And meanwhile, in mid,
마음껏 즐기십시오. LCK 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. Apparently, that guy was a famous historian, his history lecturer here in Korea. Kind of cool. We get everyone here, Korean history specifically. But what isn't history is our next matchup. That's currently in the future, very soon to be in the present. But I do not want to play with this again because I got very confused last time we talked about whether we're in the present, past, or the future, and it only made me not know where I am. So we're going to bring up the standings, and I'm going to try and forget that ever happened. As Genji are in first.
If you watched any films of time travel,
yes,
you quickly get confused. But yeah, I mean, with the current standings and where things are, HLE and T1 very close. Even though there's a big advantage for HLE in terms of game score, one series apart. And I think for T1, in the form they're in as well, a win here just continues that journey up towards second place. HLE, I feel like they need this win if they want to stave off T1, who have been in phenomenal form. The only loss they have had, single loss to Gen.G, whereas for HLE, they've lost to Gen.G, they've lost to T1. This is their chance for a bit of redemption. They have a rematch against both of them this week. And sure, they've beaten KT and Nongshim fairly convincingly, but the big test in their group are these two teams, and they need to show up this week and show that they are part of that top three we keep talking about, because for a lot of the time it's looked like the top two.
Yeah, HLE are kind of swimming around in the middle between Gen.G, T1, and Nongshim and KT, as we have two distinct groups, and then HLE. And they've got to figure out exactly where they are supposed to land, as we have some equilibrium. If we do go back to just after the LCK Cup, and of course first stand that HLE did manage to win, since then it is 2 apiece. HLE looking much better before Road to MSI. And as soon as that happened, that Road to MSI final that we remember, oh my goodness, an absolute smackdown from T1, and that has just continued. HLE really needs to figure themselves out here.
And that Road to MSI was a turning point, because they have never really looked the same since. And that 3-0 was brutal. T1 kind of demolishing them. We do have some big milestones coming up for 3 different HLE members.
Yeah.
So some pretty huge achievements. Obviously, all 3 of these been around for quite a while.
Yep, only Viper is guaranteed to make it to 500 games, but let's have a look at Delight first. Getting close to 4,000 assists, only 20 away. That's doable. Assists could be a number that could get up relatively high, but have a look at this. 300 extra on Rakan. That's why we talk about Delight's Rakan with so much awe so often. But now let's get into it. Zeus up against his former team. About to have some skins come out as well, but he's no longer on that roster. He needs to figure himself out over here at HLE, and Doran is just going from strength to strength. A huge success story here for T1, alongside, I think, a very, very big improvement from Carrier since Road to MSI, and of course including Road to MSI as well. Everyone on T1 just firing on all cylinders, even Faker finding some extra form as well. Moving into this end of the season. A great look here for T1, and we'll see whether they're just going to continue to dominate everyone except Gen.G, where they just sort of trade blows 1-for-1.
I mean, I have no questions for T1 right now. They look to be in fantastic form. Only Gen.G currently look like they can challenge them. For me, I'm looking at HLE, and I think Viper and Delight, I mean, you can see some of the stats from Viper. I think he's been such a driving force for this HLE roster, even when they've struggled. He'll be going up against Guma Carrier, who have been phenomenal, if we're being honest. T1's bot lane have been doing so much work, and I think this is where I think HLE and T1, where they can match them. Viper and Delight are in good enough form to potentially match Guma Carrier, but it's the rest of the map I'm really worried about.
I would agree.
Top side, it does not even look close right now. Doran, Owner, and Faker playing so much better than Zeus, Peanut, and Zeka right now. So even if Viper and Delight do match Guma Carrier, and it's not a guaranteed thing, I said potentially they can match them, that top side is a big worry. Mid lane in particular, Zeka has been just not in the same form. And you think back to the LCK Cup, the level of form the solo laners of HLE were in, they look like such a terrifying duo, and right now it's just been some struggles.
I would agree. There is definitely some opportunities to make their way back in. And of course, HLE, a team that we can't often count out. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. At Road to MSI, they just kind of fumbled when they hit the finish line. The finish line is often where they hit their stride. Wasn't actually the case this time around, as Faker going for his patented reboot here before we get into game number 1. I'm really glad that you bring up Delight though, because he's on the eve of his 4,000th assist, a huge milestone for him. And we really do need to see this guy perform in this series.
Yeah.
Because against T1 and against Gen G, Delight has been faltering. And if that turns around here today, they might be able to use that as a springboard because their bottom lane has Viper in it. And that's often a pretty good thing to have.
Yeah, I think Delight has been the second best performer of HLE in recent weeks, but Carrier has been insane. I mean,
Yes.
he's been farming up the palms, he's been in phenomenal form, and it's a tough ask, you know? And I remember the Road to MSI, that big turning point, that series matchup, Guma and Carrier frankly dominated Viper and Delight. So,
yeah.
You know, I think if bot lane crumbles for HLE, I don't see any way that they win this matchup. So it definitely starts with them, but gonna have to see the whole roster really step up.
Yep.
Is HLE's week to sort of prove themselves and say they are more than just a team who can beat the bottom 2 of Legend Group. They are more than just a team who can farm wins of KT and Nongshim. And even if they don't win against T1, getting a game at least makes a statement.
Yeah, we want to see them actually play to the level of T1. That's what we need. Even if they don't necessarily win, grab some leads, you know, do something with it. As we are into the draft here, I think this is going to be very important for making sure that these lane matchups do work out here for HLE on their side. They're going to be banning the Nico and the Aurora first up as the Pantheon Azir take the bench.
We've seen a lot of games against T1 where their game 1 draft, it just feels like they kind of get everything they want. We've seen them with things like the Varus, the Jin, the Bards, you know, things like Jarvan, Ori. It just feels like teams have struggled to really keep a dampener on the picks that T1 are able to utilize. So we'll see how HLE look to approach this. I think them being on the blue side is definitely a big edge, a big advantage in this situation. They do ban away the Gwen, yeah.
So we're trading Yunara for Varus, or we're banning one of them and HLE gets the other. That's the story here.
Yeah, we saw obviously earlier today, you know, Yunara left open, Varus in return, it didn't work out.
The Yone is going to be banned.
Yuma Varus is...
I'm going to ride in Yunara here.
Yeah, I think you kind of have to. I think leaving it over the red side is so dangerous.
And I'm going to write Varus in for T1. And then we'll see what Ona does. Maybe I write in Wukong? What do you think? Oh, this would be insanity!
They take the Varus instead.
All right, I'm going to put a big arrow swapping them on my little draft sheet here that I have for memory's sake. Wow, that is not what I was expecting.
It's a bold move. So they're clearly thinking, look, we can keep a check on the Yunara. We can shut it down. We haven't really seen too many teams be able to do that. The pick's been very successful. But again, it's rare to see a draft where both Varus and Yunara are open. We did see it earlier, but Wukong Orianna is such a potent combo. And they know that, you know, with AD carry already taken, they don't have to prioritize the Yunara. Wukong Orianna, Faker's Orianna has been fantastic. Wukong being one of the most successful picks on the patch. It's a devastating combo to play into as an immobile AD carry. And as much as Varus considered a range super far away, there's still so much potential threat with this combo.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. The Xin Zhao, a consideration here. Means that Vi threat is out of the way. We'll see whether that is enough to give Gumayusi an angle towards the Yunara. We remember when she was released, Gumayusi did say that Yunara stands for Gumayusi.
Yeah.
He was pretty confident, but we've seen it pretty banned against him.
I do really like the Wukong take, though, especially Pina has played this so much. 6 games already. His next most, he's played Xin 2 times, so they've really lent on this. We do see the Galio come in for Zeka, so a pick where you will kind of get bullied out in the early levels by the Orianna, but you have that global pressure, and you definitely want to sync this up with an engaged support, which, you know, won't be too much of a surprise for Delight, but it seems unlikely that T1 will let him get his hands on things like the Alistar, like the Rakan, and actually, T1 not even opting to pick up the Yunara in this situation, so just saying, look,
I think the Ambassador is such a big deal for Doran as well. He's been so good at this champion.
He's been phenomenal on it. They're putting a lot of priority towards the top side, but they're clearly saying, look, Yunara might get bullied out in lane against the Varus. We don't think we need to prioritize it. We're instead going to give a great top lane matchup to Doran. and now they can target top lane picks in return. But to be fair, maybe just looking towards the supports as well, things that Delight might want to get his hands on. I feel like HLE though, as much as you picked that Varus to be able to answer the Yunara, it definitely feels less painful just to take it away, but there's still Civ is often picked into the Varus. Jhin is also something that Guma's very comfortable on. You could definitely look towards that.
I would definitely ban Jhin, 100%. I think that needs to be taken away. Guma has been so good at that pick. And we'll see what HLE are going to be banning here. The Jhin is coming out first, and I think this is the question mark ban. Like, do you decide to take away the Rakan, which Rakan Wukong needs no introduction, especially when there's an Orianna there as well. It gives double good ball carrier.
But also Poppy's being banned. It feels like T1 are kind of saying, like, you're going to have to ban the Rakan as much as you want to play it.
And then Alistar is up, right? There's too many picks.
Yeah. It feels kind of uncomfortable.
But maybe they want Carrier to have counterpick as well, so maybe they are not necessarily as focused on that. The Renekton is going to be the last ban, though. I think if they did want Carrier to have counterpick, it would have been a Rakan or an Alistar ban. So those didn't get through. And the Renekton is going to be the option here. So Zeus not going to be playing a Crocodile.
I think it's just so uncomfortable because if you ban Rakan here, they just take Alistar. If you don't ban Rakan, Rakan Wukong is so hard to play against. They do end up banning the Yunara, so
but
don't have to deal with that. But
no,
Carrier could just go for his bot. I mean,
I think Rakan is just way too strong in this position, isn't it? Oh, never mind. It's going to be the Bard.
So they opt for the Bard in this situation. I mean, Carrier is phenomenal at this point.
Yes.
Don't get me wrong. I think for a lot of teams, the Rakan would have been a no-brainer, but this is definitely Carrier going to a pick that he has shown just phenomenal proficiency on. And now, Delight considering his options. They don't know the AD carry pick that's going to come through. Varus is obviously typically a strong laner, but Rakan into Bard is going to be a matchup where you have a bit less pressure. Do you still go for it? I feel like Rakan, you're going to navigate things a bit better than if you went Alistar.
Oh, the Jax is going to be the first consideration, though. This was actually banned in our last series when an Mbessa was locked in. Was considered a decent pick into it, but we haven't really seen very much of it. More recently, it's been dominated by the Gwen, Aurora, Rumbles of the world. And Rumble was still up, but just not elected for here by Zeus.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely need an engaged pick here for Delight. And you're going to have to just accept that the lane might be a little bit tougher. Looks like he's going to lean towards the Rel instead.
Okay.
So, again, I feel like Delight has a lot of proficiency across these picks. But maybe just feels like this one poses a bit more early threat in comparison. And it does seem like we get that Sivir often picked into the Varus. That spell shield a lot of value. Does have that movement speed to kind of sync up with the Wukong and offer that engage threat. One thing this does mean as well, they didn't end up going for the Yunara. It did get banned out.
Yep.
If we do end up having a situation where T1 loses game and they go on blue side, the Yunara is still there to threaten. So there's that option. But I think T1, they have the ball delivery, they have this engage, they have the movement speed of the Sivir to follow up on that. And they have the Bard, right? You have this wave clear AD carry with the Bard freed up to make impact on the map. This feels like not as much of a slam dunk as some of the game one drafts we've seen from T1, but definitely something they're very comfortable with.
Not to mention the fact that they have the Tempered Fate Cyclone combo, right? Which we saw work so incredibly well. I believe it was Gen G that got the good old 5-man Shockwave with that exact combination. And so now we are creating some Korean history where he might be able to talk about it, which would be very, very cool. So we'll see whether that is what's going to go down here. HLE, so much pressure is on them.
Yeah.
And of course, it is National Liberation Day here in Korea as well. That is why we have a public holiday. So pretty cool. There's also the winner of Culinary Class Wars, which was a very popular TV show over here as well. So we've got some famous folks here turning up at LOL Park to witness what could be an historic match.
수환사에 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, almost blew up my eardrums. Thank you very much, T1 fans. That was very, very loud. And this is a different UI, which is kind of cool. It's kind of good to go back in time sometimes, and to remember what the spectator client looked like.
Doing a little bit of history,
Yeah, it is all about the history. And we are now, it's present time in the series as well, which is pretty cool. It was in the future, Now it's, no, I'm not going to do it. I said I wasn't going to do it, and now I'm doing it to myself. What am I doing?
You're going to confuse yourself.
Yeah, it's not. And we're right at the beginning of the series as well. This is a really important one. Faker and Owner will be able to take down the first ward of the game.
Yep, nice clear.
Nice #1 in the CS column there for Faker to start things off.
I really want to see what Peanut and Zeka can do, because Xin Zhao, Galio, strong mid jungle, really strong early. I feel like Owner and Faker kind of need their ults for a bit more pressure in the mid jungle. Obviously, Zeka's going to be a bit on the back foot just because of Prio, but in the skirmishes, I think the Xin Zhao, Galio are really strong from like level 3.
Yep.
And we've seen these two players struggle a bit, but if they can start making impact the side lanes, that's where we can really see HLE find favor.
All right. So far, Delight trying to step up, see what he can do against Carrier here. Does miss the Cosmic Binding. Might give HLE a way back into this one, as Viper is doing a good job keeping up the pressure as best he can, finding these hails of arrows. And Gumushi already relatively softened up. Of course, you're going to have a range disadvantage as the Sivir, but that Cosmic Binding was pretty good. Nice knock up onto Carrier there as the tempo heals come out from both of these supports. And Guru and Carrier getting aggressive. Both, the Ghost and the Barrier both used here as well. No flashes just yet, but that's all they've got left.
Yeah, and this is the thing with playing into double ranged as ranged melee. You know, Delight didn't quite connect on Aguma, was looking for that angle, but a good sidestep away, and the end result is Carrier Guma just kind of run Viper down. The only kind of consolation prize is because Guma has Ghost, Viper has Barrier, it doesn't end up quite as badly, but Carrier's already putting down the shrines to heal up his AD carry.
Yep. Zeus going in here, looking for the counter-strike, connects it on to Doran. Doran, of course, a bit of a Jax aficionado himself, so pretty aware of how this matchup goes, of course. Zeka finding a bit of a knock-up onto Faker. Taunt is going to connect there as well, but this Galio is not going to be winning this lane, you could say.
Good setup for ganks, but the problem is, it's really, you know, sometimes we see situations like the support comes up, the jungler's there, you get the 3-man ganks. I feel like this is something that T1 often do, but if you're going to get ganks from your support, you kind of need some freedom in the bot lane, and right now, a lot of pressure. Pressure mid, pressure bot. It's only really Zeus with pressure in his lane right now.
Yep. But he is using that pretty well. As you can see, 5 CS in the lead for the Jax. We'll have to keep our eye on it. As going for a bit of a lane gank here, as there's the Magical Journey set up for Carrier. Creates some distance as Viper already relatively low. As Peanut in position, but Owner is going to come on down. And T1 just push them away and deny them any entry. Good position there from Owner to make sure that there was no avenue in for Peanut.
Yeah, importantly, Carrier got the Magical Journey down before the engage came in, and actually Peanut didn't connect the Wind Become Lightning initially there onto the Bard, so managed to slide through and get away. The follow-up wasn't there. We can see Legend Group 7-0 on the Bard. 4 of those from Carrier, but Duro and Delight also having fantastic games on it.
Yeah, the Wukong also having a pretty good time as well, and this is every group, not just the Legend group. So HLE having a rough time here towards this bottom side of the map. Viper even missing that CS before they do elect to go for a little bit of a lane swap, I would assume, as Zeus is holding on to this one. Doran going to be moving back just to try and get it into a better position. And of course, Zeus doesn't exactly have the most gigantic health bar. The Peanut is coming in. There's a leap strike, and Doran not going to be able to dash his way out of that one. Into the brush goes Zeus, and Doran should be going down here. Wind becomes lightning, though. He's going to miss. And Doran's flash works out so well. Zeus now could be the one in trouble as Owner goes in, and they really want to repair this wave. And Zeus gonna have to back away. Oh man, I thought we were gonna have a first blood in either of those lanes. We're still waiting.
Yep, great cover there from Owner, and Doran just doing it basically as well as he can to mitigate that play. You know, Peanut not having the flash available, not able to follow up immediately on that is a bit of a difference. Oh, Zeka does have the phase rush, so he's not gonna be in any trouble.
Yep, he'll be all right. Control ward does go down here in Peanut's jungle.
But now the swap that comes through isn't quite as good as what HLE had hoped for as a result of that. And we have Viper at a bit of a deficit compared to Guma. We do have pretty even in terms of Doran and Zeus, but all things considered, Zeus was the one with the pressure advantage. He's, you know, only 2 farm down, but not ahead.
Yeah.
We do have that deficit in the bot lane.
They're looking to keep this swap going as well. Doran is just walking back towards his top lane, did have the teleport available, but the waves were just meeting. And so he is able to just walk his way back. So teleport advantage over here for T1. And now Viper out of that lane, that was a little bit of a difficulty, as Delight is going to move in. Finds his former top laner trying to have fun and says that he's not allowed to do that. But still, Doran is going to be standing his ground. We'll be able to pick up some of the farm. Carrier moving towards his top side. And it is going to be that swap coming in. Yeah, this is a little bit of a scary situation, but they do have this control ward down here. Gumyushi is going to show himself. They really want this cannon, but they're only going to get the experience. And I think that makes sense. 3 versus 2 wasn't looking great. And there can still be a teleport back here from Doran. Carrier can just take this magical journey to get himself out, so he'll be fine. Boomerang Blade is going to connect. Gold entirely even between the two teams. No one really finding headway just yet. Does feel like the tempo vibes are in T1's favor though, you know?
Yeah, it does feel tense. And the thing is, the gold may be even overall, but that Sivir getting this much of an advantage already with the call in pocket doesn't feel too great.
And I also love the mystery UI as well. We don't necessarily know how much the lead is. It's all right, Faker, will he get taunted? He does. But too close to the turret. Zeus not wanting to go for anything. Phase Rush getting the Galio out. Flash has to be invested here by Carrier as he gets the 2-man ult. There's the magical journey as well. Immediate flash from Viper gets him out of there, and now Peanut looking for an angle. It could be Carrier that they can jump towards because he doesn't have his flash, the heroic entrance to deliver the Galio, and there's first blood over to Viper. The angry orange coming out there as well as it does come in. Justice Punch going to connect as well as the Cyclone has to be invested here by the Wukong. And the Orianna is just taking crockery in the mid lane. We'll be able to take that first plate as we can see there. But HLE get first blood. It's good news.
Yeah, good play from HLE overall, but it was a good amount invested to make that happen. And as you said, Fake will pick up a plate in return. Has a good CS advantage over Zeka right now. But ultimately, the Galio insurance kind of made sure the play was going to go in their favor. Carrier just overstepping a little bit, was down the magical journey, was down the flash. Ends up getting punished as a result.
All right, Guma stepping up, and Viper is going to shoot him once.
Yeah, it was a little scary there, actually, because he'd been a spell shield and Viper had ult. I think maybe... I mean, he'd been his ability, so probably not the best time to look for it, but now looking for these grubs.
All right, let's see whether they can actually fight for this one.
Zeka's resetting, he's going to TP back in.
Yep, kind of an awkward position, but there's a very aggressive teleport. Still, the flash in from Delight to try and lock down Carrier. Doesn't quite have anywhere to go, so he is going to be the sacrificial lamb. T1 did manage to take 2 of the grubs though, so already they do secure the objective, but they do sacrifice Carrier for it. And Doran, he's the one taking plates on this side. And T1 always just so good at giving something up in order to take something else, and that is why this gold is completely even still, even though the 2 kills have gone to HLE.
I feel like they're just so quick to just cut loose and say, you know what, Carrier, you're the sacrifice, you disengage, it's fine. And they keep Doran pushing the side lane, he'll get those plates. They've already gotten the 2 grubs, so they've already gotten the prize they want from the play. They're happy to sacrifice their support in order to get an advantage for Doran. Now, though, looking for a play here. This is Faker coming in alone.
Yep. We've seen teleports like this not go so well today, as there's the Magnustorm. Faker looking for the angle, but everyone shows up, and Delight's able to tank the turret. So that was not the teleport that he wanted. Maybe don't listen to Morgan next time when you get TP advice.
Yeah, definitely. You could see HLE setting up. There's Xin Zhao getting the knockup stacked up. Even with the flash, even with the ult. Not really working out too favorably. But we will see an answer from T1. You know, more plates taken down mid. Dragon being started on the bot side. Now, though, it feels like HLE finally get a bit more of a significant advantage because they've got some plates to the top side as well. Do have more for gold lead.
Yep.
We'll see if they can get in position. I don't think it'll be in time to answer this Dragon.
Delight is going to move over. Peanut was thinking about stopping the Raptors, but I think that he is still just going to let this one go. Down to 7. No vision, so wasn't ever an issue here for T1. As another plate probably going to go down towards Gumyushi here. As we can see, there is a couple of caster creeps. But let's have a look at this teleport one more time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to do anything in this position because Peanut's got the knockup stacked up. The instant ult does go for the shockwave, but also Delight's the one who gets aggro, and he uses the crash down to disengage from the tower and get the shield.
Yeah, it was a pretty telegraphed type situation here, especially with how teleport works now. You can just see them coming in.
Yeah, the timing is very hard to mess up.
Yeah, you also don't really need to time it because Magnustorm just sticks around and it'll get you anyway.
Yeah, I mean, definitely want the initial yank.
Yeah, the initial yank was handy.
But, I mean, overall, it's still a lead for HLE, right? So it's still, I think they're pretty happy, but they're down in terms of one grub, and they're down in terms of the dragons, so T1 have been managing to trade across when these things happen, but the game's still very close overall with how things have played out.
Certainly is. Now, some vision being swept out here by HLE. They want to try and hold on to the position that they have in this game. I think this top lane is going to be such an important place to look out for in this one, because Doran has been so good at making this Ambessa work, not only in the lane, but also in team fights. Oh, sidestep from Zeus there.
And that was Doran is so strong. This Eclipse spike on Ambessa is such a scary one to play around with. And in comparison, Zeus has, what, a Phage in plated steel cap, so...
And a cheeky longsword.
Yeah, he's not really too much of a threat in return.
Will be able to hold on to his own, though, in this lane, as we can see. Slight CS advantage for Zeus. So certainly good news, but they are just leaking plates. This is pretty problematic, because if T1 are ever able to, take that first tower and transition that to even more, could be problematic here, as Delight was looking for an angle, doesn't quite get it, but Zeus does manage to clear out this wave. Will finally be able to go back. We'll see whether he can actually afford the Trinity Force, as he has been in lane a long time, and Owner does have his, so I expect that Zeus should be pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Finishing boots sets you back a good amount.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Won't have it quite yet. He's going to TP top just to maintain the pressure. Won't have that available from that Dragon's up in 2.5 minutes.
Well, Gumushi did want to take this away, and he does. Just steals it. The king of stealing stuff away from people.
Yeah.
Peanut could have pressed a smite, but decided he needed that.
It's one of those ones where, like, if you get stolen on something like a Baron by an AD carry, that's kind of on you, because like you should be smiting that. But when it's like a Raptor camp, like maybe you want to save smite for something, it just feels bad,
Yeah.
It's just like, really?
Well, Owner is in this brush, as Delight just delivers himself to Faker and Carrier. He is going to have to crash his way out, as the Shockwave doesn't collect the horse pants lady.
Yeah, just crash out of that one.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Not a full crash out, though, thankfully.
Yeah, fortunately. But definitely a bit of threat there, bit of danger sensed when he went over that wall. But it's just a lot of poking and prodding from these two teams. Neither team really going too crazy with anything yet. We do have Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, which is likely going to be that next big pressure point.
It's the calm before the storm. You can feel it, right?
Yeah.
Certainly something going on here. As 4 creeps until the cull is going to be cashed in here for Gumushi as well. As soon as that happens, I could imagine this gold lead is pretty much going to evaporate. And it will be this wave that he gets to take it down. There it goes. And so now there's, what, 400 gold in it? Not anything really to worry about here as Peanut on the crab. And we've got sort of a bit of a solo lanes in the side lanes type scenario here, with the Galio manning the top side of the map. Of course, heroic entrance means that Zeka can be there a little bit earlier, as they are trying to aim for a bit of a dragon angle, you could imagine.
There's Dragon and Herald up, so they'll be deliberating between those two. You can see both teams trying to set up in the Dragon area. It's also Chemtech Dragon second, so good chance of a decent soul. Zeus is now going up towards top lane, where Doran's just pushed in. Remember, he doesn't have TP, so he kind of has to find a window to move wherever he wants to go. Well, Viper was definitely intending to miss, to bait the spell.
Yes, no, exactly.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, needed to make sure that Gumushi didn't get any value out of the shield. It's very, very important to get close enough to almost hit, but not actually hit.
Yeah.
That's the next level play. Obviously, we're being a little facetious here. Zeka now moving himself towards his bottom side. Zeus picks up that wave like you were talking about. His Trinity Force is completed, though. It's going to be a big deal, as the Rift Herald has been started up. Vision is there for T1, though. They will be able to come over and answer this. Delight will be able to clear out the Vision. Let's see whether T1 can actually make a play for this one. Tempered Fate is available. Carrier can be pretty annoying, as the teleport is going to be invested. Carrier's taking a lot of damage, but he can do a lot of disruption from a long way away, as all T1 are grouped up. On the hunt has been popped. His owner walks in, just steals their lunch money. That's a way to do it, as the Winds of War come out, but a little bit late there is Zeka, unfortunately. And now T1, fancy a fight. They want to be able to pick up this eye. There's the Magnet Storm to try and pick up this Ambassador. She goes golden though. The heroic entrance is mistimed, and Doran not even able to pick up the eye. It's Owner that's able to collect it there, but the Ambassador is going to go down, and now right into the Rift Herald immediately goes T1's jungler Zeus, keeping himself alive for such a long time as Carrier down to 200 health, but there is the first turret going over to T1 as well.
And HLE cannot help but be frustrated with the outcome of that. Owner slinks in, steals it away. They try and force the fight after it, but I feel like the ult from the Bard just killed all the momentum in that fight. And even though they did get Doran in the end, I just don't think it really means anything.
Yeah, turret is going to be answered here by HLE, but first turret was already gone in favor of T1. Oh my goodness, T1 finding their way back into this one. Hasn't actually translated into a gold lead, but let's have a look at this again.
Is committed onto Doran here, because they don't end up getting a big AoE engage. They basically commit so much onto the top laner here. So it's the Light's ult that comes through with the stun. And then it's the follow-up from Viper's ult as well. The stun from Zeus, the ult from the Galio, all getting next to no value because the stasis that comes out from Carrier and then the flash from Doran. And sure, does Doran go down? Yes. But it just completely kills the momentum of HLE in the fight. And the thing with HLE as well, they don't have that much sustained DPS, right? A very bursty composition with like the Poke Varus and the Galio. So once that momentum's gone, it's very hard to get back.
Let's check this one out from Owner again. He picks up the eye, immediately puts it down and gets in. And he was the one that was low, right? And so takes it for a drift. This drift was kind of sick as well, as you can see. Able to get on over, takes first turret.
I think it might have been Doran who put the eye down and he picked up afterwards, no?
I think Doran kind of dashed over the eye instead of actually picking it up. That's what I saw on my screen anyway. Okay. But I might be wrong. So never mind. Doran did pick it up.
Okay.
So he went back and got it.
Teamwork.
Yep. It looked a bit weird because the eye was like still there for a really long time after Doran got over the top. But at least he managed to get it out. So that's actually why. So I didn't see it get picked up because he immediately put it straight back down again.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, even the fact that HLE have this kill lead, I think T1 feeling pretty good. They broke the mid-tier 1, ahead in gold just slightly. I mean, it's still a close game, don't get me wrong. And HLE did get the Chemtech Dragon, so it's one apiece. It is Mountain Soul, definitely impactful one. I feel like even more so for T1, because again, burst decomposition from HLE. If T1 get that Mountain Soul, I feel like the poke from the Varus, the damage from the Galio feels so much less significant. But this game's been... We had that burst of action there, but a lot of poking and prodding otherwise.
Yep, and of course, you know, Viper's going to be happy about that. I'm interested in what's going to happen later on in this game, right? I feel like T1 have so many more threats, right? It's a 4-threat comp. Even Owner is going to be doing a lot of work later in this game. I feel like Xin Zhao is going to kind of fall off. But I think Zeus has a lot of longevity in this game. I think depending on what Zeka is going to build, he will also become more and more dangerous. As Chains of Corruption going to connect here on to Gumayushi. Tempered Fate is there to try and keep him alive, but now he's in a sticky situation. Redemption comes down though, and Peanut goes in! And I think he may have gone in a bit too far. Gumayushi just baiting them.
At this point, do you just permaban it, or do you just accept that you're losing game 1? Because this bot is just
he's
so
too good.
Frustrating. It just feels like so many plays, so many attempts, so many picks are shut down. I mean, he just looked dead. And like Guma should have died there in 97% of different situations where you don't have a Bard. And their carrier just swoops in, saves him, gets his AD carry out, it gets turned around, Peanut goes down. It's the dream scenario. And now Viper's in trouble.
He certainly is. Owner is just chasing him down here, but decides not to go into the Fog of War.
Just gives him a little whack and sends him on his way.
Yeah, he was very committed to giving him the whack though. Zeka moving in, thinking about trying to go for Doran here. Does find the little mini taunt just for a bit of extra damage. Zeus finishes off the wave though, and it is going to be all resetting just fine. 800 gold is the advantage for T1 at this stage, as we're going to check this one out from Carrier's perspective. And the flash over as well.
Yeah, I mean, the timing's so good. It denies the burst. Again, bursty comp. You're playing a Poke Varus. You land the ult. You're going to try and one-shot the target. And it just gets denied, shut down.
Yeah.
And I feel like if every fight, you're pumping your ult into a target who essentially has a free low cooldown zone.
Okay, well, Delight is going to look for it. Shattering Strike will connect that onto Faker. And I was very worried for Delight there, but Carrier was also a bit surprised. And Arakan only get an orb thrown at him, but I don't think anyone really wants to commit to a start on this one. As this game, very intense. An Arakan throw could make it not very intense anymore. Okay, we're just going to start
Let's just send it, why not?
Yeah, well, I mean...
Guma is going to be late to this, by the way. But, I mean, I say late-ish.
It is going to be HLE moving away, and the information isn't quite there for what Guma is going to be doing as well, as Arakan just needs to reset. There he goes.
He was trying to kill the minions.
He was really angry with the minions. Well, Galio clears out mid lane. Zeus does the same thing here towards the bottom side. And Doran is moving in. A level down right now on the Ambessa, but 2 items already completed.
This is that delicate point where Dragon spawns, but Arakan's up, so it's kind of like, what do we do on the map?
Yeah.
You know, it becomes a little awkward trying to spread vision across this wide area and try to maintain and control vision. And there's also the danger that someone just, I mean, I don't think anyone's that quick to solo the Dragon at the moment, but there is that threat. But if someone commits too heavily, you know, you could just give up Arakan. If you commit too heavily to the Dragon, or you commit too heavily to Arakan, it gives over the other.
Well, right now you've got Zeus looking for a bit of a stun onto Doran. Does find it, but not going to be getting too much more than that. This Jax, as these items start to come in though, is going to be pretty frightening in both the team fights and in the side lane. As HLE doing their very best to keep vision to a minimum here for T1. It's getting more and more difficult to hold on to their turrets, their wards though, as Zeka thought that maybe they'd look for an angle here, but you're right, teleport does come in, brings Faker over.
They want to keep the pressure up right now.
Yeah, Magical Journey gets the bot out of there. Carrier is just fine. 2 items completed for both 80 carries right now, but I feel like Gumayushis are a little bit more troublesome for HLE.
Yeah, not much attack speed, but the thing with the Civ is that you have the auto reset in the W, so if you auto W a target with those items and you crit, so much damage.
Shockwave going to get eaten by the Justice Punch, but still needs to flash to get himself out of there. We'll see whether he's actually going to be okay, as Ona not quite able to get the knock up. The flash in, the full commit here from Peanut as he gets the knock up. Justice Punch lands, and the taunt comes down. Down goes the monkey. And Zeka will be on the board now. 2-0-2 on the Galio. 2 items just complete.
Good punish there that comes out from HLE. A little bit of an overstep from T1, and the buffer from Zeka was super nice, but HLE need to get something from this. They just killed the jungler. They're heading over to Arakan, but notice Doran immediately TP'd up as soon as their jungler went down. They don't want to give this over for free.
Yeah, Faker is very low though. They're lacking a couple of ultimates. One of them is on the monkey that is definitely not going to be showing up to this one. But yeah, they may not have Smite, but they've still got Gumayushi, so be careful, HLE. Redemption going to be keeping them healthy. Happens once again as there's a public execution connecting onto Viper, but he does get himself out of the way. Chains of Corruption are good. And into the backline goes Zeka. He finds the angle of Magnus Storm. Also fantastic. No one's dead just yet. Gumayushi takes the Magical Journey to get out, and the Shockwave denies Zeka. The Winds of War will come in, and finally the Orianna goes down, but Zeka may be in trade going down as well, and he does, and Ona turns up with a full health bar to tell HLE to get out of here. I don't know whether they're going to listen to him though, as in they go, down goes the monkey. Gumayushi now in trouble as Zeus takes matters into his own hands, and it's his Magical Journey he's going to be taking as Carrier gets the heck out of there, and HLE will take their prize.
Just when you think T1 are getting away with murder, escaping with such low HP, HLE managed to clean them up, win a decisive victory, and get the Arakan.
Oh my goodness, okay. Well, it wasn't an Arakan throw. It was just a team fight in the vicinity, okay? It's just fine. This start to the fight though from Doran, I really liked the angle, but it just didn't quite work out.
That turret being up meant he couldn't really follow deeper on a Viper. The CC that came in to peel as well was huge. Zeka got in, but just didn't quite have the damage to finish off these targets. And then he ends up overstepping to finish off Faker here. And Kerry and Guma start to run him down. They know they have the backup from Ona. They're like, okay, we can chain this around. Ona's ready to go. And Zeus, level 15, was instrumental here. It just shows how much stronger he is than Ona right now, because when he jumps on him with this stun, he just destroys him. I didn't expect him to just wallop him that hard, and then takes out Guma and starts to move forwards. And you know what? It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen Zeus do stuff like this, but welcome back.
It is reminding us that this is what he's being capable of, and of course, it's no surprise for T1 because they kind of made him. And he now has those two terrifying items. Owner does have them as well, but there's a cheeky arm guard on top of it here for Zeus. This Jax has all of a sudden become the biggest deal for T1 to work out. As okay, Zeka could be in a little bit of trouble here as he's trying to get back towards this relatively low health turret. Does have that Justice Punch as the Cyclone does come in. Taunt not really helping out, and down he goes. Nothing they could do about it, but turret is going to still be secured on that bottom side, and Viper trying to get some work done here against Doran as well. Public Execution is going to connect onto this Varus, but he's just trying to kite it out. Double Redemption's coming in there as the Hail of Arrows is going to come on through as Faker finds the angle. Doran's so incredibly low, there is going to be the Shockwave connecting, and that's going to disintegrate the bottom lane. Zeus breaks the arm guard immediately. He's pretty healthy, and he gets on top of Guma, takes him down before he goes out, but it's a double kill for the Sivir as well, and Peanut, he's not going to be winning this fight. T1 reigns supreme.
Just when you feel like HLE have control of the game, T1 answer back, a pick on a Zeka. HLE overcommit mid, the TP comes in, and they manage to find Viper, find the rest, and shut down HLE. Zeka overextended here, and even with the Justice Punch, you know, it's not an easy target to find a Galio with how tanky he is, but just wasn't quite able to get in turret range before he got the taunt off. Ona cleans him up, and then here, Viper stays up here. He thinks, I've got safety. Zeus is here, Delight is here, but the ult connects onto him from Doran. Great angle there, and Faker's coming in for the flank. So Viper kind of knows, I'm dead. I just have to try and kill Doran before I go down, which he does succeed with. Immediately falters.
And that's 700 gold over to Faker as well.
Yeah, and then it's Zeus in the middle of 4. And in fairness to Zeus, he does kill his old 80 carry.
He does.
But, you know, it's not a good outcome at all for the side of T1. And I think the only consolation prize is that by taking down Guma, it meant Baron didn't go down.
Yep, and also the Dragon didn't go down either.
Yeah.
Because T1 got a little bit distracted by that one. As we can see here, T1 with a slight gold lead, but it's like not even really a gold lead. It's kind of absurd how close this game is.
We said I said definitely coming into today.
Yep.
I wanted a close. I want HLE to show up and show they can compete with T1, and we are definitely getting that out of this game 1 at least.
The thing that we need is 6 games.
Oh yeah.
That's what we need today. And so HLE, they're required to win at least one of them, okay? They can win 2 as long as they let T1 have one back. That is just fine. That does mean that we would reach Peanut's milestone as well, which is pretty cool. He requires 3 games in order to get there. But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves as this game is far from decided, as Peanut gets that Crescent Guard. He's going to be able to use that to keep himself alive, but that is a big ulti now on cooldown. They won't be able to utilize in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, and actually Peanut doesn't have any camps on this side of the map. So normally as a jungler, you just go clear your camps, heal up again. Does have red buff though, will give him a bit of sustain. And also can actually get some health off the ward.
Yep.
But
classic Xin Zhao stuff.
Yeah, Ona looking around. They're trying to establish TP coming in. They're committing to this Baron, by the way.
Yeah, this is some T1 Baron type stuff. As Delight gets a ward over the wall. I think that HLE are not going to be too surprised about this one, as the vision does come on through. Peanut is in the area as Chains of Corruption gets the flash out from Carrier. Now Faker could be in a little bit of trouble. The ulti goes wide there from Doran as Zeka gets all in amongst it. Goes golden there as well as he pops the arm guard, but the Shockwave is going to connect, takes down the Galio, but the 3-man stun from Zeus is huge. He does have his Zhonya's. The Tempered Fate is actually going to keep him in stasis for even longer, and Viper just can't finish off these targets. He does manage to land one of them as a pause. And Viper is the only... How do we unpause this ever?
Yeah, a tense situation. Not sure what happened there. But,
who paused it, I wonder?
I don't know, but that was looking pretty good for T1, I think. It was.
Yeah, the T1 had more guys alive.
Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. And it felt like a little bit lacking in the DPS department was HLE there, not really able to finish off targets. You can see them moving forwards, and it felt like the momentum was in their favor, but people just weren't dying. And generally, in terms of winning a fight, that's pretty important.
Yep. So we'll just have to find out. Maybe with the slow zoom in that we're getting onto Zeus, maybe it was an issue that he had.
I assume to have paused in a situation like that, it'll have been something really significant that really massively impacted what happened.
Absolutely.
So we'll wait until we hear what happens, but
there's no AD Viego in this game or anything like that, is there? That's Culinary Class Wars winner on screen right now. They were also in the intro. You may have seen that one from earlier. Famous rapper as well, my goodness.
Well, you know, if we have someone who won Culinary Class Wars and we have a pause.
Oh, that's hungry? True. Yeah, maybe it's like I did just eat.
Oh.
It's a K-pop idol from Kara as well on the right. It's like, okay, well, it's just a lot of famous people here. Maybe here for content for T1, as we can see. See whether T1 can also get them a victory here in this one. But of course, they're going to need 2 in this series, and we're going to have to find out what the heck happened to bring us to this point. I think that you never pause lightly in a situation like that in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah.
That never happens.
Yeah, I would agree. Normally, the etiquette is you wait until after the fight.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. We'll see what happened. We'll see what ultimately led to it. Hopefully, it can be resolved. But we'll find out more. Lots of cool fan signs.
Yeah.
Surprise on a big day like today.
And a lot of bums in seats as well. There's just a lot of people here, as you could imagine. But we were pretty full up in the last series as well, especially on the DNF side. It was Zeus reporting something going wrong, but I don't think it is something that we are going to be able to change or anything like that. So no surprises just yet. Nothing untoward going on. And I think we will be getting back into this game pretty soon. Man, I hope Viper can keep himself tensed up. I'm ready to get back into that.
Okay, here's what I predict is going to happen when we get back.
Viper instantly dies?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking as well.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about the impact of this fight. It just felt like one of the issues really with the Poke Virus, with the Galio in the mid lane, the damage to cut through some of these bulkier targets like the Wukong and the Ambessa just really isn't there. This comp lacks a good amount of magic damage. And especially like Wukong gets a lot of free armor from his passive, Doran's quite tanky. This feels like they're not cutting through targets quick enough. You know, this game's been even for a while, and I think T1's composition is definitely leaning towards the point where it's stronger.
Okay, here we are. We are back into it one more time. Viper is trying to get away, and I don't think he will actually escape, and he doesn't.
Hey, I said this would happen.
Yeah, that's I agreed with you. I thought that you were kind of onto something there, as T1 with some lower health bars. We're just going to be heading over towards the Baron. And we're going to check out the replay. I got a little bit confused there because the UI got a bit confused as well. But we're going to see this one once more.
So there's a double smite from T1 available, so that's why they felt comfortable starting this. A lot of damage is done up front, but again, bursty comp, Zeka gets taken out, they're kiting backwards. Big stun comes out from Zeus, but it's just so hard to get the follow-up. Viper's trying to move forwards, has to kite back, does land a piercing arrow on Owner, but it gets them low, but he's not able to kill targets. And T1 are doing a fantastic job of kiting backwards every time. Every threat that comes close, Faker and Guma are almost in tandem with each other, just focusing them down.
Too many threats?
Yeah.
Everyone seems to do damage. Even the Meep slapping Bard.
And I think ultimately, just Ona and Doran are just a bit too hard to cut through right now.
And remember when this game was even? It's now 5,000 gold in the lead for T1, and Peanut is in all the trouble in the world. He doesn't have... Oh, he's able to audaciously charge towards the Gromp.
That was pretty audacious.
It was.
Didn't really change anything.
And in the meantime, 3 members of HLE are running away from a Wukong, from what I could see on the minimap. Zeus will be splitting towards this bottom side of the map, might be able to get a dent into this inner turret, but I imagine T1 should make quick work of this inner on top side as the smallest magical journey. It's not very magical, is it? It's just kind of an archway. But it looks very pretty because it's Carrier's skin, so that's pretty cool. 2 turrets are going to go down, but this is going to be 3 for T1.
You can tell there's a gold Bard main out there somewhere who's saying, look, Carrier does it too.
I mean, some of the walls just aren't the same as the others, you know? As this inhibitor is going to be taken.
I like to believe that he did it to prank Doran, because that is... that is the... He's like, Doran, go through here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Do you know what's really frustrating? This game was so close, and now it's over.
Yeah.
It's just done.
That is the kind of the T1 special. I think it was always a little bit on a timer for HLE.
Yeah.
And too much back and forth, and then just one huge loss ends up really pushing it in favor. And now T1 just really looking to close things out. I think someone needs to massively overstep if HLE want to...
Well, Peanut, he might be the one doing that. Does have ult, so that is going to divide T1. Chains of Corruption is going to connect. That is a single-man shockwave here, and Peanut is pretty durable, but Zeka, not so much. And they just melt to the ricochet damage out of this 4.5k in the lead Sivir. And Viper having to deal with this monkey. It's a triple kill for Guma, who's going to make it a quadra. Carrier steals it away. Adorable. We get the zoom in from Jonas Strong as well. And this was close until it absolutely wasn't, ladies and gentlemen. HLE gonna have to try better in game number 2. As just a little leap strike there from Zeus, as Guma is going to convince him to stay in his fountain. And I think he will do exactly that. The only gold lead here for HLE, but the gold advantages are just looking ridiculous. Zeus takes the magical journey. That was so cool. That was the highlight moment of this entire game for me. That was very, very cute. Zeus does go golden. The Nexus will go boom. And HLE are just going to have to try again in game number 2. Peanut, not going to do anything. There it goes. T1 get first blood in the series. And man, like, it's just so rough, isn't it? Because it was neck and neck.
Yeah.
It was so tense.
I mean,
and then boom.
I think there's some positives to draw from this for HLE, because at the end of the day, we came into this with T1 as heavy favorites. And there was moments of keeping it competitive, but I think you made just too many mistakes in T1. They're in the form right now where you have a very small quota of mistakes you can make against them. And as soon as you pass that, the game is just over. Yeah. That's what we saw come out. So HLE will have another attempt. Zeus had some good moments on the Jax, but you just need to try a bit harder. And also, I think with the composition, I think as much as the poke Varus, I don't think it was wrong to take it and deny it from Guma. And obviously it's a strong pick, but I think the options Viper had in these team fights were so limited, you know, in terms of his carry potential. He has been your best player. I think put him on a pick where he can be the hyper carry. You could have picked Yunara. You had that choice.
Yep.
Didn't opt to do it. I think, yes, he did a lot of damage, but he just couldn't kill anyone.
No, and the problem is that you get the first pick, Varus, but Doran's Ambassador has been his best champion by about double everything else, even though he has been playing well regardless. His Ambassador has been outstanding. They get Wukong, they get Orianna for Faker, they get the Sivir for Gumyushi, and it's Carrier's Bard! It's just not really legal. But it is now time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space, they're going to break it down and we'll have game number 2. We'll see whether HLE can bring us to 3.
제일 많이 한다. 네, 나 미다. 갈게. 좋다. 위로 당길게, 위로. 밑치만 봐. 상대 다 근처에 있다. 위로 당길게. 좋아. 괜찮아, 이러면? 갈려. 갈려 존야 있다. 가만. 고. 이속돼. 나 이속 무한으로 돼. 걸렸어, 좀 높을걸? 나 갈게. 네. 얘도 1초. 야, 펜타인데? 펜타 줘봐. 나 펜타.
来了，这边的往前敲，凯撒被敲了起来，杀手本能之后还是被晕住，斗狗直接跟伤害，家里差点取得做开战，但玉人只能风暴没有限制太久啊！悟空跟瑞儿都相继倒下，斗狗的3连杀，斗狗准备拿下一个夸张 kill，
五杀，
结果面对超级连杀就在斗狗的手上 ，Penta kill， 用到了斗狗到手。
Well, going to come out from quad as all of Blind are able to get onto the correct side, but the flick back onto Adiland, full engage, full commit onto the jungle. But the damage from Saint is just insane! Matsu looks for his own little fight there on the Henna. Inspired's down. Matsu's got to get out of the fight. Saint's chasing him down. Triple kill to Saint. Lion hold the line. Quad will fall. Henna with the kill. It's only Purple left. Lion roared a line.
Começar a pegar um pouquinho desse gold numa linha de T2, quem sabe, já seria muito bom. E coloca de volta o root, Red Best foi pego. Vai ser eliminado aqui. De novo o ultimate no Ju, mas agora também já tem a sequência. Robô chega, equalizador no choke point, já tem abate pra cima do Snaker. A Loud encontrou a luta no sacrifício do Red Best, tá dando tudo certo pra Lauducha. E no choke point é onde a luta da Loud brilha muito mais, o tapete do Ramp, e vai invadindo a base da Izu.
눈치보다 발사하는 게 백미니까
네.
잘 활용도 했고 위에서 오로라가
양방향.
연타가
하두리.
커튼콜 일단 알리스타가 최대한 뭐
그런데
아직
토마이어 샷.
아니 그리고 럼블이 와버렸어요.
선수가 펼쳐졌기 때문에 안 오죠.
Wave coming in as well. Jojo actually tagged out by Electro Harpoon. Tunnel's doing serious damage now. As Alvaro jumps in, they have to turn and engage. There's between worlds, but Alvaro's so deep. And look, Carter just flashes in under a turret. He goes golden, so he won't die. That was insane play as MCoy get wiped off the map in one fell swoop. Carter just said this has to end.
Army Corps found their moment. 成功被击杀了，在这撞一个羊，这个羊撞起了真猴假猴，加一个香克斯，弗兰朵完成了组合任务，交一个闪现，埃及想追击，一个沿途斜勾，在晒顶得住吗？在晒交闪回去了，弗兰朵选择了往反方向拉扯，给自己的队友争取时间，自己被挤了，这波他们急了，直接给了 Rookie 的中亚开得很果断，闪现踩住之后 Rookie 来了，一个大招，再拉中府4杀有没有5杀？嘎啦，让一下，嘎啦，这完了。 这应该是全世界范围内这个英雄的第1次5杀，
有嘎啦完成了。这一波团战感觉 A 有点卡，最后他的那个猴子的进场，进去的一瞬间被定了。
Welcome back to the space. What a game one here between Hanwha Esports and T1. A close back and forth. Digon here alongside Chronicler and Wolf. T1 eventually take it game number one in the books, as they've done so far here in round 3, and in round 4 looking good here. So good here.
I'm just mostly happy that Hanwha Life, even though they're not fully back, look better than they did before, because we have been talking extensively. We're a 2-team region right now. T1 and Gen.G are very far ahead of everyone else in the region, and we would like Hanwha Life to join that group. I think that we saw glimpses of it. We're not quite there yet. T1 is still on another level, but I want to remind everyone that the last time these two teams faced, it was 2 pretty one-sided games, so it's a good game one.
Also, the fact that not only is Hanwha looking a little bit back, but Zeus, who hasn't really been a big part of Hanwha's best moments, looked really good in this game. We saw Viper, unfortunately for him, not having the same sort of impact. There was that mid-catch. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But overall, Hanwha as a unit, I feel like not still as cohesive as you need to be if you're going to beat T1 and Gen.G. But the early game went well. You know, Peanut had that missed W in the bottom lane. That was a little bit weird, right? Like, if they get that kill, maybe the game gets even more blown open.
Yeah, let's get into the highlights here, because we've got a couple of them. This is after Hanwha Life Esports up 4-0 at this point. Over at the Herald, gets stolen away.
And we are actually having an ongoing discussion on the increased value of Herald as a team fight objective, not just as a get a turret objective. It is kind of crazy that they're able to get this after all. So much playmaking again comes through from Carrier's Bard. If that actual ult from Galio hits multiple people, I think they just lose the fight. If they don't get Herald, if Doran doesn't secure that, I'm pretty sure T1 just lose the fight, because that play from Zay was beautiful, but no one else could follow up because there was a Herald.
I mean, the Herald actually denies any follow-up, and then he's able to drive through and demolish the turret as well as get an additional charge. Like, there isn't really much more you can say about Herald value in a team fight, because if you can use it as an escape tool and then get access to turrets, it's pretty insane what you can do. A lot of the time we've seen our Rise group teams try to drop Herald in the middle of a team fight, don't get any value out of it, don't even take it, it just kind of awkwardly walks away or gets destroyed, but you can see what a top-tier Legend team can do to turn an entire game around.
Absolutely. Not the only one that was, the only fight that was, I guess, top tier here in this matchup between our 2 Legend group teams. In the mid lane at 26 minutes is our second highlight here, as Zeka gets caught, but then a little bit too much from Viper as well.
Yeah, and this misstep from Zeka in of itself is not the end of the world. A nice catch, T1 side lane catches has been one of the hallmarks of this team for a very long time. But it's actually Viper who has been getting a lot of praise, and I think justifiably so, making a really big mistake, specifically not hitting mid-air, but right there, getting that Edge of Night procced, what sets up the whole play.
Edge of Night getting procced really makes it so he gets caught and ends up dying here. I think the idea behind the push, like you said, is not incorrect. I want to make sure people don't misunderstand Chronicler here, because at the point at which he was pushing there, he's pushing into an Ambessa. His opponents are on Dragon. He has the assessment that T1 are going to push that side lane, push Dragon, so he feels fairly safe there. But with the proc there on the Edge of Night, unfortunately, he's just not going to be able to get away. And T1 are the type of team that if they can sense blood in the water, if they can sense an overextension, they will always rotate to punish.
I am also loving that aggressive TP from Faker. I think that in general, Faker and Carrier for me were the 2 big standouts. I think Owner continuing to kind of be a little over-aggressive, right? We had that mid-play where he went really deep, which didn't end up fully working out. But particularly the way that Faker moves around the map and Carrier enables the rest of his team. And that's one thing with Bard we often talk about. But I want to talk about that team fight, because when we get to the final fight of the game, or actually what ends up deciding the game, I think that it's so easy, relatively, with Bard to like be everywhere, right? Like that's kind of the point of the champion. But it's really hard to find good ultimates when you need it to.
And being able to, you know, this engage kind of gets broken up here. Zeus is still able to, though, close the gap. And then trying to actually stop this guy out of stasis to be able to get on top of the team for a second Counter-Strike combo. Look at the timing of this. Oh. Like, incredibly difficult to do. I think most average players probably wouldn't be able to do that if they tried it 5 times. And he gets it in the most important moment of the game.
Well, what's particularly important is that Peanut, with him going in, he would have drawn aggro. And I think Zeus might have actually had an angle. His Counter-Strike was almost off cooldown. He was mid-leap strike when he got hit by that. If he gets on top of that backline, these fights, a lot of the moments in this game really came down to very minute plays. And I think after this fight, the game was kind of over, right? Even I'd argue after the Herald fight, I'm kind of surprised that Humble Life was still able to make as big of an impact as they did. I'm just hoping this goes to free. I think this was a really cool first game. A lot of back and forth. And if mid-jungle for Humble Life just step it up a little bit, I think we're going to hopefully get that a third game.
How many games is Keria going to get to play Bard and warp the entire game here in the Legend group? Like, he plays it every series. No one's banning against him. I know it's not considered a top-tier pick that you see in the second banning phase all the time, but for Keria, you just cannot allow this guy to get Bard. He just keeps getting away with it.
Yeah, and I feel like you're trying to find angles in the draft to get an edge, to get a lead, like the way that Genji did before against T1 when they did a multi-flex. When your Bard isn't perfect, there are ways that you can play around it, but every time, Keria is so good on it.
He's started to blind it now as well. And until someone is going to actually punish him for that, like, he's going to keep doing it, right? This was an R4 pick. Wasn't like it was a counter pick. It was very face-up and still worked.
All right, a close game number one here between two of our top titans. The Battle of Champions, the World Champion, the LCK Champion. Go at it again here in game number 2.
Thank you very much for the breakdown, gentlemen. I've got some bad news as well, because if they had have banned the Bard, he would have just played Rakan or Alistar and probably warped the game on those as well. And we would have said, well, why didn't you ban those? It's just,
you know what?
Pick your poison.
I mean,
he couldn't have played Nico because that was banned first.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues we're kind of having is that, like, we keep ending up in these situations. I do think the Bard is a major problem, but like, so is the Wukong.
So is the Ambessa.
So is the
Orianna problem.
So I think
how did Guma get Siva? It's crazy.
We keep getting into these game 1 situations where T1 get a ton of picks that are really good for them, but I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of picks that are good for T1.
Yep.
And I think it's just that you can't stomp them all down. I think, honestly, just be glad it's Fearless and game 2's hopefully a little bit better because there's less of those available. He can't play Bard again.
Exactly. And he can't play Nico either, as that one is going to be banned first up once again. The Pantheon, Azir, Yone were the bans from T1 last time around, and of course we don't have any side switches or anything like that. This time the Azir is going to be banned first up.
Okay. If T1 don't ban it, it's first pick Yunara. Please, HLE, give Viper that champion.
Well, honestly, this would be the game for it as well, because I feel like people think, okay, there it is. Now that the Varus isn't there.
Now that the trade's not there, I knew they'd do it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You missed your chance.
This might be, like, I mean, it could be a Peanut Pantheon angle. Let's see whether they do manage to go that way. The Gwen could be the next ban, but instead the Pantheon is going to be taken away as this. He wants to play with Scissors, perhaps. That could be the ban out here on T1's side. And we'll just have to see what is going to be the first pick option, as it could be something like a Trundle for Peanut, theoretically. We could be having a look towards the jungle. But we'll just see where HLE's eyes are going to go.
I mean, the thing that was banned last time that's been left open now is the Yone, but I don't really think it's like...
I don't think you first pick it.
I don't think he's going to... I mean, I wouldn't put it past HLE, but I don't really expect it. I feel like the jungle priority may be higher with Wukong and Xin both taking off the cards.
You could take Rumble and then aim for a Maokai Yone if T1 doesn't deny it.
Yeah, there's also picks that sync well with it, like, you know, Vi goes well with it, Jarvan goes well with it.
Yep.
They're both fine. So I think the Rumble, and especially with the Aurora off the cards, you're feeling pretty good about it.
Yep. I feel like, yeah, the Rumble's in a decent spot to be picked up right here. See where Doran is going to go. Like, it could be Tank Trundle. You could pick that one up here for T1 if you would like to. If it's going to be the Ornn, which is the classic pick into the Rumble, that could be where they're going to go. Instead, the Yorick is the consideration here for Doran.
Menacing.
This is another one.
Yeah, going to be a problem in the side lanes later on, I feel. But, yeah.
Where does Ona go? That's the big question. It could be a Circles comp. You know, you could put the Cataclysm on top of it. But instead, he is going to go for the Trundle.
Just building stuff. I mean, I think Trundle makes sense, you know, good into... I feel like Xin Zhao and Wukong, he does pretty good into. Still fine into... I mean, Jarvan, if Jarvan dives in against the Trundle, he kind of just gets turned into paper. But also kind of eliminates a lot of tank junglers from the pool. But, you know, we saw the Maokai into the Trundle earlier, and the matchup seems very playable. You can just kind of sit at a distance when you engage with the ult.
Honestly, like Maokai Yone, if they do decide to go for it, is probably their best bet at this point in time.
Yeah.
The Yone is going to be locked in first, though. Let's see, they're going to take a little bit longer to consider Peanut's pick. But I would imagine that something... Oh, they could also pick Poppy if they feel like it. That could be funny.
I don't like the Poppy into the Trundle.
Yeah, true.
Just because the pillar can interrupt when you're winding like up your ult. It's so non-committal.
Yep.
So many other champs you have to like fully commit to stop that, and you can just pillar her from distance and you turn
Also,
her into paper.
yeah, she's a tank, so...
Yeah.
And so it is just going to be what we were talking about before.
Yeah, I mean the modern builds with Poppy, you kind of build her like Bruiser.
Yeah.
It's not as bad,
because
but still, she's still very tanky. But yeah, I think the Maokai is the right pick. We saw that matchup earlier. You can build him AP. You can also just play at a distance. You don't have to engage with your body as Maokai, which so many other tank junglers do.
And Peanut was undefeated on this champion for like infinity time last year. It was crazy how well he was doing with this champ.
It's definitely comfort for him. I feel like for Faker could honestly just play like... I mean, he's going to go towards the Annie. I was going to say he could play like the Rise, but we'll go for the Annie here. And I think HLE feeling pretty good about how their team fights are looking right now.
I'd say.
A lot of engage potential, a lot of potential just to explode targets on the side of T1. Rakan going to get banned away here to no real surprise.
And let's see where the bans are going to go from HLE. Is it going to be aimed towards Guma? I imagine a Jhin probably does want to be removed, something like that can stand pretty far back from these melee champions that do just kind of want to go in.
Maybe like a Lucian as well. You
Yeah.
know? I mean, the Rakan I think is just a Rakan ban, but maybe like a Lucian Braum could be something you're worried about.
Yeah, Viper and Delight have a few options that can go into this. I imagine the Kai'Sa is probably pretty high up there on the list of things that they do want to be playing.
Yep, I mean, Viper's been pretty fantastic on Kai'Sa, so definitely could see him go towards that. Honestly, even... Yeah, I mean, he could play the Lucian himself.
Yep.
I think Zaya's also fine. Ezreal going to get banned away. I feel like Ezreal popularity is kind of fallen off a cliff recently.
Apart from Ruler. No one told Ruler that Ezreal isn't being played anymore.
I feel like Ruler just plays what he wants.
I think Gumayushi wants to play Corki, is what I kind of feel right now. Would give them that 2-item spike that they're kind of looking for.
Yeah, also, I feel like it's one of those... I mean, the Jhin ban is no surprise. I feel like it's one of those picks where people pick it because it's a decent lane, but it's got a bit of safety.
Yep.
But looks like the artist's going to go for that Lucian. So Lucian, potentially Lucian Braum, going to come out here. Not a major surprise in this situation. And it looks like it might be Viper instead who goes for the Corki.
Yeah, we'll see where Viper is actually going to land.
I guess not wanting to take the Kai'Sa into this lane, which makes sense. I mean, if you went... I feel like just taking Kai'Sa plus whatever into Lucian Braum would feel so bad. Maybe not as bad if you had Kai'Sa Nico, but it's still not good.
Yep. And I think maybe we're expecting Gumayushi to prioritize it. Okay, Delight is just playing Blitzcrank. As Keria did obviously want to play Braum. Braum Lucian has been the lane, right? See whether he does pivot to something that's a little bit better into the Blitz, but this is the classic Maokai Blitzcrank. We've seen this so many times. And it was a Gen G special, but the players that you might see here were just kind of on that team instead.
Yeah. And the thing is, I feel like it's...
It was Lehens and Peanut that were doing it together, though.
It feels really bad because no matter who ends up soaking it, they can kind of just be a target. Unless HLE fall really far behind, and then you just kind of run them over when they grab you. I do think Braum, as far as champions go, like you have your little dash to try and avoid it, you know?
Yep.
A Mikhail's would go a long way as an early rush, and also with Spell, we can kind of go cleanse, so that'll help. But I just think HLE, they have a lot of team fighting tools, they have the setup for picks. I think they have everything they kind of want in this situation. I think T1, they do have pressure in the bot lane with the Lucian Braum, but other than that, I think lane pressure is kind of the angle that T1 are looking for. But I think in terms of what they offer in the 5v5, I think they're kind of lacking overall.
I would agree. Prankuro, what are they interested in? I want to know what this is about. It's definitely, this is about momentum. League is about momentum, is what that said. So, well, let's see whether we can pull some momentum back on the HLE side. T1 certainly have all of it right now, but the composition, I think, is a little bit less T1 favored this time. See whether we can get 3 games.
시간사의 학교에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on to the Rift for game number 2. Top of the morning to you, says Peanut to Owner, and they both tip their caps. Adorable.
Very polite. You know, what's the thing with the momentum is that sometimes you have too much momentum.
And you go off a cliff?
Bounce off a wall.
Oh, that happens too, yeah. Momentum can be bad for multiple reasons, we just discovered.
Yeah, momentum's not always a good thing. It's a dangerous thing to have.
On a straight road, though, totally fine. Unless your aim is to stop, in which case it's not. HLE, I think, are going to be very happy with what they got here. It's about making it work. And I think a lot of people have been calling for Peanut and Zeka to kind of get it together here in this one. And they're on their most practiced champions over the last 2 years.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I feel like this comp, I mean, we saw this work earlier today, just the Maokai Yone, and I feel like there's so much you can do into T1. I feel like other than the Annie, and even the Annie can be quite telegraphed, there's not that much to really punish the Yone, so you can really just kind of flourish. And Zeka is definitely a master of this champion.
Yep. Stack the Q didn't have an opportunity to use it, unfortunately, there. Will be able to clean up these minions as the crash does come on through. So he's only going to be behind 1, I believe, assuming he gets this, and he does. So not too bad. As Delight is just going to get stunned up immediately here in this bottom lane.
One of the things is that you pick the Blitzcrank because it syncs really well with the Maokai, and you're like, hey, we can do that cool combo, that's really neat, but you then have to play Blitzcrank into Lucian Braum, neither of which is super easy to grab because they both have dashes, particularly the Lucian, but also they can just kind of beat you up.
They do that walk at you thing.
Yeah.
And then if you grab them, then they're even closer to you, and you've made their walk at you strategy work even better.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens. The target who is way easier to grab is the Braum, but by grabbing the Braum, you have provided something that Braum tends to lack, and that's a gap closer, which is a very dangerous thing to do.
Yeah. And then it's Lucian, so he stacks the passive up so incredibly quickly. So Braum just needs to tap you one time, and then things are looking real rough. As Peanut is aware that Owner is here, but T1 has the inside track. There is the ward going down. Let's see whether Peanut can actually steal this one away. The answer is no. Kennel will keep him out as the hook just goes wide. I think Delight was aiming for the red buff.
Yeah, I think he was. He just didn't quite have vision. I think it was grab it, and then Peanut can like Q smite it.
The sweeper was a little bit too powerful. And here it is, 82% win rate. Peanut is pretty good at Maokai.
But yeah, it was good work there, though, from T1 to kind of clear the vision out. And this is kind of what we was talking about. So I have a lot of confidence in HLE if they get to the 5v5s, if the gold stays even. But it's this lane pressure, really, from T1, and we're immediately seeing them capitalize on it. Owner going for that invade and making use of the priority that is mid and bot have, because neither of them were really able to bail Peanut out of that situation.
Yep. And T1 have been a team that's played around pure lane pressure for 8 years or something like that. Like, that's what this org was kind of built around.
Yeah.
And even when, like, some of the T1 drafts that we've seen in the past, we've been pretty upset with, right? Because they don't necessarily synergize together, but what they do get is lane priority, lane pressure, early game power, so they can play their game. And it's worked out pretty well, as you guys know. I don't think there are many other teams with as many World's trophies as T1 has.
Right on that.
Yeah, I'm relatively confident. As Peanut is going to be stealing away a Krug camp from the Krug Lord. Kind of crazy. As Doran is relatively low, this could be a dive opportunity, maybe.
Yeah, the swap's
seems a
coming
bit
in, though.
Scary.
It's just the timing of it, you know, the fact that we have Guma moving already and Owner's moving up towards the top side.
The wave also got incinerated, so...
Well, yeah, there was that, but, like, you know, if you wait around for another wave, you're going for a dive, people are going to be there, you're going to die, so...
Just going to take the Shellfish where they can find it, and Peanut is probably just going to go for his topside camps. So he's going to move in and try and deny the freeze here, and that will be successful. As Guma does successfully also collect himself the cannon. Very nicely done.
Zay's closing in on level 6, and they're not actually going for the swap yet. Maybe just kind of looking for Zayas to get the level 6 so he'll be comfortable in the swap with the equalizer, and then maybe they can deal with the Maiden in a 2v1. Although right now it is just Viper going up against Doran, so...
Yeah.
A funnest position to be in.
We'll see whether they are going to leave it at that. I do believe they will not. Zeus trying to get that heat to a good spot. See whether Gumushi is going to be all right. There's the equalizer that you were talking about. The flash knock-up, and Delight has guaranteed the kill. That is first blood over to Zeus. And he was the guy getting the most done in the last game, and they've set him up for success again.
Yeah, good early pickup. Zeus waiting around, and Guma definitely not expecting. Oh, no.
Yep, Peanut also in a little bit of a rough spot. Is going to go for the early flash to deny Faker any sort of engage.
Definitely the right call. That looming threat of the Tibbers was coming in. Peanut gets away. But yeah, as I was saying, Zeus waits around definitely longer than Guma expected. They managed to find the play, and Delight doesn't even leave it in doubt. Goes for the flash knock-up, and with Spellbook, switches out his flash to a TP, so not even phased by the lack of that summoner.
Yep, not too worried about it. As the plate does go down for the Yorick towards the bottom side, but we're going to check this play out once again. Zeus just gives Gumushi a red carpet to walk down.
Yeah, the equalizer placement was so good because he kind of dashed the direction you have to go to get away from the Blitzcrank, and he just got cooked by the equalizer.
Yep, he was still in it even when he was getting knocked up. And I do like Delight not leaving anything to chance as well, just flash knock up to make it happen. As Viper able to get out scot-free there, but isn't going to be present in this lane, at least until his Blitzcrank turns up again. So T1 will be able to at least get this one shoved. Not really too much to worry about here on T1 side. They are behind like 300 gold, something like that. Nice little hook is going to connect, but Carrier gives them the door. And I don't know whether it's really... I mean, yeah, it's a good trade after the Foss Bomb. That was fantastic there from Viper. But still, T1 is pushing forward. There's a culling. No one really to tank that one up as Delight gets himself his shield.
Yeah. I'm going to say... Viper's... Oh!
Another hook going to connect there onto Carrier.
I mean, Viper's doing a good amount of damage with his Q, but his items are hideous right now.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
Like he's just...
Oh, man, that dagger could have been boots or something. Oh, no, maybe he's taken the magical footwear. Oh, no.
But it's just like the least inspiring quirky item.
Not it.
And then on the other side, Guma's got like pickaxe, longsword. It's like, ooh.
Yeah. That feels really nice, though.
All things considered, getting some okay trades off.
There you go. Making that dagger work for him, baby.
Tier Ruby Crystal Dagger, you know, not doing so bad.
And Peanut is on the grubs here as well. Owner is thinking about coming on over, but Zeka with control of the mid-wave, and Faker with no teleport walking his way down. This is not something that T1 are going to be fighting for. Well, they are coming into the area to see what's going on. Zeus burning Doran. Yeah, oh, God. One more auto would have done it. But he does respect and gets himself out of the way.
Yeah, the overheat kind of timed out. Didn't really think he had the damage, especially with the Maiden hitting him, so backed away. But
and Flashes was still up, I guess, so didn't want to trade.
A little bit close there.
It was kind of weird watching it, but of course, the overheat just gives you so much extra auto damage. So you might have been watching like, oh man, he just needs to hit him again. But no, it I mean, it's quite hit for as much.
Your next rotation abilities when you have no heat is just not doing as much damage.
Yep.
You know,
and as a result, Doran is able to get back up to half health because he's Yorick.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And Zeus had also committed the ult at the start of the fight, I believe, so...
Aha, that's why it's on cooldown.
On the back foot. Right now.
Doran just wandering around with his Maiden. These ghoulies are just so annoying here for Zeus to deal with.
You're getting a little low in the HP department there.
He is. He's trying to act tasty, I believe, as Ghoul 1, 2, 3 will be taken down. Does secure himself the cannon. And Zeus just fine for now, retains that slight gold advantage. In fact, everywhere on the map, HLE are ahead by just a little bit.
I know, I was looking at the scoreboard as you started saying that.
And it all went back because waves started bouncing.
By the time you finished the sentence, it was wrong.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, it is what it is.
As Peanut is on his red buff, he should be able to secure that, but Carrier's moved down towards his bottom side. Zeus, you're making me nervous, man. His teleport is back up now. Might be a little bit anxious about using teleports. Scrap Shield going to come in. Wasn't even close, baby.
Nearly dying to the ghouls. Like, it's... okay, no, we just don't recall. Okay, easy equalizing, that's fine.
Yeah, he really doesn't want that plate to go down, but it is probably going to go down. Dora is going to come on through there. Peanut's like, I just want to go back, man.
Yeah.
Zeus is still here, by the way.
At some point this game, Zeus does need to recall. He does actually go back to base.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay, he did it. Good job. Great way. Great.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And now, going to be possibly teleporting back in, but no, it doesn't actually have to. The wave is going to be equalizing. Zeka trying to get some damage onto Faker here, who's running around real fast. Does have Phase Rush on his Annie, as well as the Molten Shield, makes him pretty mobile.
Yeah, one item spike really big for the Yone, so when Zeka gets to that...
okay. Sometimes, I mean, it's not about the initial damage anymore on Tibbers. Tibbers just does a lot more damage over time now.
Tibbers is just very irritating.
Yeah. It used to be if you missed that, though, you did nothing.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that is not the case anymore.
They could just kill it.
Yeah, that's 50 gold over to Peanut.
Easy as that.
There we
Just
go.
give over Peanut's position though, and Ono will just immediately take the opportunity to start up the dragon. Yeah. The light is here. Doesn't have... Oh, wow.
Yeah. Now he's in the ghoulie wall with a kennel, and he's got cats, not dogs.
That is not a fun place to be. Caged up completely.
Certainly not.
He wants to try and steal this.
Well, let's see whether he can. Rock Grab, not exactly the highest amount of damage in comparison to a Smite, so probably wasn't really going to work out. There is Mountain Soul again. As Viper is Valkyring forward, looking for Gumayushi, trying to do some damage here, as it's a really nice pillar to make sure that he flashes away. Delight had to soak the culling, but really didn't want to.
A little bit ambitious there from Viper, I feel like. Not the first time.
We've had some worrying Valkyries, haven't we, today?
Yeah, but also not the first time from Viper. He's kind of challenged in the mid lane, and it's backfired a bit. So he did this last series against T1, I believe. Was like challenging Guma in the mid lane and then getting punished for it by other members. So maybe not learning from those mistakes.
Perhaps. As both cannons secured by our top laners. Very, very nice. No -1s in chat for this lane. Faker the only one with a slight gold lead, I say, just to make sure that we get another gold lead that pops up out of nowhere.
I think it's important that T1 have the 2 dragons in pocket, right? Because they're kind of securing some insurance going to the later stages. But I feel like the fact that HLE, even marginally, are ahead in gold feels pretty good with the composition they have and how they're looking in the 5v5s. I don't think anything's going to be clear-cut, especially not in a series with T1, but definitely some positive feelings.
I would agree. Carrier ghosting in. Spellbook is a heck of an option. So Carrier just happy to run around real fast.
You know what? For a long time, I feel like we missed our Goofy rune, right? And it is our Goofy rune, and I'm glad to have it back because we had, we had Omnistone, we had Kleptomancy.
Yeah.
We always need a Goofy rune.
All right, Equalizer is just going to destroy the wave. So T1, even with all these people here, is not going to be able to get much done. Okay.
The Maiden micro of just walking away slowly.
Nailed it. Beautifully done. It's kind of, it's a cool composition too, isn't it? It's the double summons comp.
Should have had Ivan.
Yeah, true. Where's Daisy?
Ivan, and then we needed a Nico.
Oh, goodness me. And then a Wukong.
A Wukong carry?
Yeah. It's perfect.
Maximum, just annoying.
So many clones. And we need Shaco. Where's Shaco?
Oh, too many to fit in.
Yeah, there's actually a few too many. Maybe we can fit them on the other side.
Maybe they should make it so
well.
if you pick 5 clone champions, you get like a 6th automatically.
Oh, yeah, like a set bonus.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. That's what League of Legends is missing. Set bonuses for composition.
I think so too.
That would be pretty cool.
We're really cooking here.
Would make the pick and ban phase a weird time. As you try and build for a set and then all of a sudden ban.
Second rotation.
Yeah.
Guys, they're going for Exodia.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we should ban it.
Well, teleport from Zeka here, just to deny the dive once again. They really want to protect Zeus.
The Maiden, though, keeps living on like 100 HP, so...
A lot of Maiden value here for Thorin. He's also about to pick up his Trinity Force at the same time. Viper finally turned his eclectic mix of items into a Trinity Force. That feels great.
Yeah. Double Leandri Spike coming in as well. We did get the Ionian boots from Zeus. Shout out to Huni, who's probably...
upset.
Hopefully not watching, because he wouldn't feel so good about that.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe he's changed. Maybe military has changed him. Maybe he's now open to different boot options.
I don't think.
Yeah, there's no
way.
chance at all. Nice little knock up here from Zeka, but Faker finds the stun. And so this Yone isn't really going to be doing too much. That one item spike that you were talking about does come in, but the same thing can be said for Faker on this Annie.
Yeah, Herald's up.
Malignance is very important.
And T1 have pretty good control in the area. And I feel like, other than those...
Oh dear. Culling comes down. There's a flash over from Delight to get him out of the kennel. But that is still bad news here for HLE. No flash hooks or flash knockups to come down from this Blitzcrank. Could be problematic.
It's fine, he's got Spellbook. You'll just grab a new summoner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, heck.
Hey, he did Ghost. There you go.
Ghost Clans. He's Disco Nunu. I'm pretty sure Carrier also did this in the last game as well. So it's not just a delight thing, but it is very funny when you
know
see Cleanse Ghost just running around.
I remember it was Neela. I think it was either Aiming or Jiwoo when they first played Neela, and they went Ghost Cleanse.
Like unironically.
It's just so funny to see. The classic.
Oh,
you know?
so good.
No, guys, I'm not trolling. This is legitimate.
Yep. Spectacular.
Just great form.
Well, Rift Herald going to be taken once again. This was a dangerous time for HLE last time around. This time, Gumayusi making his way in. Ona over here as well, as Faker is now going to be moving down. Nature's Grasp comes.
Away!
Of course Gumayusi steals it. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. The ulti's going to pick up Tib as Faker is now isolated, as Peanut and Delight are set to take him down, but Zekka is also dead. So mid laners are going to get traded, and now the teleport from Doran comes forward. Tibbers goes down, but I think Peanut is also going to be dead, and there he goes. Viper wiped off the Rift, and it's all of a sudden just a disaster for HLE because Zeus didn't have TP.
No, he did. I think Doran stopped his TP.
Oh, no.
And then TP'd himself. I think that's what happened.
Ghoulie wall value.
I think that must be it. I'm sure we'll get a replay showing that, but yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, the Rumble could have made such a difference in that fight. I do think HLE didn't play it perfectly, but the fact that they got the member advantage, big team fight win that came through, how does it just keep happening?
Yeah, why does Gumayusi keep taking these? Okay, there it is. It was under 118 health. Peanut smites have been not the greatest of his career over the last few games.
If you look at him on the tower, he starts TPing, and then Doran moves in and cancels it with the Ghoulie wall under tower.
Yeah.
The Rumble can't go there, and then he runs away and does his own TP.
And also, there's no way, even if Rumble knew exactly where he was, there's no way for the Rumble to do anything about it.
Yeah, yeah. And then he provides, the TP's perfect because he's the blocker that stops them from, cuts them off, stops them from getting away. I mean,
that was gorgeously played.
I think the fight was already going pretty well for T1, but Doran just secured. He made sure they won that massively and had a huge advantage there. And now 3 dragons.
Exactly, and it's also like they managed to get feats of strength as Gumayusi. Peanut is going to find him, denies the grab, but in comes Ona. He's going so fast, still Viper doing enough damage. Subjugate going to be used onto Peanut here as Carrier turns up, but a little too late to save his 80 carry. So Guma oversteps just a little, and HLE might be able to find a way back here. But man, it is such an uphill battle because it's so point. They've had the first 3 dragons so quickly taken away. The pressure is there permanently on HLE. Taking this outer turret going to be a big deal here for Humble Life Esports, but still, like I said, uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of in that pocket of vision where, you know, your jungler's there, you feel like you're safe. Peanut even has the perfect timing to interrupt the dash and the follow-up's there. There's just not much you can do. It's that perceived safeness when you have vision all around, but there's one little hole.
Yep.
Just get the Herald coming down.
Carrier is going to be the one driving it into the turret this time around, and they do manage to get the crash. There's the Nature's Grasp, though. Let's see whether they can find it. Carrier picks the gap with the ulti.
The cannon minion was the only one left alive to block the grab.
Oh, no.
That was a kill.
Wait, did he get the cannon, though?
I believe someone got the cannon.
There we go. I mean, I think that means it's fine.
Gone to the aiming school.
Silver lining. Silver lining.
Yeah.
It is going to be an outer turret falling on the bottom side, so now gold lead back in HLE's hands.
He technically didn't miss the grab, you know? I think that's the important thing.
Well, yeah, he didn't miss it, because it hit the cannon.
There you go.
Beautiful.
It's the important thing to highlight.
Gumayusi going to be able to take down that ward pretty comfortably. You always get a little bit nervous when there is a Blitzcrank there and you don't have full vision of stuff over walls, but
I will say, game feeling, even despite the fact that T1 of those 3 dragons and they had that big team fight win, still feeling less doomed, I think, than the last one started to towards the end, because just the 5v5 power of HLE, but the execution is going to be important, and also that looming threat of the soul is so big, especially when you think about how a lot of the power from Peanut is going to be those saplings. You know, he's going this AP build. If everyone on the enemy team has those mountain shields, you're just essentially eliminating a big part of Peanut's kit.
Oh, this is interesting. Zeka is here towards his bottom side, but Zeus is down there as well. Double TP available for Zeus and Zeka to turn up together. There is going to be an Otacon start, and
might just get both TPs here.
Well, they will need to invest them. As are they even going to do anything about it? Well, teleport is going to come on through. There's the TP from Doran just to make sure that he's here for this fight. Shield bow picked up for Zeka as he shows up. The Otacon still up and alive. Doran going to be the first one to go down. It is going to be the Otacon secured by T1. Massive ulti comes through, but T1 are still standing. The equalizer enough to finish them off, and Faker not able to make it out as HLE turning this into a bloodbath. Down they all go. And Otacon for ace is the trade HLE get.
There's the team fight power. There's Zeka's journey. A huge sweep up of all of T1, and a dunk comes in. And HLE answer this ambitious Otacon rush. You see it starts off, and the focus from HLE, it's double smite for T1. Keria has a second, so they don't even really focus on the Otacon. They take out Doran quickly. Big burst of damage come through, and that sweep up
God.
Zeka so big, gets so many members low. The equalizer clean up as well. Faker even tries a TP. Zeus flashes over the tibbers to clean up. And I love the angle as well that Peanut took to cut them off. The fact they get them all, the oranges come up, and HLE, it was looking close, but they're now 3,000 gold up in this game. Look at that gold graph.
Yeah, absolutely massive swing. I mean, T1, they did get the Otacon, so there is at least that. HLE with only grubs to their name as far as the objectives are concerned. But now huge advantages to be picked up here by HLE, and I imagine in 40 seconds they should be able to use that control to deny the soul. But we'll see whether T1 do decide to go for another team fight. Another really important thing to say, and that is Jisun contacted Huni, and he said, no, people never change. He still hates the Boots of Lucidity. Don't worry.
What? I'm just glad he's stayed consistent.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There's the ulti out from Keria. Peanut is the target. Nature's Grasp going to be invested here as the hook. Just not quite long enough, unfortunately, as Zeka looks for the angle onto Faker. And Delight. Not quite landing these hooks, unfortunately, in these teamfights, but they still have the control.
I think this is T1's call to back off because a lot was invested. They didn't find what they wanted. And I think too many ults down.
You don't need to fight for it either. It's a lone Drake. Doesn't actually matter. Oh, if you want the direct quote, by the way, that we've got the actual chat. LOL in all caps, no ... human never change. As the Drake does go down. A1 successful disengage. I miss him so much. Hopefully he comes back after he's finished with all of his extracurricular activities.
But yeah, and the thing is, as much as they had a big goal deficit there, T1. You know,
wait, he said military training changed me. I accept new boots. What? How did he change?
But instantly? He did change.
Did he change mid-conversation?
He lied to me.
I am so confused. That's the newest reply. He just said it. He changed his mind.
I feel so conflicted now.
During the conversation.
Okay. I don't know what to make of things anymore.
I don't know who I am. Where am I? I don't even know what's happened in the game. I've been too busy focusing on what Huni has been saying about Rumble's boot choices as T1. Oh, so patient. Waiting in that brush as this turret is just on its last legs.
Oh, the light?
The light is just going to walk too far forward. Not able to get any buttons off at all. As Ona able to run his way out of there as well. Zeka unbinds the soul, but now they're without their Blitzcrank for 30 seconds time. He has TP to make his way back. Equalizer to try and thin out the wave. But I think they will still have enough to take down this turret because they didn't really need minions, let's be honest.
Yeah, good pickup there from T1. You know, Delight just trying to step too far forwards and is punished on that angle. And T1 showing that despite the fact they fell behind, had a little tumble at the Otacon, they're still finding angles into this game.
All right, let's have a look at it again as Delight walks too far.
Yeah. Yeah, and also, you know, with the Maiden, I mean, the Maiden wasn't there, but with like the Maiden and the Ghouls and the Tippers, not a fun Blitzcrank game when it's in the 5v5s.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of stuff in the mixer.
Yeah, you just get to like put a big bear in the way of the hook. Just doesn't feel very good at all.
Yeah. No, not again.
Don't do it again. Don't do it again. Do it again. Oh God, he actually just did it again.
Literally,
not a replay.
Just died to this. But now Baron's up.
Yeah. And he didn't teleport, so at least there's that. still has that one available, as Doran with a level lead up against Zayas here towards his bottom side. Now has a gold lead as well, as we can see. And Owner is just going to start hitting the Baron.
Okay, they have a blue trinket on Viper. That's thrown down. Owner's very low already.
Well, I mean, they are just going to continue onto this. 7 seconds on Delight, as Faker is going to move on out. Redemption does a lot of damage, actually, alongside the Baron.
Oh, Faker's looking.
Yeah, Flash Tibbers comes through, but Zeka is immediately going to cleanse that one off. There's the Nature's Grasp coming through. Nice knock up. It's only a single ulti tag there from Zeka, unfortunately. So not the big one that we saw last time around. And another battle towards his bottom side as the Maiden is going to get taken down, but the Equalizer not enough to take out Doran. And so HLE stop the T1 Baron. But remember, like, HLE are the team that theoretically should have control, should be the ones in the lead. It just doesn't feel like the tempo vibes are with them right now.
It really does not. It feels like control definitely in favor of T1. Now they are looking for Doran. Doran, oh, I think he's just dead.
Yep, this is a tough one. Zayas trying to follow him up, but Zeka able to stack up that Q, gets over the goalie wall as well. And the Unbound Soul would have guaranteed that one anyway. So down goes the Yorick in the side lane. He's got TP, 45 seconds though, before he's back on the map.
Yeah.
Thankfully, it's only the Baron that's really fightable within that time, and I don't know whether HLE are going to be rushing it.
It does give a chance for HLE to get control, but they weren't really in position to immediately, I say that, they are going to try and immediately translate that into something with his TP coming through. They're moving towards this, but you can see the timer ticking away. Doran's not off the map for long.
Yeah, this is, at least they're going to be able to get in and get some vision down. They need some control wards in this pit. There are just wards everywhere.
There's so many wards,
T1.
and you want to sweep, and you want to get the saplings down, so people have to face check into them, because they are doing a lot of damage at this point.
Yep. Gumiushi almost face-checking Peanut there. As we know, he is in this brush. The hook is going to connect! And unfortunately, Carrier is going to be the one getting jump-scared this time around. The support's really having a hard time keeping vision on this map, and immediately HLE walk over to the Baron and look to take it down.
It's a bad time to be a support main in this game.
Oh, it really is.
Coming through, and that's enough to translate it. Ends up being...
And all of a sudden, now it's HLE with the 5,000 gold lead.
To be fair, they still had a gold lead before, but the pressure really wasn't in their favor. But this comes through, the pick onto Carrier here. I think maybe you could have just tried warding over the wall to get vision of the Baron itself and not moving there, but it's so hard. Like, we see it from the spectator point of view.
Yeah, and hindsight is 20/20, right?
And, you know, I was critical of Delight before, so I kind of apologize for that. But
I mean, Delight did do the same thing again. Carrier hasn't done it again yet.
I know, but it's so much harder when you're actually in the game playing around this lack of...
And also, you're like, surely they're not there still. And I don't blame him, actually.
Yeah, but still, traps being set up. HLE get a big advantage now, have the Baron. Looking towards this Dragon to secure their second of the game and just fully ice out any chance of T1 getting the soul for now. The question is, what can they get done with this Baron? Looking towards, I feel like they push in mid and bot, maybe to look...
all right. Well, Delight is going aggressive, as we can see. The Maiden getting a little bit angry at Zeka here as well, as he does carry a turret shot a million miles.
Yeah, T1 did a good job. Faker pushed out that top wave.
Oh, 19 health? Doran is a real Maiden protector.
Wait, if you look, Faker's also trying to push this mid wave out as well, and then move away from it. So normally you want to push like mid and bot, and then you can have the waves come in together, but like T1 are buying a lot of time, and then they can just focus on defending bot lane as a unit. It looks like they might have to give this tower up though.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to defend. Carrier is there with the door, as Owner is going to get engaged on here momentarily by Peanut. Kennel not really going to work out, as we can see, as Faker off to the side, just barely out of vision.
But again,
Peanut not going to take the bait this time. Oh man.
The Mount Kyle is so big for securing this. They can just use it as a diagonal.
Exactly, it's like Talia Wall, right? Works exactly the same way, and they're just going to break open the base. They didn't need the mid wave because they just force all the way through bot.
Yeah, this does mean, though, they're not able to translate this into more. It's still a huge pickup, don't get me wrong. Although I say that, they're looking.
All right, they're looking for Gumiushi, the ulti, and the flash has to come out. That's a lot invested there as the hook is going to come through. Carrier has the door, still takes so much damage in the culling. Still high value. I'm not sure about this one here, HLE, as the flash comes out. In goes Zeus, trying to go aggressive on the back of that one. Great knock-up there from Zeka, but out goes Ona. Gumayushi coming on through there, but Doran is right in the mix. They take down Ona. That's 1,000 gold, though. Massive, massive money over to T1. And Gumayushi's still standing. I think that worked out for T1 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an overstep, you know, trying to get the flash from Guma, sure, but it's just too far by going for this, because the rest of the team, even though Zeka can snap back, the ult for Maokai is committed. It's a massive tool. They grab Carrier, but he's under the Nexus towers, so they can't chase him down to finish him off. Delight loses a ton of health, and this Trundle Pill that comes through from Ona, I feel like just buys so much time, ends up slowing them from leaving the base. Yes, Ona does end up going down, but Guma kites out really well. Viper looks for Guma, but is answered immediately by Faker and Carrier, and it just ends up very scrappy. And when you have such a lead, so much gold was traded over, so many shutdowns given.
Yep, it was 1,000 gold from Zeus going down, I'm pretty sure. So Doran picked up that money, having a look at it there in the replay. And it's understandable. I mean, Zeus has 3 items complete, Oblivion Orb there casually as well. And now Doran actually has a gold lead. It's kind of ridiculous, but this Yorick is going to be a menace as this game goes on. And they can build tanky items, right? It's a lot more difficult for HLE to justify it because there is that Trundle that's only going to benefit from every tank item that you buy. As HLE still putting their foot on the gas. As you can see, money still in favor of Zeka and Viper.
They don't have a Baron, but the threat of the Maokai Blitzcrank is so hard to deal with, and there's no good wave clear. You know, and everyone who wants to wave clear, like Annie or Lucian, has to walk up so far. So despite the fact that HLE don't have the Baron anymore, they're still getting this pressure down. These tier 2s are just so easy to pick up for them.
It's kind of crazy, though, because it's still a 5,000 gold lead. That, like, since the start of the Baron, nothing's really changed. We'll see whether it does here, as the Nature's Grasp is going to come on through. They look to take down the Braum first, and he will get taken out, but the trade might be that Gumayushi just barely survives, and he even gets the redemption. Zeus not going to be as lucky, as he is going to be flattened by Doran once again, but Zeka looking for that angle one more time. Faker goes golden. The Soul is still unbound. He finds so many knockups, but can we finish some kills? Here HLE is Viper, so incredibly close to lose, and Doran secures it. And you need to finish your kills, HLE, as T1. These health bars are just being restored.
The fact this was a 5,000 gold lead going into this, and again, T1 are managing to pull out these victories, surviving with slithers of HP in these situations. Zeka trying to get away. He's still a dangerous threat, though. Doran, I'm not sure you're going to be happy with what you find.
Yeah, exactly right. Unbinds the Soul here. There's the flash from Doran.
Oh, nicely played.
That was pretty cute, but Zeka is still dangerous. The teleport comes in. Can he actually take down Doran? No! Finds the Q, takes down this terrifying Yone. And now Gumayushi, he's going to cull him, because why not? Nature is going to be grasping as well, but it's grasping at straws at this point. HLE, it's down to a 2,000 gold lead for them now, but it's 10 seconds until the Mountain Soul, but the Baron is up as well.
Yeah, they have so many options to pick up here. I will say, HLE are moving over to try and defend the Dragon and stop it from being given over for free.
That's Delight.
Yeah.
All right, T1 are going to try and just do both. And they absolutely can, because Zeka and Peanut are both still dead.
I don't know if they can. Look at the base, by the way. I know they have Baron recalls.
Oh, right, yeah. That's it's going to be problematic.
This is a lot of things to juggle right now.
Yep. So Baron is going to immediately come on through.
Guys,
it's both Nexus turrets.
They do respawn.
They do respawn now.
But that's, you don't feel too good.
Oh no! The Maiden! Doran almost blocked his own Maiden.
Okay, they might.
Maiden can walk through,
I think they can deny this. Okay, Peanut's on his way. He's a while away. This is just so hectic.
Yeah, so they can deny the Soul, but T1 now still have Baron for another 2.5 minutes.
Okay, gold is now basically even.
Yeah, 100%.
They deny the Soul. I think that is still, it's a silver.
Do you know what Mountain, like every Mountain Drake does though? Just makes Ona stronger.
I mean, I think you'll still take it.
Yes.
But that 5,000 gold lead gone. It is just gone. So, you know, it's not too much of a positive, but at least they denied the Soul. But T1 picked up a massive advantage off this. I'm going to see that fight again. I think the problem is that committing to this under turret where they can't go forwards more. It's like, yes, they can take out the Braum, they can put pressure on Guma, but they're so limited in how far they can go forwards. And eventually this extended chase comes through. You know, Peanut's already low, Zeus goes down, the pillar value is massive. And Zeka, he's getting a lot of value, but it feels like he's the main driving force for this team.
Oh, the stun. It was Faker onto Viper. That's what finished him off.
Yeah, and then the little ghoul who could.
Yeah, manages to get that work done. As T1 now with this Baron, the gold 100% even. It is now going to tick towards T1 as Gumayusi gets that last hit on the inner turret. But by no means has anything been decided off either of these Barons. I think it's going to be a soul fight that might decide it here. But I tell you what, if you're an HLE fan, I would be nervous. Because, I mean, T1 they're probably going to have 2 actual smites, but then there's also Gumayusi, who's basically just a walking smite as a person.
Yeah.
And Peanut hasn't been all that reliable recently. Mountain Soul is a huge deal as well.
This game just feels so tense.
It is. We could have another one.
It's a big if. It really just comes down to HLE. I feel like it comes down to Zeka. He's been having a great performance on the Yone, but it just feels like finishing off those kills.
Yeah.
Finishing off those low health targets. That's been the difference. That's been the deciding factor. People surviving with just tiny amounts of HP again and again. So it's these pivotal moments in these fights, and also just Doran.
Yep. He's 6-3. He's he's 4,000 gold in the lead now.
He is vibing.
What the heck? That is a massive advantage.
He is very strong.
Well, Faker just out of hook range here as Delight walks on over to defend his control ward. We'll be able to do that at least. Problem is this ghoulie guy that has this wave pushed in mid. Still no Nexus turrets, which is still a little bit
yeah, Doran
worrying.
also has the Randuin, so I feel like the kind of transition is, okay, Rumble's not doing so hot into the Yorick, we can kind of send Zeka, but Randuin's actually does a lot at sort of mitigating Zeka's damage.
Yep.
Who obviously is critting all the time.
All right, well, Doran is now just going to park himself in bottom lane, and no, like, lone person can answer this guy.
This is character growth, by the way. Look how easily he handles these.
Oh, yeah, the Krugs are just not... like, he's got even more health after the
We've
Krugs.
seen him struggle with those before.
Yeah, I mean,
you know?
he is the Krug Lord, you know? He turned it all around. You were talking about character development. That's the arc.
Yeah.
He went from, you know, the Krugs schooling him to them teaching him their ways. And now he is one with the Krug. And it has made him even more terrifying for his opposition. At least that's my headcanon.
Yeah, I like it. You know, you should get it on a paper.
Yeah, we'll try and figure something out. As Zeka going to be able to answer here momentarily. 13-12 is the kill score. 3 dragons apiece. Huracan is there for T1. That's sort of helping them in a lot of these fights as well, you could imagine.
They also have the upgraded boots.
Yes, true. Feats of strength are good. But Faker has got 4 items. And Gumayusi just completes his 6th.
Yeah, the GA is such a big pickup to have. Also for Viper, it's still difficult because he doesn't have IE. So does he go IE or GA as his last item?
Yeah,
and the thing is, I don't know if he's going to get to the last item because Dragon is up in 35. We're on the map for this.
Yep. This could be the last opportunity. There's the knock-up onto Doran. Can they actually secure this, though? That's the question. Zeka snaps back, but a lot of damage has been done. The ultimate's going to tag him as the Nature's Grasp will come through. Zeus groups back up with his team as Gumayusi's doing so much work. Finds the culling and takes matters into his own hands. Gumayusi just says, not today, HLE. Down to his GA, but he has that item, so he can go this crazy in the fight. And T1 just roll over the top.
Absolute decimation. 5v5 team fighting composition be damned. T1 run them over. The final fight doesn't even look close.
That was just blink and it's over. And T1, they do it again. Game number 2 ends in about the same abrupt fashion as game number 1. And I guess the best thing you can think about for HLE is at least they were winning for a portion of these games. Unfortunately, it's not enough to kill a Nexus against T1. Not this year.
No, it is not. And I think I will say, as the caveat, HLE did make it look more competitive. There was definitely moments where it looked like we saw some of the HLE of old, but it still shows that despite them kind of leveling up to a degree, there's still such a difference between, you know, T1 who are looking like, at worst, second best, and honestly, often
probably even. We could say they are currently 3-3
sometimes
against
often ahead.
Genji.
Yeah.
Yep.
And right now, just looking in incredible form. Doran, I think, had a fantastic series. The Ambassador was finding some clutch ults and doing a lot of work, and on the Yorick as well, Menace and side lanes.
I think maybe it's time for the Gumayusi fans to get what they want, because I feel like that last team fight, something that he really took into his own. Also having a pretty good game number 1 as well on the Sivir. It's so hard though. There are some phenomenal performances here. Wow, that's a lot of Gumayusis. Maybe someone agrees with me there. As this guy on the Bard though, I mean, what are you supposed to do, man? It's hard. I'm kind of glad that I don't have a POM vote.
It's so difficult.
Yep. I also said that HLE can't win against T1 this year. They did win against them this year. That happened already. But if you were to divide this year in half, they haven't done it this half of the year. So there we go. I've just fixed it for myself. Have you got anywhere with your decision?
I'm pondering.
I'm
pondering.
Pondering.
I'm pondering. It's so difficult.
You're not allowed to ponder.
Yeah, you know.
Ion's waiting for you.
Okay, I'm trying.
I'm just putting as much pressure on as I can.
Yeah, thank you
to
for
get
that.
you to make.
You know what? I'm going to go with what I thought it. Yeah.
Let your heart decide.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
That's a good idea. There we go.
Okay. And you know what's the thing? You might think, well, maybe you should have thought of it before the end of the game. I did think of it before the end of the game. And
it's hard, yeah.
It's hard, okay?
And also the end of the game has to factor in.
Yes, I thought I had a good answer. And you know what? At the end of the day, there's a lot of good options. And that's sometimes people think there's a right answer. There's multiple right answers all of the time. And it's just what you decide. And at the end of the day, a lot of people on T1 played really good. I think Carrier's Bard, in every game he plays, but game 1 especially, was very transformative. I think Guma had a really consistent series. I think Doran had some fantastic moments. You know, some great Ambassador ults in game 1, stopping the TP in game 2, the Ghoulie kill.
Yeah.
Faker had.
I think maybe it's like, for me, it's Guma or Doran that I would be voting for, but I don't know. I feel like Gumayusi was like the target for everyone all the time. Like this moment where he got skill checked by Zeus 3 times in a row.
I think you can't really feel bad about Guma or Doran.
Yep.
I also think that Carrier, I think if Carrier's Bard was game 2, just because people
recency bias,
which I feel like is kind of unfair, because I think if it was the other way around, he probably would get it. You know, so maybe that's an argument for him, but I think Guma played this one really well. It's not an easy composition to play Lucian into. This is a hard comp to play Lucian into. You're short range, there's a lot of threats. Zeka was trying to kill you. He was trying to unbind your soul, and you refused to let your soul be unbound.
And the engage onto Doran just straight up didn't work. Faker denies Zeus from entering the fight as well, so the equalizer opportunity just isn't there in line with the Nature's Grasp.
I think if anyone needs convincing for Guma, this passage of play will do it. Like the dodge away on the hook from Delight, avoids the Mark Held, goes forward. And he baits Zeka in with a GA.
And he knew that he could do it as well because he had that GA.
Yeah.
And so just incredible performance here in the clutch from T1. You could see that gold lead went up to 6.3K for HLE at its zenith, but then it had to come back down again. And T1 will take the series 2-0. I do want to say this looked at least competitive.
Yeah, I think.
And last time it did not look quite like that.
This is all I wanted from HLE. Okay, I don't think I expected them to beat T1. 3 games would have been nice, but at least they looked competitive, which is more than we could say from, again, last matchup. But still work to be done, considering HLE in LCK Cup with his
and it's Doran, the 0-4 Ambessa Palm. I love that because he was an absolute god in that series.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think the Ambessa had a lot of great moments with landing some clutch ults onto Viper in specifically. There was also, for me, a big moment was when he stopped the TP from Zeus on the on the Yorick, and also the Ghoulie kill on a Viper was pretty
that was
as well.
definitely very much for the funny side of things. This is also a pretty historic moment as well because Gen.G secure first place in the regular season. So HLE cannot actually catch back up with them anymore as they were in second place, obviously. And so now T1 tying them here will mean that T1 can still leapfrog and get second, but Gen.G are guaranteed first.
Yeah, and I think ultimately with how they're playing, HLE should be very worried about T1 overtaking them.
Yeah.
And they obviously haven't off this one, but they are climbing quickly.
Exactly. They're only one match behind at this point in time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
if I'm having a look.
You can't even bank on Gen.G beating them, you know?
Yep.
Because they've been trading wins. So if HLE in the third round robin...
oh no, they're even. They're even now. Is that the case?
But they're down in game score.
Yeah, they're down in game score, but they are even in match score. So it only needs to be another T1 win, and they can make it to second place. As Doran preparing for this interview, this guy, man, this has been an incredible year for Doran. I know we make jokes about the year of closer, but maybe it actually is just the year of Doran. Obviously, we are potentially speaking a little bit too soon because he does need to prove himself on the international stage. But still, I mean, maybe he has kind of done that already.
He has already done that, so I wouldn't even say he has to.
Yeah, okay.
It's been a pretty good year for Doran.
We can just say, year of the Doran. So let's have a listen to him now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POM interview translation, joined by Doran on the side of T1. Congratulations on the win, Doran. T1 keeps on climbing up the Legends group standings. A very important match for the competition. How do you feel about the win today? Yes, we are still in a very fierce fight for the second place. And I'm very glad that we managed to get a win today. In round 3 and 4, all of the matches that T1 won was actually 2-0s. How can you make this happen? You know, we had a very packed schedule. You know, we went to multiple international events. I think it really helped us bond better as a team. The teamwork has stepped up so much, and now we're transitioning that into our gameplay. Doran, game number 1. Your Ambessa was locked in when Yunara was available. I want to know the decision behind that. Do you think Ambessa has higher value than Yunara? I mean, Yunara, of course, is a pick that Guma usually prepared. But today, we thought Ambessa has a bit of a higher priority on the top lane. And your Ambessa is something special compared to other top laners. Do you also feel the same? Do you feel extra confident when you play Ambessa? I mean, recently, I have been winning a lot of games on Ambessa, so it did give me a bit of a confidence boost. But also, Ambessa itself is a very fun champion to play. I really enjoy playing it. And then game 2, Hana Life had Maokai, Yune, and Blitzcrank. Some of the confidence and favorite picks on the side of Hana Life. What was the plan to deal with their composition? Yeah, they had a very decent comp, but also T1 side, we had a lot of lane prior picks, so we managed to get the early snowball going. In fact, well, T1 could not play the game as they initially planned because Hana Life had the lead in the majority of the game, and then about 40 minutes into the game, you made a huge comeback. Later on, there was a play where we managed to pick up so many kills on the top side. I think that was the start of everything. Or maybe even the getting a kill onto Corki on the mid lane. I think that's the point where we turned the corner. And T1, there's something just mysterious and magical about your play because sometimes you just make plays out of no vision. You know, the teamwork is something special. What kind of strength does T1 have in the Legends group? First off, our deep champion pool. I think it allows us to have a much more space when it comes to the planning and strategies. Now, T1 is tied with the same 18 match wins with Hana Life, and next opponent is Nongshim Red Force. What is your mindset for that match? We've been able to pick up a lot of wins in the 3rd and 4th round. I hope we can win the rest of the regular split matches in order to climb even higher. And this will be the end of the Doran interview. And I'm gonna pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, as it was the Kroglord getting the POM. Doran being huge in this one. So active on the Yorick, which that doesn't really make a ton of sense, but he made a lot of plays and helped T1 to this victory over Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life Esports that looked refreshed, revitalized. T1 still had the answers as we have a smattering of votes all around. Media going with Guma. Keria also getting some votes as well. But it was Doran and Jonah Strong again with a figure.
You know, like
pretty cool.
I think his Annie definitely didn't live up to the Orianna game. He did have a really pivotal play in the end though. Like him taking Zeus out of the fight was actually huge. But I'm gonna take a guess that that's for the Orianna. I was a Doran voter. Really interesting in that I truly believe that if you watch these games, he had a ton of pivotal plays, and it might have been reflected in the KDA, but even the Yorick game, which I'm going to be real, I was going to look like, okay, I'm not voting Doran anymore. That's not. He actually ended up having a lot of really high impact moments, including the final play where they try to turn on him, he just laughs it off, and the re-engage is beautiful.
Yeah, for me, I went for Keria. I was one of the 3. I thought his Bard game was so standout that, like probably the Faker voter that was in there, it kind of overcame some of the shortcomings. I think there's not even that many shortcomings in game 2 as Faker had, I think.
He was Braum.
Yeah, he was Braum. I went into Bard stasis just from watching his play.
Can you do that?
Golden.
It's really good stasis.
Yeah, that was...
Wow.
I'm back, yeah.
Man,
wow.
That stasis was a little long there.
Well, that's why I couldn't close the gap on Digon to slap him when he was making that sound. I was in stasis.
Why is it always violence? It's always violence. All right, let's take a
Not
look
always
at
violence,
let's take a look at some of the other comments here. Use our words like Helios did here for Keria. Unfavorable matchup do not exist for Keria.
You know why?
I agree,
'Cause
Helios.
He slaps him.
Okay. All right.
I'm just gonna ignore the 2 of you. He blinded Bard. Right, I'm gonna read into it. I think the fact that he's getting away with blinding Bard is insane to me. Bard is such a specific champion, and it's like Jhin for Guma, where it's just such a good, or Ryze for Faker or Galio, where it's such a good fit for how the team works. But Bard is such a unique champion as the best Bard. Yeah, he is. Barring, I think,
you could say it's slap.
I've got it. When it comes to gameplay, I don't think anyone comes close to Keria. When it comes to vibes, though, my personal favorite Bard player is Beryl, because I think that Beryl is just mechanically not that good, but he embodies the vibes. Keria's too good, really, to be the most lore-accurate Bard. He's too clean.
He's very clean. Has again, time and time.
One more, right? There's one
more. And last one, Umpty, again on the Korean broadcast, joining us here.
The General!
Zambessa never disappoints.
Never. I gotta say,
2 good ones.
Yeah, I gotta say this series really was way better than the last one we saw of these 2 teams. But in general, both games were winnable by Hanwha, right? We could have even seen a 2-0 the other way. And it's the first time we've seen our top 3 play against each other and not just have it be a complete blowout.
I really, and that's for me, T1, I don't think our opinions changed them at all today. They're still very clearly up in a tier of their own with Gen G. But Hanwha finally look like they might contest. And I think that we've had a pretty off day for Viper. I think he actually had a lot of a big underperformance here. Zeus, as long as he fixes his build, I think looked kind of back today. And Zeka was also gaming again. So I just hope that Hanwha Life continues this, because it's the best for everyone in the LCK. If we don't just have 2 good teams, we get 3.
Yeah.
Then we don't talk about the 4th team. We didn't have to. Let's move
It's
on.
really exciting. Tomorrow we're going to find out which one of those teams is going to be 4th place, probably here in the Legend group.
Yeah, well, actually, just real quick, this does it for the week for T1. 18-8. They got their wins in the bag. They now tie up the series against Hanwha Life Esports. The first 2 rounds in round 1 and 2 going to Hanwha Life. Rounds 3 and 4 now going to T1. It does kind of set the stage for them, and Hanwha Life Esports, they got the big match against Gen G later
This was such a big one, right? Because this is the matchup that could have solidified Hanwha having that extra win in the lead that keeps them in 2nd place, but now T1 are right on their heels.
And even if they end up winning, the fact it's a 2-0 as well, that's a really big deal. I think the biggest issue for T1 was never getting there in series win, especially if they win the next head-to-head to Hanwha as well. But the game score, they were actually pretty substantially behind, but they have been smashing it in round 3 and 4. So actually sets up for such a cool race for second.
All right, well, we've got 4 slots to Worlds and 4 slots to playoffs here in the LCK as Nongshim and KT do battle in that huge 4th place game against each other. Then DRX and B&K Fearx also trying to fight for their tournament lives over in the Rise group. What a day it has been. We've got Saturday Showdown in less than 24 hours, so make sure you're here for that. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more League.
레전드 그룹에 정말 좋은 경기를 치르면서 오기는 왔는데 오고 나서부터 너무나도 많은 고생을 하고 있단 말이에요.
너무 정확하게 노렸고 연달아 또 갑니다. 헤이가 꽂아버립니다. 팀 레드버스 다시 팔팔 끓입니다. 이게
레전드 그룹의 또 4위와 5위의 대결이기 때문에 어떤 뜨거운 경기로 오늘의 마무리 장식을 할지 기대가 되네요.
What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.